I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Beguile. When Lan Xiao heard the name of the 8 treasures pill, her heart sank immediately. She knew about the 8 treasures pill, which was a 7th level treasure for prolonging life. Although it was not difficult to refine the pill, the materials were hard to find. Lin Xiao, don't tell me you have the 8 treasures pill. Yes, really? Of course it's true. Bring the 8 treasures pill to me, and I'll exchange it with the Lingming pill. No more. What? The 8 treasures pill is gone. I replaced it with 3 true spirit grasses and some other treasures. You. Lan Xiao wanted to vomit blood. She was sure that Lin Xiao was deliberately playing a trick on her. He had already replaced it, and you still come to tell me this is not playing a trick on her. Lin Xiao, are you kidding me? Why would I kid you? Is it really true? 3 true spiritual herbs, you'll lose out. Not at all. The rest of the treasures are very precious. You, Lin Xiao, are you going to refine the pill or not? Lan Xiao felt a surge of anger in her heart. She swore that she was not usually this kind of impetuous person, but when she saw Lin Xiao, she didn't know why she got extremely angry. Refine it, why not? Fairy Blue, I don't have the 8 treasure pill anymore, but I still have the recipe for it. Humph. The recipe for the 8 treasure pill is not valuable. The difficult part is collecting the materials for the 8 treasure pill. Fairy Blue, you're bullying me. The recipes for high level elixirs are indeed worthless, but they are divided into different categories, and the 8 treasure pill is not one of them. It is precisely because the materials for the 8 treasure pill are difficult to collect that the recipe is strictly restricted from spreading, so as to reduce competitors. Fairy Blue, I'm right, right? That's right, but the value of the 8 treasure pills recipe is still not high. Although it is a 7th level recipe, it is only about 10 million mysterious crystals. Even if it is higher, it will not be more than 20 million. It is far from enough to offset the cost of refining the pill. Fairy Blue, look, what is this longevity fruit? You actually have longevity fruit. Lan Xiao was shocked again. The longevity fruit was a treasure without rank. This without rank did not mean that it was useless, but that it was uncertain, because the value of the longevity fruit increased with the age of the medicine. The longevity fruit grew on the longevity tree, and the longevity tree took 3,000 years to grow and bear fruit, and only produced 3 fruits each time. The efficacy of this fruit doubled every 500 years. The 5th level longevity fruit took 2,500 years, plus the age of the longevity tree, at least 5,500 years, and was extremely valuable. The 5th level longevity fruit was also the main ingredient of the 8 treasures pill, which was why the 5th level 8 treasures pill was recognized as the 7th level by the immortal cultivation world, because a spiritual medicine that took so long to mature was basically the 7th level. Fairy Lan, please take a look. This medicine is 2,500 years old and is a main ingredient in the 8 treasures pill. Fairy Lan is really smart. If the recipes for the longevity fruit and the 8 treasures pill are added together, it would be worth it for me to refine a furnace of Lingming pill for you. Fairy Lan, you're joking. I'm not refining 1 furnace of Lingming pill, but 3. Lin Xiao, you must know that to make 3 furnaces of Lingming pill, even for me, it would take a huge amount of energy. It would take at least 5 or 6 years, and the cost of refining the pills would be over 100 million. Your recipes for the longevity fruit and the 8 treasures pill are not worth that much money. Lan Xiao replied. Lingming pill is extremely difficult to refine. It takes more than a year to refine 1 furnace, and it is extremely energy consuming. After refining 1 furnace, she has to rest for about a year. So after refining 3 furnaces, she would have wasted at least 6 or 7 years. A cultivator's time is extremely precious. It is not an exaggeration at all for a 5th rank upper grade alchemist to convert 6 or 7 years of her time into 100 million Zuan crystals. Fairy Blue, you've made the same mistake you made last year. This is your way of calculation, not mine. Lin Xiao, you, okay, very good. Tell me, what is your method of calculation? If you can't, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xiao brought up the past again, and Lan Lingai was furious. Back then, it was because of that crappy method of calculation that he blackmailed her and finally took out a Lingming pill to pay off the debt. At that time, her cultivation was low and her alchemy skills were not as advanced as they are now, so a Lingming pill was enough to cause her serious injuries. Look, Fairy Lan, you have already begun to prepare for a breakthrough to the Shengsu realm. Does that mean that this breakthrough to the Shengsu realm is the most important thing for you, and earning Zuan crystals and the like can be put aside for now? That's right, but you don't have enough. What if it's an 8 treasures pill? An 8 treasures pill that is enough to prolong life for 200 years. This is a treasure that is extremely coveted by Shengsu and even golden body cultivators. There are very few elixirs better than the 8 treasures pill, so even golden body cultivators may make a move in exchange for the 8 treasures pill. Then it won't be too much to ask them to exchange it for a treasure that can help them break through the Shengsu realm, right? Lin Xiao replied. Exchanging an 8 treasures pill for a 7 souls pill is something Lin Xiao has done personally. It's not too much. Of course, as for Lin Xiao's side, it's not too much. But Lin Xiao, stop fooling me. You don't have the 8 treasures pill at all. You only have the recipe and one of the main ingredients. You're still far from the 8 treasures pill. No, what you said is true for others, but not for you, because you really need the 8 treasures pill. For you, opportunity is the first priority. The recipe of the 8 treasures pill plus the longevity fruit equals the 8 treasures pill, which also equals the opportunity to break through the Shengsu, right? Yes, but Lan Lingai frowned. The logic was correct, but she always felt that something was wrong. She was almost dizzy after thinking about it. Since that's correct, then I used your opportunity to break through the Shengsu realm to refine 3 furnaces of Lingming pills. You made a lot of money, but I lost money. Of course, let's not talk about whether I made money or not. I just came to make friends. What happened back then was Lin's fault. I have apologized to Fairy Blue. If Fairy Blue thinks there is no problem, we can sign a contract. Okay, no, Lin Xiao, I almost fell for your trick again. Why do you say that, Fairy Blue? What did Lin lie to you about? There's nothing wrong with this longevity fruit and the pill recipe, right? I don't know where the problem is, but I'm sure there is definitely a problem. Wait, I'll go find someone and come back to settle accounts with you if there is any problem. Lan Lingai was confused. She hadn't found the loophole yet, but she had a bad impression of Lin Xiao. She was a treacherous and cunning villain. So Lan Lingai was very alert and didn't dare to agree easily. She turned around and went out to find someone. After a while, a young man came down from upstairs. He was somewhat similar to the previous steward. He was probably a relative. His cultivation was already at the Shengsu level. He should be one of the monks in charge of Tiansheng City. Brother Wu, this is what happened. What's the problem? Don't worry, junior sister. This scam is not very sophisticated. It's just that you are confused by the situation. I'll send him away right away. The man said in front of Lin Xiao without any scruples. Then he slowly walked to Lin Xiao and said, fellow Daoist Lin, our Tiansheng Sect welcomes cultivators who come to do business sincerely, but we do not welcome profiteers and those who bully our Tiansheng Sect cultivators. Fellow Daoist Lin, please go ahead. I don't need to do it. No, but can I say a few words? Do you have anything else to quibble about? Senior Wu is from this Danlao, right? Yes, I'm the resident cultivator here. You do business in Danlao, right? Of course. Since you are doing business, how can you slander me as a profiteer and bully your people in Tiansheng Sect? The recipe of the 8 treasures pill costs you 20 million, and the longevity fruit is less than 20 million Zuan crystals, but you want my junior sister to refine 3 furnaces of Lingming pill for you. Isn't this bullying? Senior, a bottle of 10 kilograms of first level spiritual water in Tiansheng City is only worth 7 or 8 black crystals, but if it is placed in the desert, in front of a cultivator who is about to die of thirst, even if you sell it to him for 1,000 black crystals, he will not bargain with you. The cost of a furnace of Lingming pills is only tens of millions, but it can often be sold for more than tens of millions in the market. How many pills can be produced from a furnace of Lingming pills? This is called demand affecting price, which is just the basic law of doing business. Others can't sell this thing at this price because others don't need this treasure, but Fairy Blue needs it, so it's not bullying. You are eloquent and sharp-tongued. It's okay if my junior sister doesn't want to make this deal with you. Of course, but Fairy Blue has to think about it. It is extremely difficult for Ling Guang to break through the Shengsu, and opportunities are rare. Although Fairy Blue is young and has time to look for it slowly, the sooner you break through, the greater the benefit. The meaning of breaking through the Shengsu at the age of 700 is not the same as that of breaking through the Shengsu at the age of 400. With Beibao pills, Fairy Blue only needs to find a large-scale auction, and maybe she can get what she wants. Fellow Daoist Lin, please stop your lies and misleading people. Lin Xiao, I finally found out what the problem is. You have been lying to me. You have been emphasizing that the 8 treasures pill is equal to my opportunity, but you deliberately did not mention the difficulty of refining the 8 treasures pill. You only gave the pill formula and one main ingredient, not to mention the other materials. It is extremely difficult to refine the pill. This is a 7th grade pill, and I'm only a 5th grade alchemist. I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult for me to refine the 8 treasures pill. Lin Xiao looked at Lan Lingai and thought to himself, silly girl, you finally got it, isn't that the case? But Lin Xiao will not give up. Fairy Lan, you have a good idea, but you don't know that the 8 treasures pill is not a 7th level pill, but a 5th level pill. Nonsense, the 8 treasures pill is an pill that has been passed down for more than 100,000 years. Although my Tiansheng Sect has not collected the pill recipe, we know its medicinal properties. How could it be a 5th level pill? Fellow Daoist Lin, I don't blame you for not understanding pharmacology, but I will not be rude to you for talking nonsense in front of the Tiansheng Sect. Hey, why don't you believe me so much, Fairy Lan? Take a look for yourself. Lin Xiao waved his hand, took out all the pill recipes, and handed them to Lan Lingai. There was also a brief pill refining process in it. Lan Lingai took it, and took a look at it, and was stunned. Her alchemy level was not low, so she could naturally tell at a glance that something was wrong with the pill recipe. It was really a 5th level recipe, but the pill refining procedure above was different from what she usually knew. Well, I've seen enough. Since you don't want to trade, forget it. Lin Xiao quickly took back the recipe, then shook his head, ready to walk out of the Dan building, but he walked very slowly, counting numbers in his mind. Chapter 352 willingly. 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait a minute, sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, Lin Xiao heard Lan Lingai's voice and stopped immediately. Fairy Lan, is there anything else? What's the matter with this pill formula? This is my secret, how can you tell it casually? You, Lin Xiao, don't you want to refine Lingming pills? Let's trade. No, I suddenly don't want to trade. I'm just a sharp-tongued profiteer who talks nonsense. I'd better find someone else to refine it. 3 furnaces of Lingming pills, no matter how few, it's enough for the time being. So as not to be slandered, Lin Xiao pretended to be sad and shook his head. I don't want to play anymore. Can I not trade? Let's see who will beg who now. Fellow Daoist Lin, you've gone too far, Senior Wu. If the business fails, can't we just stop the transaction? You. Brother, let me do it, Lan Lingai said to Brother Wu in a hurry. Lan Lingai knew very well that she might be slaughtered again this time. Since she appeared, Lin Xiao might have been thinking about how to cheat her, but she really couldn't refuse now, and had to be blackmailed by him willingly. She, Lan Lingai, is a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect. She is a genius disciple, but she doesn't have the capital to look down on all her peers in Tiansheng Sect. If she wants to go further in the sect, she must defeat all the genius disciples of her peers. Nowadays, the genius disciples of the same age as her have similar cultivation levels, basically above the 10th level of Lingguang, and this cultivation level has begun to prepare for the breakthrough of Shengsu. Breaking through Shengsu is an extremely difficult thing. Some people can't find it for decades or hundreds of years, and some people can't find it in their entire lives. In addition to strength, luck also depends on luck. Lan Lingai firmly believed that with her strength, breaking through the Shengsu realm was a steady thing, but the time was hard to control. Lin Xiao was right. breaking through the Shengsu realm at the age of 400 and breaking through the Shengsu realm at the age of 700 were two completely different things. The younger you were, the greater your potential and the more outstanding your aptitude, and the more support the sect would give you. On the contrary, if you broke through at the age of 700, it meant that your potential had been exhausted, and the sect would basically not give you any support. What Lan Lingai wanted was to defeat geniuses of the same age, so naturally she couldn't delay for too long. Lin Xiao, hey, Fairy Lan, what can I do for you? 3 furnaces of Lingming pills. There will definitely be no less than 24 pills. I don't want any of them, and I guarantee that the quality is better than what is sold on the market. Tell me what's wrong with the pill formula so that we can make this deal. Hey, Fairy Lan, I'm a liar. I'd better not do it. Lin Xiao, you don't want Brother Wu to apologize to you, do you? I dare not. How could I dare? You are really brave. Lan Lingai was angry. What do you mean by dare not? Your expression shows that if you don't apologize, I won't do the deal. This matter was caused by me and has nothing to do with Senior Brother Wu. I apologize to you on his behalf. Fellow Daoist Lin, I'm sorry. Junior Sister Senior Brother Wu, I'm sorry. I was reckless this time and wrongly blamed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, are you satisfied? What's there to talk about satisfaction or not? This is a deal. You and I each get what we need, don't we? Lin Xiao's face was immediately filled with smiles. That's enough. If he really embarrasses someone, what if he gets angry and attacks him? Well, can fellow Daoist Lin explain to Ling Yu why this 8 treasures pill is a 5th grade pill? Fairy Lan, let me ask you, who stipulated the classification of the pill grades? It is a convention, and no one stipulates it. What about the classification criteria? It is very complicated and needs to be explained from many aspects. The first point is the value of the materials. The value of the materials is determined by... Wait a minute, there is no need to explain this in detail, otherwise it will take a month to finish. Although I'm not an alchemist, I also know a thing or two. Generally speaking, there are 2 aspects. The first is the effect of the pill. The grade of the pill is what level of cultivator it is useful for. For example, the Purple Mansion cultivator is the Runfu pill, but it is useless for the Daogang cultivator, so it is a 3rd grade pill. The second point is related to the demand and difficulty of the pill. For example, the daily cultivation of the Lingguang level is used, and the demand is extremely large, so the cultivators in the entire cultivation world have continuously improved this pill, so that this pill can be produced on a large scale. This is why the pills we use are very expensive, but they are not rare. As for the 8 treasures pill, its medicinal effect is so powerful that even the 7th realm cultivators can benefit greatly from it. In addition, it is extremely rare, so its value keeps increasing and becomes the 7th realm. If you still don't understand, you can think of it this way. In the ancient times, there were countless treasures from heaven and earth, and there were many treasures that could prolong life. The 8 treasures pill was not precious, so the 5th realm was a normal position. Now, the fruit of prolonging life is hard to find, and there are too many cultivators who want the 8 treasures pill. It is impossible for a mere 5th realm pill to be sold for 70 or 80 million, so its value is increased. Fellow Daoist Lin explained it in a simple and easy to understand way. Lingai who understands it. Thank you for your explanation. No, I will explain it, but the transaction must continue. Of course. Lan Lingai nodded. Although she knew that the 8 treasures pill was a 5th realm pill, she did not intend to correct it, and she did not have the ability to do so. People from the outside world recognized its 7th realm value, so she naturally had to use it. Soon, with Senior Brother Wu as witness, Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai signed a contract. In exchange for the 8 treasures pill formula and a longevity fruit, Lin Xiao asked Lan Lingai to refine the Lingming pill. 3 furnaces of Lingming pills would produce no less than 24 pills. Lin Xiao also took out the materials for 1 set of Lingming pills. As for the remaining 2 sets, Lin Xiao did not have them now, so he had to wait for Beiyu City to deliver them. Of course, Lin Xiao was in Dangsha City now, where there were many more spiritual medicines than in Beiyu City. After Lin Xiao returned, he asked Tyruxin to send a message back, asking them to stop collecting and send the materials first. If they were not enough, they could make up for it here. Fairy Lan, you see, I'm not bad, I'm not a rip-off. With your wealth, it is not difficult to collect the rest of the materials for the 8 treasures pill. It seems that you will have a chance to break through the Shengsu within a few decades. Junior sister, fellow Daoist Lin is right. I took a look at the recipe. Most of the materials are available in our sect. I have to congratulate you in advance. Brother Wu, please stop laughing at me. We haven't done anything yet. Besides, don't worry, junior sister. No one else will know about this. I will seal the contract you signed. Unless I'm transferred from the Dan building, no one can check it. Thank you, senior brother Wu. Junior sister, there is no rush to refine the elixir. Since brother Lin is also your friend, how about having dinner together? More friends mean more ways. When we go out in the future, maybe we can travel together. Okay, senior brother. Lan Lingai nodded. She already knew that senior brother Wu wanted to make friends with Lin Xiao. Senior brother Wu helped her just now, and she couldn't sabotage him. Naturally, she had to help him back. Lin Xiao also knew what senior brother Wu meant, but did not refuse. Tiansheng Sect would need a lot of high-level elixirs in the future, and the level of alchemy could not be improved in a short time, so it was very necessary to make friends with a Shengsu cultivator from Tiansheng Sect. The 3 of them had dinner at a restaurant in the city, and they had a good chat. Except for Lan Lingai who was not very willing to talk. Lin Xiao and senior brother Wu were both good at speaking, and they had rich experience and good eloquence, so they naturally communicated well. During this period, senior brother Wu also asked Lin Xiao if he had any longevity fruit and wanted to exchange one for it. He could name any price, but Lin Xiao declined. In order to make Ling Mingdan for his disciples, Lin Xiao had consumed more than 100,000 points. 1/8 treasures pill was 100,000, which made the number of points that originally exceeded 600,000 decrease rapidly. Now there were only more than 400,000 points left. Senior brother Wu did not force it. Treasures like longevity fruit were extremely rare. It was a chance to get one. If he got another one, he would have to doubt where it came from. 10 days later, Lan Lingai returned to the mountain gate to retreat and refine the elixir, while Lin Xiao lived in Tiansheng City. 3 months later, the materials collected by Beiyu City were delivered, as well as Li Mux's entire fortune of 20 million Zuan crystals and a purchase order. Lin Xiao asked senior brother Wu to send the materials to Lan Lingai, and he started to purchase according to Li Mux's purchase order. Most of them were various spiritual herbs and medicines of the 5th and 6th levels. 20 million black crystals were not enough to buy anything. Li Muxu would continue to send black crystals, but Lin Xiao was not stingy. He also added a lot of black crystals and sent the purchased resources back. Lin Xiao spent a lot of black crystals, which was far more than the wealth of ordinary spiritual cultivators. Naturally, many businesses liked him very much, and soon they became familiar with Tiansheng City. During this period, Tishi Tyruxin accompanied Lin Xiao and did not interfere. But as time passed, Tyruxin became a little restless, which forced Lin Xiao to ask about Tyruxin again. Tyruxin, you have followed me for more than a year. Have you dealt with all the things in Zhangzhou? Master, don't chase me away. I won't chase you away, but then tell me, what did you do? Nothing. Tyruxin, you think I'm a fool, right? Fine, I'm ordering you to return to Basin City immediately, to take charge of the situation. If you don't return, I'll punish you according to the sect's rules, and you can forget about getting the Lingming pill. Ah, master, how could you do this? What do you mean, how could I do this? You're the director of the Zhangzhou Bureau, in charge of the entire Night Owl station in Zhangzhou. You have a heavy responsibility. Do I need you to serve me? Are you a slave? That's my private matter. Private matter, then you don't regard me as the master. What is a master? He is the head of a faction. If it's a family, then he is the patriarch and the head of your family. There is something that even the head of the family can't say. Master, don't force me. I'll give you one last chance. Either say it or get out. You have one stick of incense to think about it yourself. Lin Xiao was very unhappy. Tyruxin was crazy. How dare he do this in front of him? Did Lin Xiao have to beg him to help him solve the problem? Master, Tairuxin knew that Lin Xiao was not joking, and he did not dare to continue to refuse, so he had to tell him everything. Chapter 353, Love is difficult. Tairuxin himself found it difficult to talk about the trouble he had caused, because he had a female cultivator who was practicing dual cultivation, and this female cultivator was not a single girl, but a concubine of a big shot. The origin of the matter can be traced back to when Lin Xiao asked Tairuxin to make arrangements in Zhongzhou. Although Yi Xiao was strong, the stall was too big and there were not many people in Zhongzhou, so even if Tairuxin was the director of the Zhongzhou bureau, he had to do the work himself. So Tairuxin took a group of people to a place called Zuaniyang City to set up a station. Zuaniyang City is the largest city under the Tiansheng Sect, with a population of millions. The Tiansheng Sect is also a first-class sect in Zhongzhou, and its strength is much stronger than that of the Tiansheng Sect. Therefore, Tairuxin attached great importance to it, and made arrangements himself. Tairuxin is also an old intelligence officer. He knows that his cultivation level is nothing in Zuaniyang City. With his identity, he cannot get into the high-end circle, so he started to take the female cultivation route. In addition, he has many female cultivators under him, so he opened a robe shop in Zuaniyang City. It was a coincidence that the several female cultivators that Tairuxin had taken in were quite talented in clothing design. They could not afford to make high-end robes, but they were very talented in the kind of flashy and beautiful robes. Therefore, the business of this robe shop was very good, and it soon entered the high-end circle of female cultivators in Zuaniyang City. Zuaniyang City was extremely safe, because it was protected by the Tiansheng Sect. There had been no major chaos for thousands of years. This safe and comfortable environment also gave birth to many rich ladies and wives. These people did not choose robes for their efficacy, but for their beauty, so there were many customers. Tairuxin also often entertained customers in person, so after a while, he became familiar with a female cultivator named Luo Yun. Luo Yun was originally just a casual cultivator. Although she had good qualifications, she had a very difficult life because of the lack of resources. Until she met a Shengsu cultivator named Ren Hong. Ren Hong was a core cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect. He was outstanding in talent and appearance, and was known as a romantic wanderer. He had no wife, but many concubines, more than 20. Ren Hong is a love expert. He is very focused when he is focused, and needless to say, when he is not. Ren Hong launched a fierce pursuit of Luo Yun, and his money was very generous, which directly made Luo Yun's parents and brothers fall in love. With their words and Luo Yun's young and ignorant at the time, she became Ren Hong's 18th concubine. Luo Yun also loved Ren Hong for decades. After decades, Ren Hong's novelty faded, and soon he had a 19th concubine, and Luo Yun was neglected. However, although she was neglected, the benefits she should give were still not less. After supporting her parents and brothers to establish a family, Luo Yun could still live a superior and rich life. But no matter what, Luo Yun's spiritual life was still extremely empty. Ren Hong had a new love, and he had reached the 10th level of Shengsu, and was preparing to advance to the golden body, so it was very normal that he had not seen Ren Hong for several years. So the appearance of Tairuxin rekindled the passion of the empty Luo Yun. After the two got to know each other, they were emotional, but they did not stop at the courtesy, and they happily practiced double cultivation together. This relationship lasted for about 7 or 8 years. Ren Hong did not find out, but Luo Yun's family found out. With the resources Luo Yun got from Ren Hong, the Luo family developed very fast, and several Daogang monks appeared. However, their family foundation was very unstable. If they lost the relationship with Ren Hong, it would be very easy to be swallowed up. So the Luo family began to hunt down Tairuxin. Because of Ren Hong's banner, the assassins sent by the Luo family were not only Daogang monks, but also 2 Lingguang monks. Tairuxin was no match for them, so he ran away. After a few days, Lin Xiao sent a message to him, so Tairuxin came to Lin Xiao for refuge. The reason why he was restless was that he was worried about Luo Yun's safety. Tairuxin, I really want to cut open your brain to see what's inside. How did I train you at that time? You all ignored my words, right? It's okay for a subordinate to make this mistake, but what about you, the senior executive of Night Owl, Director Zhang Cao? Lin Xiao was furious after hearing this. In the intelligence community, it is normal to use sex to obtain intelligence, but as a leader, he fell in love with the target. This is 100% taboo. This is a very low-level mistake. Master, I was wrong. You bastard. If I hadn't forced you to question me, how long would you have kept it from me? If you don't clean up the mess, do you know how big of an accident it will cause? Besides, I remember that you Yixio also have quite a few female disciples in your sect. You want to get married and have children, so find your own people. Why are you looking for a target? If you simply want to vent, I don't restrict you from having fun. Master, I was wrong. Ruxin dare not beg for forgiveness, but please ask the master to save Juna. She is really pitiful. Ruxin knelt in front of Lin Xiao and begged bitterly. He didn't know how he committed this love disaster. In the past 200 years, he has seen countless female cultivators, all kinds of them, but he fell in love with Luo Yun. Juna, you are still stubborn. Where have you put your fellow brothers? Has your identity been exposed? How is the robe shop you opened? How are the people you sent to Zhuanayang City? Have you ever cared? Lin Xiao became even angrier. Lin Xiao himself was a very calm and rational person who would not easily fall in love. So Lin Xiao felt that once something happened, he should take his colleagues away and deal with them safely. I'm concerned. I've asked them to withdraw. We had a plan to withdraw a long time ago. Nothing will happen. Humph, if something happens, I'll see how you explain it. You, Ruxin, can make such a low-level mistake. Master, Ruxin is willing to accept any punishment. I only ask that you can rescue Juna. If her family finds out about my relationship with her, those ugly people will definitely take measures, including silencing us. The Luo family is so unbearable that they even dare to kill their own daughter? Master, you don't know. The Luo family has been independent practitioners for generations. Their lives and cultivation are extremely difficult. Before Juna's grandfather died, he was obsessed with having a place to stay for the family to reproduce and thrive, without having to suffer the hardships of being an independent practitioner. That's why they tried their best to support Luo Yun to become Renhang's concubine. The Lingshan territory, financial resources, and martial arts of the Luo family were all brought by Luo Yun, which made their foundation extremely unstable, although they also wanted Luo Yun to continue to bring them benefits. But they are more afraid of the truth being revealed. Renhang is a core disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. Once he breaks through the golden body, he will be able to become a high-ranking official. Once this incident breaks out, even if Renhang does not take action, his subordinates will take action. How can the Luo family stop him? Now that Renhang is in seclusion, he basically stays in seclusion for decades or even hundreds of years. If the Luo family silences Luo Yun and uses the excuse that it was done by independent cultivators or bandits, they will basically not be able to find the evidence and the matter can be concealed. With Luo Yun's favor, the Luo family can at least get benefits from Renhang for decades. That makes some sense, but your behavior of fleeing without a fight is also extremely hateful. You go and report to Yinanayu yourself. Let Yinanayu decide how to punish you. Yes, master, then Zhuanayang City it's not convenient for me to leave. This is a 5th level King Feng talisman. After being activated, it can emit 3 King Feng sword energies, which are enough to rival a cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of Lingguang. I'll give you 3 to protect yourself. Go back to Zhuanayang City first, and contain the Luo family. I don't care what means you use, but you must contain them. When I'm done with this, I'll come find you and help you solve this problem. Thank you, Master. Ruxin was overjoyed. With the Master's help, he felt that things would be safe. After all, Lin Xiao had killed even the Shengsu cultivator. Get lost. I don't want to see you now. Yes, I'll get lost now, right now. Ruxin ran away quickly. Lin Xiao sighed. The Luo family was really shameless. Selling their daughter for fame was fine, but they were so vicious that they didn't even let their daughter go. As for Tyruxin's mistake, Lin Xiao was angry, but he would not really punish Tyruxin for it. Intelligence personnel are under great mental pressure and act on thin ice outside, so they are either unruly or deeply in love. Tyruxin's usual style is still very strict. This time, he is probably really in love. Lin Xiao immediately shook his head. Tyruxin was fine. What if Li Muxu, Yu Xiangxiang and other female disciples were like this in the future? Lin Xiao was worried. It was not easy for him to be a master like an old father. He was afraid that they would also meet the wrong person and be deceived. A month later, Lan Lingai came down the mountain, looking extremely tired. Although she was able to refine the Lingming pill, it was also very consuming. She had to rest for a year after refining the pill. Lin Xiao checked the Lingming pill she refined. It was indeed of good quality, and there were as many as 8 pills. It can be seen that her alchemy skills were really not bragging, but really amazing. Lan Lingai went down the mountain to rest, but she did not forget the 8 treasure pill. While studying the refining of the 8 treasure pill, she secretly searched for materials. The 8 treasure pill also required more than 200 materials. The cost was not high, but some materials were quite unconventional and could not be gathered together in a short time. Knowing that Lan Lingai was so powerful, Lin Xiao also felt that he needed to please Lan Lingai and build a good relationship with her so that he could continue to fool her in the future. So he tried his best to please her and kept sending high-level kindling wine and Beiwu tea. Soon Lan Lingai liked the taste of kindling wine. Although your kindling wine is not even 1% as effective as the wine produced by Jiuxinman, it tastes good and is very distinctive. Of course, Jiuxinman takes the high-end route, while we take the popular route. They focus on the effects of wine and how it helps practice, but we focus on taste. Kindling wine is very suitable for most tastes. Lin Xiao replied, just like the beer and fat house happy water in the previous life. Naturally they can't compare with those luxury wines, but they crush them in sales. The market positioning of the two is different. This kindling wine is also the same. Dozens of varieties cover a variety of people, plus the price is much cheaper than those wines of Jiuxinman, so naturally the sales are very good and the output is also very high. After taking over the Bei family of Beiyu City, the annual output has exceeded 3 million bottles, and the efficiency is very high, which is higher than the output of a 5th level spiritual mountain. Chapter 354, Lingming Pill obtained. Under Lin Xiao's deliberate management, Lan Lingai no longer hates Lin Xiao as much as before, or the little conflict in the past has disappeared. Lan Lingai is a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect. She has been the focus of attention since she was a child and has received strong support. Her cultivation speed is very fast. She has now reached the 11th level of Lingguang, but she is only more than 300 years old. Her cultivation speed is better than Lin Xiao and even higher than Li Muxu. Of course, Li Muxu is because of the lack of resources in Tiansheng Sect and Lin Xiao's deliberate suppression. If she lets go of her speed and has the support of a powerful sect like Tiansheng Sect, she will be better than Lan Lingai. Now Li Muxu has enough strength, and Tiansheng Sect no longer has a strong enemy in the southwest of Nansao. Li Muxu does not need to be suppressed. As long as she can solve the problem of resources, her cultivation speed can be further improved. Core disciples like Lan Lingai who have the same problem as Lin Haiping from Wanhu Island in Luoxinghe Islands. That is, they are not experienced enough, and their understanding of the entire cultivation world is actually very shallow. To put it bluntly, they lack social experience, so they are sometimes very simple. The reason why I say sometimes is that Lan Lingai is very good at competition within the sect. After all, there are many talented disciples in sects like Tiansheng Sect. It is not excessive to have a few disciples with top grade spiritual roots among the new disciples every year. It is a very normal thing. Therefore, if you want to win in the competition with your peers, you can't do it without any means. But no matter how fierce the competition with your peers is, it is actually nothing, because there are elders watching, and the rules and disciplines of the sect constraining them. They can only compete flexibly under the rules, which limits their imagination. It limits their imagination of the sinister cultivation society. In the cultivation society of Zhongzhou, if there is no support from forces, it is more cruel than in Nansao. Many secret means are so vicious that people are outraged, and various chain strategies make people stunned. Lan Lingai, who had never heard of such a thing. Lin Xiao's slow description often made her extremely frightened. Lan Lingai, who felt that if she encountered it, she would not know how to solve it. However, Lin Xiao would not scare her out of boredom. Instead, he would give her a variety of means of avoidance, response, and counterattack for her reference. During these discussions, the relationship between the two became much closer. At least in Lan Lingai's view, Lin Xiao was no longer the image he had before, but a young man with rich social experience, cautious and constantly struggling. She understood the troubles caused to Lin Xiao by her behavior 100 years ago. After all, according to what Lin Xiao said, Lin Xiao was sure to kill her back then, and it was very tolerant to blackmail her for a little black crystal. A year passed quickly, and Lan Lingai once again returned to the mountain gate to retreat and refine the elixir. Lin Xiao was also busy. In addition to the purple light divine eye and normal practice every day, he also had to study the making of talismans and refining tools, and was very busy. In this way, 3 years passed quickly. Lan Lingai handed the remaining Lingming pills to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was loaded with 24 Lingming pills. This was a huge sum of money. In terms of Xuanjing alone, it was at least more than 200 million. At this time, Basicsy and the others should not have completed the polishing and precipitation. After all, Lin Xiao had only been out for 10 years, so Lin Xiao decided to stay in Zhang's for a few more years. After saying goodbye to Lan Lingai and the others, Lin Xiao took the teleportation array and left directly. In Zhang's, the teleportation array is the safest means of traveling. As long as you don't tell others where you are going and make a temporary decision, others can't set an ambush in advance, and it's too late. Lin Xiao was generous in Anxious City, so it was inevitable that he would be targeted, so he had to be careful. Spending a little more money was nothing. Safety was important. A few months later, Lin Xiao appeared near Xuanyang City, and Tyruxin, the Iron Lion, hurried out to greet him. Tyruxin's life in the past few years was extremely sad. After being scolded by Lin Xiao, he rushed back and dealt with the Luo family. Because he had found helpers again and had the help of the 5th level spiritual talisman, Tyruxin also fought with the helpers of the Luo family. He lost, but he did not die. After that, Tyruxin directly threatened the Luo family. If they continued to hunt him down, Tyruxin would break the jar and reveal the matter between him and Luo Yun. Everyone broke up. Anyway, Tyruxin could run away. At most, he would not come to Xuanyang City. But what about the Luo family? Can they run away? They are no longer a small family of a dozen casual cultivators. They have obtained the 4th level spiritual mountain, and each of them has married wives and concubines on a large scale. After decades, there are already thousands of mortal relatives and hundreds of cultivators, and this number is still increasing. The head of the Luo family is also a talented person. He knows that the foundation of a family is mainly population. Only when the population base is large can the family grow stronger. Therefore, the people in the family are encouraged to have children. Whether they are mortals or monks, they basically have a large group of wives and concubines. Having less than 5 or 6 children is considered unfilial. Having more children will be rewarded. Therefore, the population of the Luo family is increasing at a terrifying rate. Many mortals are fathers of several children at the age of 15 or 16. Luo Yun's father has a purple mansion cultivation level. At the age of 160 or 70, he can give Luo Yun several brothers and sisters. He is also the grandfather and great-grandfather of hundreds of grandchildren and hundreds of great-grandchildren. With such a large family bond, they don't have the courage to fight Tyruxin to the death. Although there is no open assassination, the confrontation in secret is still continuous. Tyruxin's foundation in Xuanyang City is not enough, and he is not a match for the Luo family, so his life is extremely difficult. Master, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Are you itching for trouble again? Facing Tyruxin, who was becoming more and more frivolous, Lin Xiao frowned. Yunanyu had already punished him for this matter before, deducting his monthly salary for 20 years, and also whipping him with the divine whip 30 times. That was a special magical instrument that directly acted on the soul. After 30 whips, even if Tyruxin was a Daogang cultivator, he still had to rest for 2 years. This punishment was not too heavy. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of manpower in the Night Owl and Tyruxin had stayed in Zhongzhou for a long time and understood the situation, he would have been removed long ago. Of course, for Tyruxin, the punishment was not too light. 20 years of salary was hundreds of thousands of black crystals. For a Daogang cultivator, this was not a small amount of money. Lin Xiao's was quite special and could not be compared. Master, I haven't gotten out of bed for 2 years. My skin is itchy at all. I just miss you so much. Do you believe that I will whip you 30 more times? Ah, Master, Tyruxin greets you. Don't give me that. What happened? Reporting to the Master, the Zhuanang City station of the Night Owl Central Continent Bureau is intact. There are currently 32 staff members, 5 Daogang monks, 7 Zifu monks. Tyruxin suddenly became extremely serious and reported the situation in Zhuanang City loudly. After being glared at by Lin Xiao, he returned to his normal tone embarrassedly. What about the Luo family? This? Anything else you can't tell me? No, the Luo family is afraid to act rashly, but they should have guessed some of my identities, so they are trying every means to restrict us and are looking for evidence against us. If they move again, it will probably be a fatal blow, so I miss you very much, Master. Since you haven't made a move yet, don't be afraid. How are you going to solve this matter? Lin Xiao nodded. It's better to be afraid to act rashly. As long as they haven't made a move, there's still time for everything. Master, are you asking me about this? Of course I have to ask you. According to the code of conduct of the Night Owl, the Luo family must be eliminated. But what will you do if the Luo family is eliminated? What about Luo Yun? Have you considered it? This? Tyruxin was very moved. This matter was also very difficult for him. According to the code of conduct of the Night Owl, any force that threatens the activities of the Night Owl must be eliminated, as long as it can be defeated. The kind that uproots and leaves no one alive. But if he does this, he and Luo Yun are also finished. Luo Yun is the kind of woman who has no opinion of her own. Although her family exploits her a lot, she still can't leave her family. If her family is wiped out, she will definitely hate Tyruxin, and there may be a lot of trouble. Now Lin Xiao would rather accept the threat of the sect's loss and teach him how to deal with things. This is already a very tolerant thing. Master, I appreciate your kindness, but if I do something to let down the sect, will I, Tyruxin, still be considered a human being? Let's just do what we should do. Okay, then you tell me, what should we do? Follow the rules, kill them all to avoid exposing the trace of Night Owl. Well, okay, then what about Luo Yun? She should know the most. What will you do? This Ruxin, it's true that there are iron rules in the sect, but we can't be rigid in our actions. We still have to think about how to adapt. If it can be a win-win situation, we should try our best to achieve a win-win situation. Master, I'm not one of those iron-blooded and ruthless people. You have been following me for a long time, and your happiness is also something I have to consider. Master, Tyruxin didn't know how to answer for a moment. He just felt his nose a little sour. Think about it carefully, don't rush. I'll give you a month to think about it slowly. If you can't figure it out, then ask someone. Don't let your life feel regretful. Yes, Master, I know. I'll go to Zhuanang City to take a look. You can take a rest. Lin Xiao nodded and then entered Zhuanang City. Lin Xiao did not meet with the rest of Yi Xiao. Now Yi Xiao is in danger in Zhuanang City. The Luo family has been watching him. It is not appropriate to expose him now. Zhuanang City has a very prosperous population because it is protected by Tiansheng Sect. Unlike Dangsha City, the characteristics of elixirs are very prominent. This is a city with complete 5-element of cultivation. It has balanced development and is more suitable for cultivators to live. There are also many spiritual veins in the city. There are not only 6th level spiritual veins, but also many 5th level spiritual veins, which are enough to provide the basic cultivation needs of millions of permanent residents and hundreds of thousands of floating population. Lin Xiao also observed the structure of Zhuanang City, which was quite unique. It seemed that the Tiansheng Sect had put a lot of thought into its management, and there was no interference from any forces other than the Tiansheng Sect. Just like Gangming City, it was completely owned by the sect. Chapter 355 Luo Yun. A city for cultivating immortals is extremely profitable. Take the Gangming city of the Tiansheng Sect for example. It has a permanent population of more than 30,000, and the floating population is only about 3,000 people every day, but the annual income is still more than 2 million, after deducting various expenses. The management model of Zhuangyang City is somewhat different from that of Gangming City, but the permanent population of more than 1 million can still bring extremely rich income to the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao estimates that, after deducting various costs, it will not be less than 500 million or 600 million per year. If an auction is held, it can be doubled. Moreover, this happens every year, and it is an endless cornucopia. Such a big city alone is enough to support the financial resources of a large sect. No wonder the Tiansheng Sect is a first-class force. As the leader of a sect, Lin Xiao's sect construction and development occupy a large share in Lin Xiao's heart, so every time he goes to a place, Lin Xiao will carefully observe the characteristics of the city. The core source of income for Xian'an City is the purple light magic. Dangsha Sect is famous for its elixirs, and Sheng'an City is a node of the teleportation array between Zhongzhou and Nanzhou. The characteristics of these cities are very significant. But in Lin Xiao's opinion, these cities are established because of these characteristics, and they are also restricted because of these characteristics. Only a comprehensive city like Zhuangyang City has unlimited development potential. Strength is respected, and the ancients did not deceive me. Lin Xiao observed for several days. Although Zhuangyang City has its own unique features, it is more because of strength. Strength is the biggest feature of Zhuangyang City. Tiansheng Sect is a first-rate sect, and there are 9th level supreme cultivators in the sect. Although the highest cultivators who appeared in Zhuangyang City were only at the Shengsu level, those above the Shengsu level were also extremely well behaved in Zhuangyang City, and did not dare to act rashly. You should know that there are not many cultivators above the 7th mirror in the entire cultivation world, and most of them are well known. The regional restrictions are nothing to cultivators of this level, so once you offend Tiansheng Sect, unless the power behind you is not worse than that of Tiansheng Sect, otherwise you will be ready to die. Therefore, the scale of the city in the cultivation world is closely related to the power behind you. How big your power is, how big the city under your name is. If it exceeds your power, it may be a disaster. Lin Xiao lived in Zhuangyang City. Not many days later, Tyruxin thought of how to solve the Luo family's problem, and came to Lin Xiao for consultation. Master, I figured out a solution. Oh, tell me about it. I remember the master said, when he trained us before, the most feared thing about a person or a force is that they have no tact and no emotional intelligence, and they want to monopolize all the benefits of everything they do. When you go out, you must make fewer enemies and more friends. So we are not enemies with the Luo family, we are friends. As long as we are friends with the Luo family, there will naturally be no problems. Back to my 2 questions. First, why should the Luo family be friends with you? Second, what are the benefits of the Luo family being friends with you? Is this benefit greater than the benefit they get from Renhang? If not, let's go back to the first question. Back to the master. The first question is, why should the Luo family be friends with us? Because they have no choice. Either they make friends with us, which is good for you, me, and everyone, or they will suffer a loss. No, they don't even have a chance to suffer a loss. The master is here. As long as we show the Luo family's unmatched strength, they will have to submit to us. The second question can also be answered with the first answer. They have no choice. There is not much benefit in being friends with us, and the benefits are certainly not as good as what they can get from Renhang. But can they choose? No, it's the same old saying, either surrender or be destroyed by us. You are so domineering. Do you think this trick will work on them? Yes, the Luo family has never been a family with backbone. If it were, there would be no need to buy a girl for favor. That's because the other party is Renhang, a Shengsu cultivator. Even if the Luo family is a villain, they are only villains in front of Renhang. Such villains are often very complacent when facing people who are not as good as his backers, and they don't take them into their eyes at all. Do you think they will recognize us? Yes, Ren Hang can kill him, and so can we. As long as our blade is fast enough, we can do this. That makes sense. You convinced me. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Tell me how to do it. Yes, master. Tairuxin explained the plan in detail, but halfway through, a cultivator walked in with a very ugly look on his face. When he saw Lin Xiao, he just bowed slightly. This person was not a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect, so he only knew that Lin Xiao was of noble status and was Taishi's superior, so he just maintained respect for the sake of face. The man whispered something in Tairuxin's ear, and Tairuxin's face suddenly became uncertain. After calling the man away, he said, Luo Yun is here. Luo Yun, great. I would like to meet this beauty and see what kind of woman she is, who can fascinate my generals like this. Master, why? I can't see her? No, that's it. Let someone in. Yes, Master. Tairuxin didn't dare to refuse and quickly let Luo Yun in. Well, she was tied up. Although Luo Yun is also a Taoist cultivator, her foundation is extremely unstable. It was Ren Hang who pushed her up with spiritual medicine. Moreover, she has basically not fought since the Purple Mansion, and her martial arts have not kept up, so she was easily captured by Tairuxin's people. Ruxin let her go. Yes, Sir. Tairuxin's men quickly let go of Luo Yun, and even her Danshan was unlocked, and she was completely free again. Ruxin, where is this? What have you been planning all these years? Juna, let's not talk about anything else. Come and meet the sect leader. This is the sect leader Lin Xiao that I mentioned to you. Sect leader, is that the almighty sect leader you mentioned? Luo Yun was extremely shocked. In her eyes, Taishi was already a very powerful person. Even some of Ren Hang's disciples were not as good as Tairuxin. But in Tairuxin's mouth, he had someone he admired very much, and that was his sect leader, an almighty cultivator. Haha, Ruxin, you are not bragging well. How can I be almighty? Sect leader, Ruxin Juna, don't be rude. Pay your respects quickly. Yes, Luo Yun pays respects to sect leader Lin. Luo Yun saluted Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao also looked Luo Yun up and down. How should I put it? Luo Yun was not the most beautiful female cultivator Lin Xiao had ever seen. Although her appearance was also excellent, she was also quite charming, especially her eyes, which were seductive and charming, but also pure like a girl next door. This was a pair of contradictory eyes, but they were perfectly reflected in Luo Yun, so her beauty looked extremely attractive. And from her behavior and tone of voice, she was not a woman with great ambitions, unless her acting skills were excellent and could deceive Lin Xiao. Ruxin, you haven't told me what you are doing yet. The headmaster is here. Why don't you go to the store? Ruxin, it seems that you haven't told Luo Yun the truth yet, so tell her now, headmaster. This. Say yes. Headmaster. Tairuxin was helpless. He had always been very protective of his shortcomings, and he didn't want Luo Yun to fall into such a painful struggle, so he never told her the truth. But now it was no longer possible. Lin Xiao gave the order, and he could only tell the truth. After hearing what Tairuxin said, Luo Yun was struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her face. The pain in her heart was hard to describe. She had never thought that her family would know about her relationship with Tairuxin, and she didn't know that her family had sent people to hunt down Tairuxin many times, which made her panic. Luo Yun. Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, and the voice full of mysterious energy immediately brought Luo Yun back to her senses from her sadness. Luo Yun, you already know the whole story. Now I'll give you a chance to choose. Will you choose your family or Tairuxin? If you choose your Luo family, then I will immediately order Tairuxin to be transferred back to Nanzhao and never set foot in Zhongzhou again. No one will know about your affairs with Ruxin. You will still be Ren Hang's 18th concubine and live a rich life. If you choose Tairuxin, then we will come forward to deal with your Luo family. Don't worry, we won't kill people. The Luo family will be fine. And I promise you that within 100 years, I will guarantee that you will be able to get rid of Ren Hang's control openly and restore your reputation. In the future, you will be Tyruxin's legally married wife, and this head will personally witness your marriage. Head Tyruxin, shut up. You have no right to speak now. Head Lin, Luo Yun, you have no right to refuse to answer. You have one stick of incense to consider what to choose. If you choose to refuse to answer, it will be regarded as a provocation to this head. The Luo family and you will be eliminated by me together. Luo Yun was not used to Lin Xiao's sudden change of attitude. Even Tyruxin widened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao was very unfamiliar to him. In his impression, Lin Xiao would never embarrass others like this. The timer starts now. One stick of incense. Remember, Lin Xiao said lightly, but his expression was extremely indifferent. Tyruxin said a lot to him, but Tyruxin never said Luo Yun's opinion. What if Luo Yun refused in the end? This was just Tyruxin's wishful thinking. Wouldn't this make Tyruxin a licker? How could a general under Lin Xiao be a licker? Even if he was a licker, he had to get what he wanted, not nothing. Then the things that Lin Xiao and others did would have value. Luo Yun's whole brain was in a mess. He had to look at Tyruxin with a look of help. Tyruxin was anxious, but Lin Xiao was so determined that Tyruxin didn't dare to violate the ban openly. He had to look at Luo Yun with gentle eyes and constantly comfort her. After a moment, Luo Yun slowly regained her composure. Looking at Tyruxin's tender eyes, her eyes were filled with tears, and scenes from the past began to emerge in her mind. Chapter 356 I do. Luo Yun's past was not tragic, but it was definitely miserable. When she was still very young, their Luo family was unknown, and was just a very small family of casual cultivators. All the members of the family added up to only a dozen people, and the highest cultivation level was only the condensation meridian. She clearly remembered the scenes of the family running around for survival in those years. In Zhongzhou, there were no monsters anymore, so their Luo family could only live under the roof of others. The men of the Luo family formed a group of casual cultivators, escorting supplies for others, guarding homes for others, and working as thugs for others, with their heads on their belts, to earn some black crystals. The women of the Luo family took some mortals with them to plant spiritual fields for others for a living. This was just a simple job, earning extremely rare black crystals. The black crystals earned by the whole family were not enough to support their cultivation needs. They could only provide for a few people with the best qualifications. Those with poor qualifications could only rely on absorbing the mysterious energy between heaven and earth to cultivate. Even the most basic kingling pill could only be taken once every 2 or 3 years. Naturally, it was clear how miserable their lives were. The family life got better after she grew up. Because of her beautiful appearance, well-behaved and quiet, she was spotted by a restaurant and became a maid. In that restaurant, Luo Yun was very diligent, so her performance was very good. In addition to the monthly salary, there were also a lot of bonuses. However, when the owner of the restaurant wanted to have sex with her, Luo Yun was very scared and ran away. For this reason, her family scolded her for a long time, because she lost her generous income. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Luo Yun soon found another better job, and became a maid in a shop in Zuanyang city of Tiansheng Sect to entertain guests. The bonus for this job was more, and there were obvious incentives. As long as the maid had performance, there would be a commission. Luo Yun once again played the advantage of her appearance, and got along well in that shop. But the Luo family's fortune started when Luo Yun met Ren Han. In the 7th year of Luo Yun's work in that shop, because of her excellent performance, when Ren Han came to inspect, she was arranged by the shopkeeper to serve Ren Han. Of course, it was just an ordinary and normal service. However, Ren Han fell in love with Luo Yun at first sight, and launched a fierce pursuit. Facing the pursuit of such a high-level cultivator, Luo Yun seemed extremely frightened and refused without even thinking. However, Ren Han would not give up easily. He was very good at pursuing female cultivators, and he was very generous. He kept sending various precious and beautiful elixirs and magic tools. Ordinary cultivators dared not eat a bite of top-level spiritual food for decades, but Ren Han could send it for a month. There would be a bunch of exotic flowers and herbs sent from thousands of miles away in front of Luo Yun's door every day. Those extremely expensive jewelry, clothes, and shoes. Ren Hong could send piles without blinking an eye. These things did not impress Luo Yun in time, but they impressed Luo Yun's parents and brothers. With the things that Ren Hong sent to Luo Yun, the Luo family's financial resources soared dozens of times compared to before. In the past, their whole family only earned 10,000 or 20,000 Zuan crystals a year, but now they can easily earn hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals by selling these things. Therefore, the people of the Luo family became Ren Hong's best assistants. They brainwashed Luo Yun again and again, saying that it was a blessing to marry Ren Hong, even though he already had more than a dozen concubines. But so what? As long as they wanted, high-level cultivators would have 3 wives and 4 concubines. No one would look down on those concubines. People who laugh at the poor, but not at the prostitutes, exist everywhere. As long as they get benefits, and improve their cultivation and have strength, who dares to laugh at them? Even if those people want to be Ren Hong's concubines, they have no chance. On the other hand, they kept complaining, and told Luo Yun about their past difficulties. Luo Yun's grandfather had extraordinary qualifications, and reached the 12th level of condensation veins early, but he had no resources to break through, so he could only become someone else's thug, leaving behind a body of hidden injuries, and died before he was 80 years old. One of Luo Yun's aunts was good looking, and was favored by bandits. After being bullied, the Luo family was unable to take revenge, so her aunt committed suicide with hatred. As for the difficulties in daily life, they are countless. At this time, talking about it, it is still in tears. Under this kind of brainwashing and pleading, Luo Yun agreed to Ren Hong, and became his 18th concubine. From then on, the Luo family became prosperous. Ren Hong's betrothal gift was a 4th grade lower grade Lin Xiao. Moreover, with Ren Hong's relationship, the Luo family successfully got on the Tiansheng Sect. Just a little bit of benefit leaked to their Luo family during the cooperation made the Luo family earn a lot of money. After that, the Luo family developed rapidly. Each of them married wives and concubines on a large scale, gave birth to countless children, and cultivated more and more immortal cultivators. But even so, they could not use up their money and still lived an extremely luxurious life. Decades later, Ren Hong was no longer fresh to Luo Yun, and soon the 19th concubine appeared. However, Ren Hong did not treat Luo Yun badly. The benefits that should be given were still given, and the interests of the Luo family were also guaranteed, and life was still chic. But for Luo Yun, it was extremely disappointing. In the past, Ren Hong obeyed her in everything, and the two of them loved each other as much as a couple of gods. But after being ignored, all of this was gone, and no longer did Ren Hong's disciples flatter her in every way. This gap was not small. So soon, Luo Yun met a group of sisters, whose status was basically the same as hers. They were either ignored by some big shots, or on the way to being ignored. These people became the noble class of Zuanang City. They did not think of using the resources in their hands to practice hard. Years of luxurious life have made them unable to do those boring things in practice. They just used elixirs to accumulate cultivation, not caring about the foundation of doing so. For them, cultivation is just to prolong their life. What they do is to go to someone's house for tea today, where to go to climb mountains, and see the scenery tomorrow, which shop has new rouge and powder or beautiful clothes the day after tomorrow, or get together to gossip about a certain female cultivator, looking forward to when that female cultivator will join them, and expand their camp. Luo Yun indulged in this and paralyzed himself, but the emptiness in his heart still could not be filled with these things, but Luo Yun did not dare to show it. Until many years later, Luo Yun met Tiansheng. Tiansheng looked very masculine and resolute, but he did not expect that he had a delicate mind. He could not only tailor and design clothes for many customers, but also talk about all kinds of women's things, from various clothing styles to hairstyles, to various jewelry and rouge and powder, and even had the skill of listening well. Even the most manic people would become calm in front of Tiansheng. Slowly, Luo Yun and Tiansheng became familiar with each other. Tiansheng had a mysterious smell, coupled with a gentle and delicate personality, which made Luo Yun extremely crazy. In Tiansheng, she felt the feeling of love with Ren Hong. Maybe this is the so-called love. Tairuxin also slowly got closer and closer to Luo Yun. When the two were together, they always had endless things to say. Luo Yun began to avoid those sisters and met Tairuxin. Until one day, the two of them ignited a fire and crossed the last step, but afterwards, neither of them made a statement, but continued to date, crossing the bottom line again and again, and the secrets of both sides were constantly exposed. Tairuxin also treated Luo Yun better and better, and even shared some secrets with her. In Tairuxin, Luo Yun felt unprecedented happiness, a happiness that Ren Han could not bring her. The buds of love quickly grew into towering trees. Many times, Luo Yun even had the urge to run away with Tairuxin, but reality extinguished her urge again and again. She knew that Ren Han had great power, and her family still needed her support. If she left, the Luo family would suffer a great disaster. In this entanglement, Luo Yun persisted for several years, until one day, Tairuxin disappeared. Luo Yun frantically searched for Tairuxin in Xuanyang City, but couldn't find him. At that moment, Luo Yun had a heart-wrenching feeling. She didn't believe that Tairuxin had abandoned her like this. She also didn't believe that Tairuxin was a playboy, because Tairuxin had never gained any benefits from her, but instead kept giving, and Luo Yun could still feel the feeling of willingly giving. I do what I'm willing to go with Ruxin Juna Ruxin. I'm willing to go with you. I've carried too much in this life. I'm so tired, really so tired. Only when I'm with you, I feel relaxed and happy. Ruxin, I don't want to be a bird in a cage anymore. I want to be your lover. I want to be your wife Juna. I do. I'm willing to marry you. Really? I will love you all my life. Forever. Forever. Ahem. Tairuxin and Lin Xiao coughed. He really couldn't stand this. Please, can you do this kind of thing in private? Luo Yun, I'm here. Have you really made a decision? Choose Nu Skin. Yes, I have decided. For the past 200 years, I have belonged to the Luo family. I have given everything for the Luo family. I still have 300 years to live. During these 300 years, I hope to live for myself. Nu Skin once told me that one must find his or her own goal in life. I was confused before, and I didn't find it, but now I have found it. But you have to know that, if you choose Nu Skin, your Luo family will not agree. You are their cash cow. They will use all kinds of means to stop you. They will call you ungrateful and shameless. They will cry to you, beg you, and threaten you with Ren Han's threat. Aren't you afraid? Don't be afraid. More than 100 years ago, among the 12 cultivators of my Luo family, the highest cultivator was only at the 7th level of condensing veins. We could still struggle to survive in the world of immortal cultivation. Now, the Luo family already has more than 300 cultivators, including 2 Daogang and a dozen Purple Mansion cultivators. There is no reason why we can't survive. We just need to stay away from Xuanyang City. If they don't want to, then they will have to sacrifice me. I have already sacrificed myself for more than 100 years. Why should I continue to sacrifice myself for them? Listening to Luo Yun's words, Lin Xiao gave Tairuxin an admiring look. His brain was washed really clean. Chapter 357. Luo Huoyun. 5,400 miles outside Xuanyang City, at the gate of the Luo family mountain, among the magnificent pavilions and towers, there is a martial arts training ground. Dozens of children are practicing martial arts. Several family coaches patrol back and forth, occasionally calling out a few lazy people to scold them. In an attic of the tallest building at the gate, Luo Huoyun watched this scene, his heart filled with pride. In his heart, all this was the kingdom he had conquered. The Luo family, from his point of view, has always been at the bottom of the world of immortal cultivation for 7 or 8 generations, struggling and living a hard life. There has never been a Purple Mansion cultivator, and the number of cultivators in the family has not exceeded 20. It was not until Ren Han appeared that the Luo family began to prosper. As for Luo Yun being a concubine, it was not a shameful thing at all in Luo Huoyun's view, but a beautiful thing. In the history of the Luo family, it is not that there were no daughters who were concubines, and some were even kept outside to avoid the light, but what benefits did those people bring to the family? My daughter is going to get married anyway, so it doesn't matter who she marries. What's the benefit of marrying a poor boy? It's better to marry Renhang as a concubine. At least the benefits that Renhang gives are unmatched by anyone. This is something that all the men in the Luo family think is normal. Father, a middle-aged man, walked in and said respectfully, Luo Huoyuan is only at the purple mansion level, but in the Luo family, he still holds the highest authority. Even if the youngest son in front of him has broken through the Dao gang, he dare not disobey him. What's the matter? Fourth sister met with the surname Tai again. Should we, Humph, go tell the surname Tai? The patience of the Luo family is limited. If they force us, the worst case scenario is that we will die together. When Luo Huoyuan heard this, he was furious. Renhan was too important to the Luo family. If he knew that Luo Yun had framed him, the entire Luo family would be smashed to pieces. This has already threatened the survival of the entire Luo family. If it weren't for the extremely cunning Taishi, he would have killed him long ago. Yes, the middle-aged man responded, but he didn't agree in his heart. The Luo family has said such cruel words countless times, but they ignored you. Die together. What a joke. Can't you tell who is wearing shoes and who is barefoot? Old eight is here. Father, Taishi must not be kept. How about your discussion? Father, Taishi is extremely cunning, and he is already at the 12th level of Dao gang. If we want to kill him, I'm afraid our own strength is not enough. If we want to ask someone from outside, we have to go outside the sphere of influence of Tiansheng Sect, and it will take some time to plan. Then hurry up. I don't have many years to live. I don't want to die and leave such a big problem for my family, understand? I know, father, don't worry, he won't live for a few years, the middle-aged man replied, but he was complaining in his heart. He won't live for a few years. You said the same thing 10 years ago, and you said the same thing 20 years ago. I don't know if you will have the chance to say it again in 10 years. Okay, I'm tired, go down. Luo Huoyuan waved his hand and let the middle-aged man go down. He was really tired, because he was very old. He was over 240 years old this year. Luo Huoyuan has always cherished his life very much. Since his family became wealthy, he should practice martial arts. He changed the brave martial arts that were good at fighting and killing into gentle and longevity prolonging martial arts. He also paid great attention to maintenance. With some treasures that prolong life, he repeatedly broke through the limit of purple mansion cultivators. Even at the age of 240, he did not show any signs of sitting and dying. Luo Huoyuan felt that it would not be a problem for him to live another 20 or 30 years. There were centenarians among mortals who could live to 120 or 130 years old. As a cultivator, he took such good care of himself, so it was normal for him to live a few more years. After all, in theory, the lifespan of purple mansion cultivators was 200 to 300 years. Luo Huoyuan still had many wishes that had not been fulfilled, such as the Luo family having no worries. Since the day when the Luo family became prosperous, Luo Huoyuan had made plans for the development of the Luo family. After he got a huge amount of benefits, in addition to speeding up the cultivation of the clansmen, he also let the men of the Luo family marry. All cultivators marry female cultivators, regardless of their appearance and character. The higher the qualifications, the better. Anyway, there are many poor female cultivators in the world of cultivation. They also learned Renhang's tricks, using money to smash the children born from the combination of cultivators, and the probability of having spiritual roots is very high. So even he himself later took 7 or 8 concubines, and gave birth to more than 20 children. So in just 100 years, the Luo family cultivators increased from a dozen to hundreds, and the mortals increased a lot. And with the increase in the base number, this speed is still increasing. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 100 years, the Luo family cultivators will exceed 1,000, and the mortals will be hundreds of thousands. Originally, the Luo family could have developed slowly, but no one expected that the appearance of Tishi would bring them a great threat. Luo Huoyuan was so angry about Luo Yun's cheating that he vomited blood, but he was very smart and did not reveal the matter to Luo Yun. Even in the Luo family, no more than 10 people knew about it. He wanted to solve the matter secretly and pretend that it had never happened. Father old 8, what's the matter? Why are you back again? Not long after, the middle-aged man came back, which made Luo Huoyuan a little unhappy. Father, the man surnamed Tai sent an invitation and said that he would visit our home in 3 days. How dare he? The man surnamed Tai is too much. What did he say? Luo Huoyuan was immediately ashamed and angry. This man surnamed Tai was too shameless. He slept with someone's daughter and dared to visit? He said he brought the sect master to discuss how to solve this matter. The sect master, that is Monk Lingguang. Humph, he dared to come to our mountain gate and is courting death. Go call back the 2 guest elders and call back Xiao Shiki as well. Then we'll see if there's a chance to get rid of him. Yes, father, and there's one more thing. 4th sister will be back tomorrow. What a coincidence. Yes, it's such a coincidence. Father, could there be something fishy about this? Don't be afraid. The most likely possibility is that Tishi made the matter clear and Luo Yun chose Tishi out of betrayal. Go tell your aunts about this and call the eldest brother and other descendants. Remember to call those who have a close relationship with Luo Yun. You know what to do then. I know. Don't worry. 4th sister won't be stubborn. Well, go and prepare. Luo Huoyuan waved his hand. Luo Yun was his daughter, so he naturally knew her character very well. Although Luo Yun was talented and smart, she was soft-hearted, easily influenced, and had no opinion of her own. When the time came, she would go to her close aunts and nephews to cry for a while, and if they echoed her, she would change her mind. The Luo family had already controlled Luo Yun. Master, I'm a little nervous. A carriage was slowly moving on the road, and the Iron Lion driving the carriage suddenly said, Ruxin, you are not a new son-in-law. Why are you nervous? Master, I'm not a grown-up girl getting into a bridal sedan. It's my first time, so I can't help being nervous. What's there to be nervous about? We are not going to get married today. We are going to mess things up. Don't tell me you can't do it when the time comes. No, I'm just worried about Juna. She has always been easy to deceive and has a kind heart. If the Luo family uses some self-torture trick or a tragic drama, I'm afraid she can't stand it. All your work over the years has been in vain. Why were you so determined a few days ago? Master, you don't understand women. She listens to one thing when she's here and another when she goes back. I've only been with her for a few years, but the Luo family has been around for 200 years. You also said that the power of habit is very strong. That's true. Then let me ask you, what will you do if Luo Yun changes sides? I don't know, but I think I will put the interests of the sect first. No matter how bad a bastard Tai Ruxin am, I can't harm the master. Concentrate on driving the carriage, Lin Xiao said lightly. He didn't ask Tai Ruxin to express his attitude. We will know the result soon. The carriage arrived at the gate of Luo's mountain. A Daogang cultivator from the Luo family came out to greet them personally. Today's event could not be publicized, so the Luo family did not dare to let ordinary disciples receive them. Lin Xiao got off the carriage and walked up the mountain. He saw countless pavilions and towers. They were built extremely luxuriously. They really looked like Nouveau-ish. The strength of Tiansheng Sect far exceeded that of Luo's family, but only the main hall and the gate of the sect were better built. They were used to decorate the facade. It would be better to train more disciples with that spare money. On the way, Lin Xiao saw groups of children at most. The people of the Luo family really regarded themselves as breeding pigs. They have been desperately giving birth to children for hundreds of years. Of course, this strategy is actually correct. After all, only when the population base is large can there be a continuous flow of immortal cultivators. This is the best way to expand the family, especially when there is sufficient financial resources. It's just that it looks a bit weird to outsiders. Tai Ruxin greets the head of the Luo family. Tai Ruxin bowed to Luo Huoyuan, which was considered a salute. As for Lin Xiao, it was impossible to salute. Luo Huoyuan, a purple mansion cultivator, was not worthy of it. A guest is a guest. Please take a seat and serve tea. Thank you, Master Luo. Friend Ta, I don't know why you came here today. I have something important to discuss. Everyone here is high level of my Luo family, so feel free to speak. Okay, Master Luo, then I'll be frank. Our two families have been entangled for years. In fact, it is completely unnecessary. How about turning hostility into friendship? How about a solution? How about an alliance? In the future, we will invest more power in Zhuangyang City. We have extensive opportunities for cooperation. The Luo family has been operating in Zhuangyang City for 100 years. We have many areas where we need to rely on the Luo family, and we will also have a lot of conveniences to provide to the Luo family. Friend Ta, don't say such polite words. My Luo family doesn't lack your money. If you really want to turn hostility into friendship, it's simple. From today on, you are not allowed to see Juna again. Luo Huoyuan said lightly. What a bullshit alliance. He didn't care at all. Relying on Renhong, the big tree, the Luo family has already mastered a huge source of wealth. On the contrary, Tyruxin is digging their roots. Master Luo, why do you have to break up a couple like this? Luo Yun and I are truly in love. Shut up, shut up. Juna is Renhong's wife, not a girl waiting to be married. What you are doing is against the will of heaven, shameless and vulgar. You are simply not a son. If one day your wife runs away with another man, what will you do? Luo Huoyuan shouted and scolded Tyruxin, making Tyruxin blush, while several people from the Luo family looked at him unkindly. In the moral high ground, Tyruxin was completely defeated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Shame or Not. From a moral point of view, Tyruxin was indeed wrong. Luo Yunru was someone else's concubine, that is, she had an owner. No matter what her relationship with Renhong was, it was her private matter. But Tyruxin teased her and put a hat on her, which was a big mistake. If it were in the feudal era of Lin Xiao's previous life, he would be thrown into a pig cage, no matter what the reason was. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, this is just a moral issue. If someone wants to be held accountable, it should be Renhong. And the Luo family, in Lin Xiao's view, has no qualifications at all. They are just a group of termites. If it weren't for Luo Yun's sacrifice, would they be where they are today? Master Luo said it well. Tyruxin is guilty of a heinous crime that is unforgivable. This is also due to the poor teaching of this master. Master Luo, don't worry. What this master hates most is the kind of people who talk about benevolence and morality but are shameless. I will immediately arrest Tyruxin and take him to Zhuangyang City to apologize to Renhong of Tiansheng Sect. Renhong has the final say on whether to kill or rob him. Tyruxin, why don't you get out of here? Do you still want to embarrass yourself here? Yes, master. No. Stop. Don't. Several people from the Luo family were shocked. If they went to Zhuangyang City, they didn't know whether Tyruxin would live or die, but the Luo family would be completely finished. Tyruxin came to his senses immediately. Because he felt guilty, he was distracted by Luo Huoyuan as soon as he arrived, and almost got fooled. Fortunately, the master was powerful and resolved all the crises with just one sentence. Master Luo, what do you mean? Tyruxin made a mistake, as you just said. Isn't it wrong to punish him? Well, you are his master Xiao Lin, right? Your disciple has done something that brings shame to your sect. You can punish him privately. Why bother to ruin the reputation of our Luo family? That's even more incomprehensible to me. The disciple made a mistake, and he deserves to be punished, but this matter also involves others. Why can't I say anything? I dare not let a senior like Shengsu suffer this loss. Forget it, I'd better go and talk to him, and beg for mercy. Maybe I won't kill Tyruxin to vent my anger. Master Xiao, now that we've come to this, there's no need to play dumb. You all know the situation of the Luo family. Don't pretend. If Tyruxin leaves, we can talk about anything. If he doesn't leave, what if you don't leave? Then you don't have to leave. Really? You try it. Then I'm really going to try it. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the system's real person mode appeared. Suddenly, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure appeared. Two people around him quickly appeared and blocked Luo Huoyuan. They were the two spiritual guests of the Luo family. However, the two were only spiritual cultivators of the second or third level. How could they withstand the spiritual pressure of the spiritual puppet of the 12th level? Their faces were extremely ugly, and several people from the Luo family were extremely pale. They didn't know the specific strength of this puppet, but they felt deeply dangerous. A spiritual puppet of the 12th level. Fellow Taoist has powerful means what? Spiritual 12th level Luo Huoyuan was stunned, and then looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. A spiritual puppet of the level is already a sky-high price. Even the Luo family doesn't have it. The Tiansheng Sect does have it, but it is a sect treasure, and Renhan can't give it to them. Master Luo, what's wrong? I want to leave. Who can stop me? Master Xiao, don't be too complacent. This is the territory of the Tiansheng Sect. It's only thousands of miles away from Zuanyang City. The Shengsu cultivator has arrived in the blink of an eye. Do you dare to do it? Why not? It's a good opportunity for Renhan to come out and talk about how to deal with this matter. Luo Hua was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lin Xiao kept talking about Renhan every other sentence, and he had the upper hand over them. In fact, this was also what he feared the most. If he had caught the Luo family's handle, it could be said that he had hit the Luo family's sore spot. Now Tyruxin has demonstrated the invincible power of the Luo family again. It can be said that it is easy for Tyruxin to blackmail the Luo family. Master Luo, we didn't come here today to destroy your family. We have already promised Luo Yun that, as long as you are willing to cooperate, we will be friends. If you are unwilling to cooperate and want Tyruxin to be threatened by Renhan, then we will destroy you and flee far away. In such a big central continent, is there really no place for us to stay? Master Xiao, we have no grudges against each other. Why are you framing us like this? Master Luo, don't say such things. There is no point in framing whom. I said, we are here to solve the problem. How to solve it? Renhan is a high-ranking Shengsu cultivator and a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect. If he knew that his concubine was with other men, would he let us live? Even if he is willing, the rest of the people will not. Tyruxin, you are killing people and destroying their hearts. You want to destroy my Luo family? Master Luo, I Master Luo, since you know the consequences, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. Renhan will not let Tyruxin go, so I came to solve this matter. How to solve it? Can we pretend that this incident never happened? Will Renhan agree? Of course not. So we have to make the best of it and pretend that this incident never happened. We will also properly handle the matter of Tyruxin and Luo Yun. How do you want to handle it? There are two ways, one taking a long time and the other taking a short time. The long way is to wait another 100 to 200 years. Xiao can break through to the Shengsu realm. At that time, I will go to Renhan in person and give him expensive gifts. I believe Renhan will not offend a Shengsu cultivator just for a concubine. The short way is for me to design an accident and let people pretend to be bandits to kidnap Luo Yun. From then on, Luo Yun will not appear in the territory of Tiansheng Sect, and we can have no worries. No, none of them. Luo Huoyuan refused without even thinking about it. What a joke. Let the two of them get along for 200 years. Do you think Renhan and his men are blind and deaf? They didn't find out in these years, because the time was short. After a long time, they will easily find out. It is even more impossible to let Luo Yun disappear. Renhan has no feelings for Luo Yun, but Renhan is a man of honor, so he let the Luo family continue to have those benefits. But if Luo Yun leaves, within 10 years, all the benefits in the hands of the Luo family will be spit out. If there is no Tiansheng Sect as a backer, relying on the ordinary output of this sacred mountain, even 1/3 of the Luo family's current people can't be supported. This is impossible to agree to. Then how does the head of the Luo family want to solve it? If Tyruxin leaves, you and I will live in peace. What do you want to do in Zuanyang City? Replace someone else? We will never make things difficult for you. We can even consider the cooperation you mentioned. Master Luo. Luo Yun is not a child anymore. Why don't you ask her opinion? Luo Yun was young and ignorant, and was deceived by your disciple. This is not enough. You want to kidnap her too? TSK, how pathetic. A Taoist cultivator can't even express his own opinion. What kind of immortal is this? Bullshit. If you can't be free and easy, what's the point of cultivating this immortal? HMPH. Stop deceiving people here. The most important thing in cultivating immortals is the law, money, companions, and land. Without money, what kind of immortal are you cultivating? So you can sell your daughter for money? Shut up. You can't humiliate the Luo family, isn't it? Renhang has more than 20 concubines. Don't you know what kind of life Luo Yun led with Renhang? Watching your daughter suffer. Is this something you can do as a father? Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? The Luo family used to be in a very poor state, and Juna enjoyed wealth and glory with Renhang. How do you know she doesn't want to? If you have the same ability as Renhang, no one will say anything, even if you marry 200 concubines. Women are born to admire the strong. Are you strong enough? Then according to what you said, all the female cultivators in the world can marry cultivators of the 9th realm. Why do you still want to marry? You. Am I wrong? It is you who enjoy the wealth and glory, and it is Luo Yun who suffers. Are you still a man? Everything this master has is earned by myself. There are at least 8,000 female cultivators under my tutelage, but I have never sold their marriages for benefits, because I disdain it. If we want something, we should earn it ourselves, and fight for it, instead of taking the money from women selling their bodies. This money is so fucking dirty. Lin Xiao kept talking nonsense. In terms of reasoning, Lin Xiao was not afraid, and he really looked down on such people. Hundreds of men had to rely on one woman to live, which was really embarrassing for men. Xiao and Luo Huoyuan stared at Lin Xiao intently. If his guest elders could not beat Lin Xiao and the others, he would have taken action long ago. He would keep Lin Xiao, no matter how much it cost. Master Luo, since there is no way to talk, then let's not talk. I'll leave it here. You can either fight to the death and perish together and report to Renhang, or pretend that you know nothing. Renhang will be in seclusion for about 10 years. Within 10 years, we will arrange for Luo Yun to leave. These 10 years are also time for you. You can make arrangements for the Luo family to avoid too much loss. Of course, you have another choice, that is to attack us. If you have the ability, come. If you kill us, it's our poor skills. I admit it. Tyruxin, let's go, Lin Xiao said coldly, then turned and left. Tyruxin immediately followed. The two of them quickly left the mountain gate and left quickly. Master, needless to say, just clean up the rear. The Luo family is too greedy and will not be threatened by us. You immediately activate the backup plan and send the second group of people to Zhuangyang City. They cannot have any contact with you along the way. The person in charge will be replaced. Then, your people in the shop will be withdrawn one after another within half a year. During this half year, you do a good job of working with Luo Yun. If she is willing to go with you, take her away. After that, I will transfer you back to Nanzhao. Don't come back, at least not before you have enough strength. Half a year, master? Didn't we agree on 10 years? 10 years? Do you really think we have 10 years? You forgot the most important thing. Renhang is not a person, but a force. I have a hunch that the matter between you and Luo Yun will not be kept secret for much longer. Lin Xiao replied. Renhang had an extraordinary status in the Tiansheng Sect. He could not be a person, but a faction. Renhang had gone into seclusion, but their people did not. Chapter 359, A Little Green on the Head. Zhuangyang City is the largest city in the Tiansheng Sect's territory, but the gate of the Tiansheng Sect is still not in the city. Instead, it is 8,000 miles away from Zhuangyang City, and the core range of the gate is 6,000 miles. There are hundreds of spiritual mountains in this 6,000 miles, and there is no spiritual vein below the 5th level. All of them have been cultivated or migrated by the Tiansheng Sect for tens of thousands of years. However, the number of disciples of the Tiansheng Sect is not large, only 70,000 to 80,000 people. There is no need to worry about insufficient Zuan Qi. It is enough. The 6,000 miles of territory are all covered and protected by the formation, making the gate of the Tiansheng Sect like a fairyland. At this time, in a mountain peak, several Shengsu monks are sitting upright. In front of them are pieces of jade slips, which are the chores that several people have to deal with. Interesting, really interesting. Suddenly one of them picked up a jade slip, and his spiritual consciousness rolled up, and he immediately smiled and shouted several times that it was interesting. Brother Yasuki, what did you see? It's so interesting. You'll know when you see it. Our senior brother Ren has a new hat to wear. The man smiled and threw the jade slip to several people and replied. After reading it, the others also laughed. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became cheerful. Our senior brother Ren, haha, you should be used to it. Which one is this? The 7th one? No, the 8th one. I received news a few days ago that his 20th concubine also made a hat for him. Haha, there are so many hats to wear. Why does senior brother Ren need to wear them? Who knows, maybe he likes this tune. Several people laughed happily. Many cultivators in the sect have 3 wives and 4 concubines. This is normal and there is nothing to say. But there is really no one like Ren Hong who married 20 or 30 wives at a time. Moreover, the concubines that Ren Hong married were very distinctive. They were basically beautiful but mediocre in qualifications, and were female cultivators of very low birth. After decades of love, they would become indifferent. Ren Hong himself was a Shengsu cultivator, and he would be in seclusion for more than 10 years. It was normal for a beautiful woman to be indifferent and unable to bear the loneliness. Therefore, Ren Hong had more than 1 or 2 hats on his head. That's what I said, but Ren Hong is a disciple of the sect after all. It's estimated that he will be our uncle in no time. The interests of his peak are also the interests of the sect, and cannot be left to outsiders. Then how about we do it according to the old rules? Okay, find a reason to report to senior brother Ren's disciples, and deal with them. Anyway, he has many concubines, so he can just remarry after dealing with them. Yes, what do you think these women think? Is it so easy to get the benefits of my Tiansheng sect? People are greedy, and they think they can do whatever they want, just because they have a relationship with senior brother Ren. They are so stupid. One of them sneered. The interests of Tiansheng sect are divided among the peaks, and each peak has its own vassal, and these interests are used to bind them. Ren Hong is the head of their peak, so no one has any objection to whoever gives it to, which is why the Luo family can take so many benefits. But since Luo Yun betrayed Ren Hong, it was equivalent to betraying Tiansheng sect. Ren Hong must deal with Luo Yun and the Luo family, so the interests they occupied must be taken back, and the Luo family must also be punished. This kind of thing is not the first time. The benefits that the Luo family is taking away now are also the benefits that the family behind the previous concubine of Ren Hong originally occupied. So they couldn't understand why these people, since they are Ren Hong's concubines, should not be honest and abide by the rules of being a wife. Do they really think that the Tiansheng sect is deaf and blind and knows nothing? In fact, let alone the Tiansheng sect, even the people of Ren Hong's peak are very shrewd. The Luo family seems to be tightly controlled by Luo Huoyuan, but the Tiansheng sect has already had spies in it, including many disciples of the Luo family. If everyone is extremely shrewd, then this world will be too terrible. We cultivators are just one of the countless people. By the way, who is the lover of Ren Hong's concubine this time? Don't let it be like last time, when he is another disciple of a big sect, and we have to clean up the mess for them. The lover this time is quite interesting. Look at his information. Tyruxin, nicknamed Iron Lion, has appeared in the area of 100 Battles City. He is the leader of the underground underworld in 100 Battles City. He appeared in Zhuangyang City 16 years ago and opened a clothing shop for female cultivators. His shop is quite popular among female cultivators. With just this little information, it is indeed interesting. His identity is not ordinary. Even our Tiansheng sect can't find out his background. It is indeed interesting. Moreover, our people have observed them for a long time. They act extremely cautiously and strictly, and transmit messages to each other in secret language and code. The sending and receiving of messages are separated, and there are single line communications above the second level. Our people once arrested one of their people with an excuse, but could not find out anything unless they were all arrested together. This behavior should be similar to the spies of various sects, but I don't know who this force belongs to. It shouldn't be a big force. After observing for so long, the highest cultivation level of their people is only the 12th level of Dao Gang. There is not even a Lingguan cultivator. They can't even be considered a third-rate force. Then never mind. Let Ren Han kill this Iron Lion. There are more than one spies in Zhuanayang City. Several people shook their heads and didn't take it seriously. In their eyes, a force that is not even a third-rate force has no sense of existence and can be destroyed with a wave of their hands. Besides, there are countless spies in Zhuanayang City. Even the Tiansheng Sect has a large number of people gathering information in various places. There is nothing strange about this. Okay, I will issue the approval document. Remember to sign it when the time comes. No problem. Go ahead. Hurry up and deal with the matter. I have to go home. Several people said with a smile and quickly wrote down the approval document. After signing, they put it aside. When the time comes, naturally, the subordinates will execute it. A few days later, these approval documents were sent to the mountain where Ren Han was. Ren Han was in seclusion. When several disciples saw the approval documents, they were speechless. Looking at Ren Han's cave, they felt a little green. For this kind of thing, let's wait a little longer and let Uncle Master do it himself. Yes, who knows what Uncle Master Ren is thinking. What if Luo Yun is still favored? That will be difficult to deal with. Let someone keep an eye on it. Don't run away, otherwise Uncle Master will lose face and take it out on us, which will be no fun. Okay, let's also issue the approval documents and let the people below keep an eye on it. After a brief discussion, several disciples decided on a way to deal with it. It's not that they don't want to manage it, but Ren Han's attitude towards these concubines is often inconsistent, so they dare not act easily. Besides, it's not easy for outsiders to intervene in this matter. Whether to kill or keep is up to Ren Han himself. In Zhuanayang City, after Lin Xiao gave the order, another team quickly moved in, and Tishi slowly withdrew the people from the original clothing store according to the plan that had been formulated long ago. Not to mention, whether they could successfully retreat, they had lost hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals in their initial investment alone, and this group of people had already shown their faces, which was considered to be exposed. They could not be used in the Tiansheng Sect's territory anymore, and had to be transferred to other places. It can be said that the failure of this operation brought great losses to the Tiansheng Sect. So this time Tishi had to take this responsibility, and he submitted a report of apology to Yunanayu. After seeing the report, Yunanayu was furious. What was wrong with Tishi? They were all old backbones. Why did they make such a low-level mistake? Yunanayu had nothing to say, and immediately ordered Tishi to return to the sect to report on his work, and explain the process clearly, so that he could be convicted. However, the news reached Tishi, and Tishi could not leave for a while. Master, it's bad. I'm being watched. Tishi was anxious, and the person who was watching and monitoring him was not very clever, and was discovered by Tishi's men, but the other party's cultivation was very high, and he had already discovered several spiritual monks. People from the Tiansheng Sect? They should be. The Luo family doesn't have the ability to do so. They tried every possible means to recruit 2 Lingguang monks. Tiansheng Sect, this is their territory. Didn't you have a plan before? Yes, but it was useless. The other party's cultivation was too high, and we couldn't hide our methods from them. How are the people from the clothing shop evacuating? All our sect disciples have left, and the rest are peripheral core personnel. There are about half left, and they are being replaced. Then stabilize them. I'll send a message to Yunanayu and tell him that you can't leave for a while. You have to stabilize yourself and evacuate the people. Then I'll take you away at the last moment. A few Lingguang monks can't stop me. Thank you, Sect Master. Please tell Boss Yi the whole story. I'll take over the punishment without any hesitation. But these peripheral core people have been with us for many years. They are loyal and reliable. We can't abandon them at will. I will, but Ruxin, you have to think about it. Once the punishment comes this time, you basically won't have a chance to get the Lingming pill. No, there is no other way. Master, I made a big mistake this time, and I dare not ask for anything anymore. You are brave enough to take responsibility, and you are quite brave. How did you deal with Luo Yun? Luo Yun was placed under house arrest by the Luo family. They won't let me see him, and I can't even receive the sound transmission talisman. Master, don't ask me, I don't know anything. You are not a 3-year-old child anymore, and you can't rely on me for everything. Lin Xiao shook his head. In fact, Lin Xiao's impression of Luo Yun was not very good. It was not because she was a concubine of Voldemort and Ren Hong, but because this person lacked independent thinking and had no decisive will to kill. Such a person could not go too far on the path of Taoism. On the contrary, Tishi was extremely outstanding and was a general under Lin Xiao. His future achievements were limitless, so in Lin Xiao's eyes, Luo Yun was not worthy of Tishi. Of course, everyone has their own preferences. Love is not so rational. If they can succeed, Lin Xiao will also send a blessing, but for now, Tishi still has many hurdles to overcome. Lin Xiao didn't care. Although Tishi was disappointed, he didn't dare to feel resentment. He also knew that this was his private matter, and because his private matter had affected the interests of the sect, he had to make a decision. Chapter 360 Retreat. Xuanyang City, Huafei Clothing Store. This clothing store has become famous in Xuanyang City in recent years, known for its novel styles and unique creativity, attracting the favor of many noble ladies and girls in Xuanyang City, and the business is very good. However, in the past month, the quality level of Huafei Clothing Store has dropped a lot. There are more and more new faces in the store, and fewer familiar faces, and it has been criticized by customers in that industry. At this time, there were only 11 people left in the shop. Tishi looked at the 10 people in front of him with a gloomy face and said, "You already know the situation. Now we can't retreat safely." The 7 people who retreated the day before yesterday were hunted down and escaped at a great cost. If we retreat again, the other party will not show mercy. Sir, you don't have to say more. We are ready. Ready for what? Ready to die. Is your life so worthless? Sir, it's my fault for putting you in danger, Tishi replied. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Since he made a mistake, he made one mistake after another. First it was Luo Yun, and then the retreat of the clothing store. If these 10 people were to fall, his fault would be aggravated, and the punishment would be much more severe. This made Tishi extremely distressed, and he racked his brains to take the people away. Sir, fear, what else do you want to say? Sir, since we can't leave, then let's not leave. The Tiansheng Sect may not dare to take action without evidence against us. The most important thing in running a city is fairness and justice, and there must be laws to follow. If we rashly attack shops, who will dare to come to Xuanyang City to do business in the future? The huge Xuanyang City has more than just dozens of big businesses. There are also thousands of small businesses like us. I know what you want to say, but this one won't work. Why? Fear was very surprised. They had entered many immortal cultivation cities. Before each entry, they studied the ecological environment, rules, and laws of each immortal cultivation city thoroughly. Generally speaking, as long as the strength of controlling the city is not declining, they will not do things like draining the pond to catch all the fish. They are extremely cautious about attacking shops. Many times they would rather suffer a small loss than act rashly. This is also the method they are best at. My affair with Luo Yun has been discovered. Several people were extremely shocked. Naturally, the affair between Luo Yun and Tishi could not be hidden from them, who were their own people. They also knew Luo Yun's identity. Sir, it seems that Ren Hong has not come out of retreat. If he had come out of retreat, we would not be able to survive now. What does your lord mean? Take a risk and try it. After 3 days, we will collectively retreat. We will not need this shop anymore and take away the valuables. Are really not wanting anything. Which is more important, life or money? Sir, what about the guys in the shop? We can't control it. They are originally from Xuanyang City with clean backgrounds. They don't know what we do. Tiansheng Sect generally won't make things difficult for them. Let's escape first. Yes, sir, now listen to my arrangements. Fear. After 3 days, you will take. Tishi made up his mind and told the arrangements one by one. In fact, the success rate of this retreat plan was very low, but he had no other choice. He could only take a risk and try to bring everyone back. Just as Tishi was explaining his plan, a few hundred meters away from the clothing shop, several monks were meeting in another shop, and their eyes would occasionally glance at the clothing shop. Brother, there are only a dozen people left from the Huafei garment shop. It looks like they are all going to run away. They can't run away. Don't be careless. The group that ran away 3 days ago ran away right under our noses. We've already got the news from above. Although these people have low cultivation bases, they are all extremely cunning. Their organizational structure and way of doing things are even better than ours. The higher-ups want us to capture the Iron Lion and find out the forces behind them. It would be best if we could also learn their methods and improve our level. Why do the higher-ups think so highly of them? Yes, every major sect in Zhongzhou has a secret spy agency. Our Tiansheng Sect has fought with spies from other sects several times. There have been wins and losses. Apart from the factor of cultivation base, the levels are all about the same. We finally caught one with a high level, so naturally we have to learn from him. That's true. These people reveal an evil nature. It seems that they are very knowledgeable about spies, especially their secret codes. Even the uncles in the sect don't know what's going on. There is no trace at all, and it is impossible to decipher it at all. The man nodded and said, in terms of level, the people in the clothing shop are indeed higher than them, but it's a pity that their cultivation is too low. If they learn it, they will have a much better chance of winning in the competition between spies in the future. Then wait and see. We have laid a dragnet. Let's see how they run this time. They can't run away. This Tishi is also a sentimental person. The Luo family has basically controlled him. With that Luo Yun here, it's impossible for him to run away. Haha. That's true. Several people joked. These people are difficult to control, but the Luo family is much easier to control. Just sending a few people to the Luo family mountain gate is enough to control them all, and they dare not resist the Tiansheng Sect at all. 3 days later, several people from Huafei clothing shop left the shop with their own excuses and scattered around the city. The secret spy agency of Tiansheng Sect followed closely. This time they sent a large number of people, each of whom was watched by at least 3 or 4 people, and they must ensure that no one could escape. These 10 people used various means such as macup, disguise, evasion, deception, and escaping from tracking to keep throwing away the people behind them. However, no matter how powerful these people were, they all forgot one thing, that is, this was in Zhuanayang City. The city defense formation was not only to prevent the enemy from attacking, but also to monitor the people in the city. Especially once the aura was locked by the people of Tiansheng Sect, it could be completely identified through the city defense formation. So when these people arrived at the city gate, the Tiansheng Sect's secret agents had already known about these people through the guard monks at the formation center and quietly followed them. The 11 people gathered outside the city. Compared with when they left the clothing store, their clothes, appearance, and even body shape were very different. They became members of a small business and escorted several carriages away. The second-level dragon horse pulling the carriage was strong and gentle. It was the preferred carriage beast for small forces in the cultivation world to transport goods. Even if it was pulling heavy goods, it could travel hundreds of miles a day. In the sky behind this small business, 2 small flying boats were following, and there were more than 10 cultivators on each flying boat, staring at the carriages. They did not choose to take action near Zhuanayang City, but waited until the business left to avoid a certain impact on Zhuanayang City. The flying boat followed for a day, and when night fell, the business stayed in a small market. Within 3,000 miles outside Zhuanayang City, there were some markets every few hundred miles, specializing in the business of small businesses like them. They calculated that they could only go so far in a day. There were not many businesses in the market, and the most were warehouses and inns. Tiansheng Sect still did not take action. This place was still too close to Zhuanayang City. Early the next morning, the business continued to set off, and they were accompanied by 7 small businesses that left from the market. The personnel and guards of each small business ranged from a dozen to 30 or 40 people. Their strength was weak, and they were basically based on the cultivation of condensed veins purple mansion. However, after walking for a while, the monks on the flying boat suddenly found something wrong. New faces appeared in the business they were watching, and more than half of the previous people were gone. The person in charge did not dare to delay any longer and immediately ordered the flying boat to rush down. More than 30 people were deployed. The lowest cultivation level was above the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. There were 5 Dao Gang and 2 Lingguang. The Linoop was absolutely powerful. Who are you? Who are you? And what do you want to do? When the Tiansheng Sect is doing something, those who have nothing to do should leave. The leader took out the token of the Tiansheng Sect. The people from the other small shops fell silent. Under their supervision, they left quietly, leaving only one small shop. Iron Lion, surrender. Sir, don't worry about our business. A group of guys were shocked when they saw such a scene and begged for mercy. The 2 Lingguang monks scanned with their spiritual sense and found that these people were all Kame cultivation, which was obviously different from the people yesterday, so they all left. My lords, these are the guys I hired this morning. They have nothing to do with them. You can let them go. Stop talking nonsense. When the Tiansheng Sect does something, if you don't want to die, just step aside. Don't think about resisting. It will be fine. Yes, yes, yes. A dozen guys saw this and quickly ran to the side. They didn't dare to resist at all and let the people of the Tiansheng Sect restrain them. There were still 2 monks left on the carriage. Boss, they should have left. Let's go too. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded. Since the market last night, they have been running for several hours. If they still can't run away, there is nothing they can do. Do it. When the monks of the Tiansheng Sect heard it, they immediately sent out a sound transmission talisman and shouted at the same time. Dozens of monks immediately pounced on it. Boom! Lin Xiao grabbed the Iron Lion and soared into the sky. His body speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. The 2 spiritual monks followed closely, but only the 2 of them could keep up. What a fast speed, we can't catch up. Use the talisman. Okay. Although the 2 Lingguang monks have tried their best to catch up, they found that the distance between the 2 sides was getting farther and farther. They had to use the sect's foundation and each took out a 5th level top grade magic talisman. Once the talisman was attached, the speed of the 2 suddenly increased dozens of times, and the whole person turned into a spiritual light and chased after Lin Xiao and the others. Master, they are catching up. It doesn't matter, just hold on to my clothes. Yes. Bang. Bang. Lin Xiao took out the 5th level Chixio bow and shot 2 arrows at will. The 2 were horrified when they saw the arrow light coming. They defended with all their strength, but they were still beaten back by the arrow light. The defensive magic weapons in their hands dimmed. This made them very clear that the Lingguang monk in front of them had the strength to kill them easily, but because of the Tiansheng Sect, they did not kill them. Chapter 361. Escape is the most important thing. The 2 spiritual light monks knew that they were no match for Lin Xiao, but they did not dare to flee. It had been clearly stated that they had to capture the Iron Lion alive. If they failed to complete the task, they would be punished by the sect. So the 2 sent a message back to ask for reinforcement, and at the same time, followed Lin Xiao and the others from a distance to monitor them. Master, they haven't retreated, yet the big sect is confident. A Shengsa monk will appear soon otherwise. Master, please leave me behind. What a joke. Am I, Lin Xiao, the kind of person who abandons his disciples and escapes by myself? But, no buts, hold up the protective shield. I'm going to speed up. Lin Xiao replied. The next moment, Lin Xiao's speed once again skyrocketed several times. After the last system upgrade, Lin Xiao exchanged to heaven level martial arts, one for offensive means and the other for body movement. The previous Zuan level upgrade body movement had long been abandoned. After decades of practice, Lin Xiao had mastered this body movement martial arts. There are 5 levels in total. Lin Xiao has reached the 2nd level, which is far beyond the level of ordinary spiritual light monks. Lin Xiao usually doesn't use it, just because he doesn't want to attract attention. After all, the speed of spiritual light cultivators is similar. Once they are used, they are easily discovered. No matter what kind of martial arts skills are used, they will attract the jealousy of others. Even the 7th level golden body cultivators are no exception. The heavenly martial arts are enough to become the treasure of the first class sect like Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao believes that even in Tiansheng Sect, there are not many heavenly martial arts. If they really find someone who has them, they will find ways to get them. So if it weren't for a critical moment like now, Lin Xiao would not use the heavenly martial arts to save his life. After Lin Xiao's speed increased again, he quickly disappeared from the consciousness of the two spiritual light cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. He could not even be seen by the naked eye. The two were immediately horrified. Brother, this person is so fast that even a cultivator at the 12th level of Lingguan cannot beat him. We use a 5th order top grade magic talisman, which is faster than ordinary cultivators at the 12th level of Lingguan. This person is faster than us. Either he is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, he is a Shengsu cultivator, or he has a spiritual talisman that is more advanced than our magic talisman. Could there be another situation? Are you talking about more advanced body movement martial arts? What we practice is a mid-grade earth level body movement martial arts. If it is higher, it will have to be heaven level. These people are here with evil intentions. They may not be the people of a big force. They may have tried to confuse us before. Then we can't keep them. No matter which sect they are from, it is a great achievement to seize a heaven level martial arts. Send a message and urge the sect to make a decision to send people from Zhuanayang City, the man said with a cold face, his eyes full of joy. Before, they urged the Shengsu monks in the mountain gate to come out and chase, but now they have to leave Zhuanayang City. Zhuanayang City is close, and the Shengsu monks can catch up. The two sent a message, and a moment later, a breath rose from Zhuanayang City, and a phantom appeared. The figure turned, and covered a distance of hundreds of miles, much faster than the Lingguang monks. Uncle Master Lin Gong, where is he? We could catch up with him half an incense stick ago, but we can't catch up with him now. It's far beyond the range of our spiritual sense. Does he really have heaven level martial arts? More than 70% sure. We have used the 5th rank upper grade divine travel talisman. We are also practicing the sect's earth level middle grade martial arts, called 1000 miles of smoke and waves. But his speed is still several times faster than ours. Apart from heaven level techniques, we can't think of anything else. Okay, if I get it, I won't forget your contribution. Lin Gong was overjoyed. Even if he was a Shengsu cultivator, he was not qualified to exchange for heaven level techniques in the Tiansheng Sect. A first-rate force like the Tiansheng Sect is extremely strict about the inheritance of techniques and martial arts. Merit, qualifications, and age are all key criteria for the sect to examine. Heaven level techniques are often only passed on to a very small number of disciples. If they are not core disciples, don't even think about it. But if he had snatched it, there would be no such restriction, and if he handed it over to the sect, he would get a very generous reward, a reward that even a Shengsu cultivator like him would be jealous of. At this time, it was only Lin Gong's projection that came. This was a magical power that only cultivators above Shengsu could master. It separated the soul from the body and projected it to a distance in the form of a phantom. As for how much combat power it could maintain, it depended on the individual's cultivation. Some people still had 90% of the combat power of the original body, while some people could only maintain 40% to 50% of the combat power. However, this combat power was also related to the distance. The farther the projection was from the real body, the weaker the power. As for how far away it would lose all combat power, it also depended on the individual's strength. In short, the stronger the strength, the farther he could go. Lin Xiao felt the breath behind him getting closer and closer, and sighed in his heart. His cultivation was still too low. Although he had a heavenly level body movement martial arts, he could not compare with a real Shengsu cultivator after all. Half an hour later, a phantom stood beside Lin Xiao. When Tishi saw it, he tactfully changed direction and ran away quickly. His strength was too low, and he would only be a burden if he stayed. At this time, he was very decisive. The Shengsu cultivator did not chase Tishi either. Now his target was Lin Xiao. Such speed, it's indeed a heavenly level movement, even higher than the lower heavenly level. My friend, hand over your martial arts and I will spare your life. Just you? Haha, are the current Lingguan cultivators so arrogant? This place is at least tens of thousands of miles away from Zhuanayang City, and you didn't come here in your real body. How much combat power do you have left? Even if it's only 10%, it's still not something a Lingguang cultivator can match. My friend, I advise you not to make a mistake. I only want the skills, and I don't care. If you have any problems, okay, come and get it, if you can. If you don't accept a toast, then accept the punishment. Lin Gong sneered. His current strength is only about 30% of his real body, but it is also far beyond the average Lingguang level 12 cultivator. This man is only at the Lingguang level 3, how could he be his opponent? Lin Gong's spiritual consciousness formed a large net, covering Lin Xiao, but what Lin Gong didn't expect was that a shadow also emerged from the person opposite him, and then forcibly dismantled his spiritual consciousness net. Looking closely, a puppet of the 12th level of spiritual light appeared. It's not a living person. It has no real body. It's not a puppet. What is it? Guess there are so many good things. It seems that I will make a fortune today. It's so sad that you don't know when you're about to die. Lin Xiao took out the Chixio bow, and the mysterious energy flowed into it crazily, slowly pulling the Chixio bow open. Lin Xiao didn't even pull it to the full moon state, but it gave the Chixio bow an extremely terrifying pressure. Explosion boom. The system's real life mode suddenly exploded during the battle, and then Lin Xiao shot the Chixio bow, and the projection of the Shengsu cultivator was immediately shattered. Thousands of miles away, Lin Gong's real body, who had just come out of Zhuanayang City, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person fell from a high altitude and almost fell to the ground. It took a lot of effort to stop in midair, which immediately attracted the focus of countless eyes. The Shengsu projection is the transformation of the cultivator's soul, and it is integrated with the main body. If the projection is broken, the real body will also be backlashed and suffer serious injuries. Therefore, in the battle between Shengsu cultivators, unless the strength difference is too great, otherwise they will not use projections to fight at all, which is simply a suicidal act. The next moment, Lin Gong immediately flashed back to Zhuanayang City. He was already seriously injured. If he encountered any enemy, it would be no joke. However, Lin Gong did not let Lin Xiao go easily. He reported that Lin Xiao had a heaven-level body movement martial arts. Lin Gong's right to speak was much stronger than that of the crossing Lingguang monk. After a while, a divine aura appeared in Zhuanayang City again. This time, it was a real body that went there. Several auras also left from the mountain gate, and the sound transmission nodes began to fly to the various sacred mountains in the territory of Tiansheng Sect. Although the power of Tiansheng Sect is concentrated, there are still many important passes within the territory that need to be guarded. These sound transmission nodes are sent to them to let them take action to intercept Lin Xiao. The heaven-level body movement has been exposed, and Lin Xiao doesn't care so much. He uses it directly, and then finds Qi to take him with him. Master, just go and don't worry about me. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Master, this is not the time to be indecisive. I will go alone. According to Night Owl's training, I have at least a 50% chance of leaving. If you take me with you, neither of us can leave. I trained Night Owl myself. Your skills may only be enough to deal with some low-level disciples, but you won't be able to hide anything from a Shengsu cultivator's spiritual sense. No, Master, I'm ready. I have more than 20 storage bags on me. I'm going to find a cave and start digging. I will put the soil in the storage bags. I will dig very deep and hide there motionlessly. Even if I don't eat for 3 years, I won't starve to death. I don't believe they can seal this place for more than 3 years. You've grown up. Hide for a year. I'll come to pick you up in a year. Lin Xiao sighed. This method was not taught by him. In fact, his previous sentence was also bragging. Lin Xiao did not know much about Qi Xiao. He only provided some opinions and guiding ideas. It was impossible to train him with specific methods. Real masters were all trained in actual combat. The same was true for Qi Xiao. Many of their experience and methods were practiced by themselves. It was just that Lin Xiao taught them to be more adept at summarizing and learning. After Taishi left, Lin Xiao exchanged a stack of 5th level teleportation symbols from the point small. The 4th level teleportation symbol can only teleport hundreds of miles at a time, while the 5th level top grade can teleport about 3,000 miles. Lin Xiao activated the teleportation symbol, and his figure disappeared from the spot. A divine consciousness swept over, and he sneered and passed the message to the other fellows who were chasing him, asking them to pay attention to spatial fluctuations. Although the teleportation symbol is a good way to escape, spatial fluctuations cannot be concealed. A few seconds later, Lin Xiao appeared 3,000 miles away, and then activated another teleportation symbol. After Lin Xiao disappeared for a while, a figure appeared at the position just now. Lin Xiao activated 6 teleportation talismans in succession, which not only consumed all the profound energy in his body, but also caused him to be severely injured. A spiritual light cultivator's body can only be safely teleported 3 times at most. After that, the spatial force will overwhelm the body. If it weren't for escaping, Lin Xiao would never do this. Puff. Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, but he quickly wiped off the blood and flew into a big city. After 6 teleportations, Lin Xiao had completely left the Tiansheng Sect sphere of influence and arrived in another sect's territory, a city for cultivating immortals. Chapter 362 Tyruxin's Choice. In order to hunt down Lin Xiao, Tiansheng Sect dispatched 6 Shengsu monks. After knowing that Lin Xiao escaped with the teleportation talisman, the 6 of them released their projections in tacit understanding, which was equivalent to 12 Shengsu monks hunting down Lin Xiao. Half an hour later, the 6 people retracted their projections and appeared outside Sufang City. There was shame and anger in the eyes of the 6 people. 6 Shengsu monks chased a Lingguang monk, but he escaped. It was a shame. He is very fast, only 1 beat slower than us. A casual cultivator like Shengsu might not be able to catch up with him. 6 times, he used 6 teleportation talismans, all of which are 5th level, and each time traveled thousands of miles. This person's profound energy is terrifyingly strong. I'm afraid it's not just a heavenly level martial art, but his skills are no less than heavenly level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such strong profound energy. I agree with this point. His body is also extremely strong. An ordinary spiritual light cultivator would collapse after 4 or 5 teleportations, but he escaped into Sufang City, which means he still has strength to spare. People with less than heavenly level skills cannot do it. Heavenly level skills, heavenly level martial arts. Who is this person, and where did he come from? The 6 people felt sad. A heavenly level skill or technique is extremely rare. None of the 6 of them practiced it. With the 2 together, one must be a core disciple of a first-rate major force. In terms of status, he is probably no worse than Ren Hong of Tiansheng Sect. Could it be from a top-level power? No, we have heard of many core disciples of top-level power, and those people are all talented and must have protectors. As soon as this question came up, they rejected it. There are top-level power above first-rate power, and they are more mysterious and terrifying. The number of core disciples of these power is even smaller, but they are more evil. Such talented people are extremely rare even among top level power, so protectors are arranged to protect them secretly. The cultivation level of protectors is at least level 6, and it is even possible to be level 7 or 8. Once they chase and kill, protectors will definitely appear. If a protector really appears, they may not dare to take action. After all, this represents an extremely terrifying force, and even the Tiansheng Sect dare not provoke it easily. What should we do now? I don't know either. If we provoke such an existence, I'm afraid that the sect will have a hard time explaining it if we don't root it out. They have already determined that there is a powerful force behind Lin Xiao. When facing such a person, either don't offend him or root him out so that no one knows about it. Otherwise it will be difficult for the sect to explain it, or we can just sneak in. Generally, there won't be any golden body cultivators in a big city. Too late, people from Sufang City have appeared. Just as they were talking, 2 figures flew out of Sufang City. There was no way. 6 Shengsu cultivators appeared in front of Sufang City. They couldn't help but be ignorant, and they couldn't just sit back and watch. So you are fellow Taoists from Tiansheng Sect. I wonder what you are doing in my Sufang City. Tiansheng Sect is hunting down a traitor who entered your Sufang City. Oh, really? Then you fellow Taoists, you don't want to search the city, do you? The man sneered. Hunting down a traitor, what a joke. The traitors who are worthy of being hunted down by 6 Shengsu cultivators are at least Shengsu cultivators. When Shengsu cultivators enter Sufang City, the city defense formation will give an alarm, and they can also find it, but in fact there is no alarm, so they all think it is an excuse. I dare not, but if your sect finds anything, please inform us of the news. Okay, then can you tell us the appearance and aura of this person? This if it's not convenient, we won't make it difficult, but fellow Taoists cannot gather here. You are all Shengsu cultivators with strong spiritual pressure. Now that you are here, the lower level cultivators dare not come to my Sufang City. Sorry, we'll leave now. The 6 people from Tiansheng Sect looked at each other and left immediately. Behind Sufang City is the Suayu Sect. Although the sect is only a second-rate force, compared to the Tiansheng Sect, it cannot be easily offended. They will not offend another second-rate force for a Lingguan cultivator. If they really dare to do so, the sect will be the first one to not forgive them. Seeing the 6 people leave, the 2 cultivators from Sufang City looked unfriendly. One of them said, "Brother Su, Tiansheng Sect sent out 6 Shengsu cultivators at a time, just to hunt down one person. I don't know why. I don't know. Don't meddle in such things. But that injured Lingguan just, junior brother, our duty is to stay in Sufang City. Don't worry about other things. It's not that easy for someone to escape from the 6 Shengsu cultivators. There are many dangers in the world of immortal cultivation. Who knows who you will offend unintentionally? It's better to avoid them. Brother is right. Our Suayu sect is not strong, so it's better to keep a low profile." That's right, we don't know anything, and we haven't done anything. As long as we don't make trouble in Sufang City, we are deaf and blind. Do you understand? Senior brother Su taught him sincerely. As a cultivator with mediocre qualifications, but who has cultivated to the Shengsu level, he has no other advantages, but that he is always steady and cautious. This is also the reason why the sect gave him Sufang City to take charge. Lin Xiao hid in a big city and found a luxurious inn. Without saying anything, he booked a room, paid 3 months rent, and immediately began to practice to heal his wounds. Lin Xiao had no shortage of healing pills, and even if he ran out of them, he could exchange them from the system. 3 months later, Lin Xiao woke up with his eyes open, and his injuries had mostly healed. Lin Xiao walked out of the inn and wandered around the city for a while before he realized that this city was called Sufang City, a big city under the Suayu sect, a second-rate force in Zhongzhou. Lin Xiao sent dozens of sound transmission notes, but they all fell into the sea without any reply. Lin Xiao's mood suddenly became gloomy, and he sent a message to the other stations of Night Owl, asking them to send a message back to the sect, and asked Yunanyu to send someone to Sufang City to take over some things immediately. Afterwards, Lin Xiao continued to renew the room fee in the inn, and healed his wounds with peace of mind. 2 months later, the station master of another station of Night Owl appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao ordered him to send people to Zhuangyang City to get information and find someone to meet Tishi and his men. If they found someone, they would bring him to Sufang City for settlement. As for the affairs of Zhuangyang City, Lin Xiao still needed to continue to inquire and deal with it personally. With Lin Xiao's order, Yi Xiao's forces in Zhongzhou were constantly mobilized, and various capable intelligence agents began to sneak into Zhuangyang City in various identities. There was another group of people in Zhuangyang City before, and with their help, they soon learned the result. Tiansheng Sect launched 6 Shengsu monks to hunt down that day. If you count Lin Gong, whose projection was dispersed by Lin Xiao before, that is 7 Shengsu monks, but the 7 Shengsu monks were in vain, which was a bit embarrassing, and the 6 were punished. And the group of 10 people who evacuated with Tishi did not all escape. 4 people were caught by the monks of Tiansheng Sect, and they had guessed that Zhuangyang City still needed Tishi's people, so they were investigating secretly. Now the most feared thing is that the 4 people can't stand it and reveal some secrets. Those who could follow Tishi to Zhuangyang City to set up stations were the most loyal and capable cultivators that Night Owl had won over the years. They also knew many secrets. To be honest, cultivators have too many tricks. Even if they could endure the torture, they might not be able to withstand the soul searching of high-level cultivators. So now all the people of Night Owl and Zhongzhou are in danger. However, after receiving this news, the people of Night Owl Lin Xiao immediately activated the emergency plan, and those who needed to withdraw withdrew, and those who needed to change their identities changed their identities. 3 months later, Tishi, who was hiding deep underground like a rat, was found and brought to Sufang City, where he learned all the circumstances. Master. Tishi knelt down in front of Lin Xiao, crying, with his head on the ground, not daring to lift it up. Stand up, master, I told you to stand up, did you hear me? Yes, master, you are so desperate for a little setback. Tishi, what kind of man are you? What's wrong with you? Master, the fault lies with me this time. Please punish me and I will have a say on how to punish you. What you need to do now is to minimize the impact of the Xuanyang City incident and save those who need to be saved. Yes, master, I understand. Tishi wiped his tears, not daring to show this look again. He knew Lin Xiao didn't like this very much. Tishi raised his spirits, and despite some criticisms from his subordinates, he insisted on entering Xuanyang City. Everyone was unable to dissuade him, and Lin Xiao also acquiesced not to stop him. Tishi did make a big mistake this time, but as Lin Xiao's trusted general, this time was a chance for Tishi to atone for his sins. If he failed again, Lin Xiao would have to hide him for a while. In Xuanyang City, Tishi came here again, but this time he had changed his appearance and aura. As long as he didn't fight with others, he wouldn't be easily exposed. Serenity House in Xuanyang City, Tishi and Night Owl's men met up. Night Owl's men were most happy to use restaurants and tea houses as cover. Who of our people has been captured? Fear, Yi, Xiao Liu and Xiao Liu. 3 people escaped, and 3 others died in the battle. Do you know where they are being held? It's not clear yet, but it should be inside Xuanyang City. There is a prison in Xuanyang City. Some people who commit crimes in the city will be arrested. If it's not a serious crime, they will not be arrested at the gate of Tiansheng Sect. Are there any rescue plans? No, our cultivation is too low, and we can't rescue them at all. There are 3 Shengsu cultivators in Xuanyang City on the surface, but in fact there should be 4 or 5. We dare not move at all. What about the Luo family? The situation over there is unclear. They have been controlled by someone. Before they took action, there was no news from the Luo family. They have been keeping a low profile in the past few months. According to our prediction, Tiansheng Sect should be dealing with the Luo family. I see, sir. What's the matter? According to the report from the headquarters, you will be suspended. The sect leader has given me the opportunity to redeem myself for meritorious service. I will deal with Boss Yi, and I'm still in charge of you now. Yes, sir. Tishi had a cold face, and then he left Xuanyang City and headed straight for the Luo family's mountain gate. The Luo family's mountain gate was shrouded in a formation. Tishi looked at the mountain gate for a long time without saying a word, but after a long time, Tishi decided to step into the range of the mountain gate. A moment later, a team of monks surrounded Tishi. Chapter 363 Sacrifice. At the gate of Luo family mountain, dozens of cultivators surrounded Tishi. The first were 5 Daogang cultivators, and the row outside were all at the purple mansion level. Several 4th level god destroying crossbows were already aimed at Tishi. There was also a Shengsu cultivator watching from a distance. Tishi sneered at everything. To deal with a mere Daogang cultivator like me, you dispatched so many people. You think highly of me. I didn't expect you to come back. This is a simple trap. Yes, I know, but I still came back. For her? The Shengsu cultivator pointed his finger, and a Luo Yun appeared on someone's shoulders. He was far away from Tishi, but he could still see him. Yes, why? Just a woman? You don't have a wife? No, I have a wife and 2 concubines. Then you don't love them. It's the result of marriage. Do you want to talk to me about love between men and women? Not necessarily, but I want to know your identity more. You don't seem to be qualified yet. 6 Shengsu cultivators were chasing me, but I ran away. Just now, I went to Xuanyang City, as if it were no one's home. Do you think I'm qualified? Very good, you are qualified. My name is King Nian, the deputy commander of the Blackwater platform of Tiansheng Sect. The Shengsu cultivator nodded, his face a little cold. Xuanyang City actually allowed a Daogang cultivator to enter, as if it were no one's home. This was equivalent to a slap in the face. Hishite, an intelligence organization? I guess so. Each sect has spies, and I'm responsible for these things. Then your Hishite is terrible. You have no skills. Believe it or not, I will pull out your tongue. If you do, then let's not talk about this. Let's continue talking about women. You definitely don't understand love. What is love? Can it be eaten? Or can it be exchanged for resources for cultivation? No, it will only make people stupid. Just like me now, I will take the initiative to let you catch me. Then I don't want to do this kind of thing. I won't be stupid. Yes, smart people don't make stupid mistakes. I've fallen into the trap. Can I make a request? Yes, you say. Suddenly I thought of 2 requests. Tishi smiled and looked at King Dian on the Hishite. At this moment, Tishi had clear eyes and a calm expression, as if he was chatting with a friend he hadn't seen for many years. You can say 20, no need, 2 will do. First, let the Luo family and Luo Yun go. Second, let go of the 4 people who were caught a few months ago. They are my 4 men. Okay, but I like to get to the bottom of things. What benefit will I get from agreeing to your 2 requests? You should say that there is no gain without pain. Getting to the bottom of things is not suitable for this scene. As for the benefits, what can you do? Even if you kill the Luo family and Luo Yun, it's nothing more than a group of wronged souls. You should take back the benefits that should be taken back. The Luo family will naturally decline slowly. Making the Luo family a model is the best example. You should know that death is not the most terrible thing. When a thriving force weakens at a speed visible to the naked eye, it will be a heavier blow to the people of the Luo family, and it will also let the rest of the people see the consequences of going against the Tiansheng Sect. As for my 4 men, what they know, I know, and what they don't know, I also know. With me, what's the point of arresting them? It's better to let them go. But what if I don't let them go? Then you have got 5 corpses. Congratulations, you can feed us to the dogs. Are you really not afraid of death? King Nian looked at Taishi and sighed in his heart. This Taishi was really not afraid of death. He dared to jump into his trap, which meant he was determined to die. Don't be afraid. Living is sometimes more painful than dying. It seems that you had a smooth life before. This time, the incident in Zhuangyang City made you feel very frustrated, and you want to use your life to recover some losses. Yes, you guessed right. You are a good man. I should admire a good man like you, but I can't fulfill your wish now, because if I fulfill your wish, the interests of Tiansheng Sect will be damaged. No, you are wrong. Only by fulfilling my wish can you benefit Tiansheng Sect. I really want to hear your sharp words again. That's called Silver Tongue, Deputy Commander King Nian. You should read more. I really want to tear your mouth apart. Haha, my sect leader probably can't wait to kill me now, so the deputy commander doesn't have to worry about it. Agree to my conditions and I will give Tiansheng Sect a big gift. Are you ready to betray your sect leader? Of course I can. If I didn't want to make my sect leader sad, why would I come here? Your sect leader is a woman. Pooh, pooh, pooh. My master is wise and brave, the best man in the world of immortal cultivation. How could he be a female cultivator? Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. My gift is to help Tiansheng Sect find all the spies in Zhuangyang City. This great gift in exchange for my small request is not too much, right? You don't have this ability, right? King Nian was extremely shocked, but he didn't believe it. The major sects in Zhangzhou sent spies to each other. This was something that all the sects tacitly agreed to. It was not to steal any secrets from each other, but to control some tenses, such as the occurrence of some major events in each sect. The strength of the sect was great, and many things would affect the balance of the entire world of immortal cultivation. Each sect must get first-hand intelligence. But no matter what, it was very unpleasant to have spies from other forces in their own territory. Tiansheng Sect also cleaned up those spies a lot, but the number of successes was very small. Many spies have been based in Zhuangyang City for many years, and even passed down for several generations. How could they be dug out? You don't have this ability, but we do. We have been settled in Zhuangyang City for less than 20 years, and we have already discovered 7 companies in the same industry. Really? Here, these are 2 of our colleagues. If you don't believe me, get someone to check it out immediately. If I was wrong, you can do whatever you want to me. Tishi took out a jade slip from his storage bag and threw it over. King Nian knew the contents of the slip after a quick scan with his spiritual sense. King Nian took out the Lingying Jade book and passed the news to the people in Zuanayang City. Zuanayang City took immediate action. He should mobilize the city guards in the name of the law enforcement hall to surround the two places. A large number of city guards rushed in and captured everyone inside. After they subdued them, they took away the storage bags, broke them open, and searched through a pile of objects. They immediately found a clue. The group of people looked at each other and did not dare to delay. They immediately reported to King Nan. The whole process took less than an hour. After receiving the reply, King Nan's eyes suddenly changed when looking at Tishi, and he said, "You are really amazing. Your cultivation is so low, but you can discover the spy who has been hiding for 100 years. This kind of thing has nothing to do with cultivation. What we are good at is our means and level. Just like a stupid person who has lived for hundreds of years is still a fool. Deputy Commander, I have proved my worth. What do you think of my two suggestions? It seems that digging out your secrets will be more beneficial to me. Do you think you can withstand my soul search? No, but I won't give you the opportunity to search my soul. I have placed a ban on my soul. As long as an external soul touches it, my soul will collapse instantly, and you can't get anything. I don't believe it. Feel free to check at any time." King Nan instantly appeared beside Tishi, put his hand on Taishi's forehead. His face became even worse. "So cruel, thank you for the compliment. In our line of work, we have to be cruel to our enemies and even crueler to ourselves. But how do I know you are not lying to me? Once I let your people go, you will commit suicide. Impossible. I will never commit suicide. I haven't repaid the sect leader's kindness yet. What's more, I believe in my sect leader. He will come to save me. It won't take many years, maybe 100 years, or at most 200 years. I'm 248 years old this year, and I still have more than 200 years to wait. I suddenly want to meet your sect leader. What kind of person is he who can escape from the hands of 6 Shengsu monks and cultivate someone like you? You'd better not praise me. I made a big mistake this time. Even if I made a mistake, you are also a talent. I really don't deserve it. There are at least 7 people in our place who are better than me. Really, I'm not lying to you. If I lie to you, I'd be a dog." She shook his head. Before this, he always thought that he was the best in Yixiao. Even Yin Nanai was nothing to him. But now, he knew that among the many senior webmasters, his level was not high. "If you are willing to swear an oath and pledge allegiance to my Tiansheng Sect, I can guarantee your safety and a bright future, and you will break through the spiritual light within 50 years. I'm sorry, I have sworn this oath before, but I'm loyal to my current head. As for the spiritual light, to be honest, if I hadn't made this mistake, I would have been able to break through in 30 years at most. Are you really not going to consider it? No, I will use my life and help you to investigate all the spies in Zuanayang City in exchange for the conditions I just mentioned. That's all. If you agree, I can let you go. If you don't agree, you can kill me. Take him away and return to the sect. Mr. Deputy Commander, this. Don't ask me, Hishite, for this kind of shitty matter of the Luo family. Let Ren Han do it himself. He doesn't want to dirty his hands. Is it possible that Hishite, am I just a footcloth? King Nan said coldly. He couldn't keep his woman under control, and she had an affair. Who can he blame? Hishite has to handle this kind of dirty work every time. What do they think of them? Yes, sir, let's go. King Nan threw out a flying boat, and all the people from the Blackwater Terrace flew up. The flying boat flew straight to the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. Tishi sat on the ground without saying a word. Turn, sir, where are you going? Zuanayang City. Yes, sir. King Nan looked at Tishi's indifferent expression and felt that it was inappropriate to bring people to the mountain gate. This person was too evil. Don't let some secrets of the mountain gate be leaked. Soon, King Nan and his party entered Zuanayang City. In the city guard prison, King Nan saw the 2 spies who had just been captured. Although they had not admitted it yet, the things in their storage bags had confirmed that their identities were not as public as they were. I'll give you 1 month to pry open their mouths. No one can die or be disabled. If you do it, I'll consider agreeing to your 2 requests. If you can't, I'm sorry. 1 month, you underestimate me. Half a month, if you still can't do it, I'll reveal the names of the other companies to you. Tishi looked at King Nian and said with disdain, his expression extremely arrogant, which made King Nian a little angry. Even at this point, you are still so arrogant? Chapter 363, Iron Lion's Methods. How old were you when you broke through the purple mansion cultivation? 76. No, you said 77 last time, and 75 the time before that. How many times? I remembered it wrong. It was 77. Okay. Next question. When was the first time you went out? In the Zhuangyang City Guard prison. Tishi sat in front of a spy, blurting out one irrelevant question after another. None of the questions Tishi asked were related to the power behind him, but all were personal questions about his life. The other party had to answer, because if he didn't answer, Tishi would stop asking questions, and then he would torture and beat him. After the beating, he would ask again. As long as he answered the questions, he would not be beaten, and the questions he asked were irrelevant, so the other party cooperated very well. At the same time, in another room, 4 people were sitting around a spy. The spy's meridians were sealed and fixed to the seat. In front of him was a dazzling talisman. This dazzling talisman had no attack power, but was used by monks for lighting. At this time, the brightness of the enhanced dazzling talisman was more than 10 times higher than usual. The dazzling talisman was placed in front of the spy, making his face pale. The 2 people around him held copper gongs, long needles and other tools in their hands. As long as he dared to close his eyes, they would hit the copper gong heavily in his ears, or use long needles to prick his painful points. In the deepest part of the city guard prison, a small dark room with a length, width and height of about 1 meter was dug. A spy was thrown into it after his meridians were sealed. There was no sound or light around. It was dark and quiet. The man could not lie down or stand, but could only curl up. He ate, drank, defecated and urinated in this small dark room. After a few days, the small dark room had become smelly. Even the guards who came to deliver food were unwilling to approach, and used Zuan Qi to transport the food from a distance. An hour later, Tishi asked all the questions, and then handed the notebook with the questions to another disciple of Tiansheng Sect. After another hour, someone would continue to ask him, repeating all the previous questions. Greetings, Deputy Commander, this is your method. Can you pry open their mouths within half a month? You still don't believe it, sir? Tishi looked at King Nian with a smile. They have tried these methods. They dare not say that they are useful for everyone, but so far they have not found anyone who can withstand it. Too weak. I have never seen such torture methods. You are weak, sir. Severe torture is indeed useful for ordinary people, but for carefully trained spies, it is very easy to endure the pain by self-paralysis. Mental torture is cruel spirit, soul. It is, but not entirely. How to put it? I can't explain it to you all at once. People's spirit is closely related to the soul, but it is not the soul. I haven't heard of it. It's okay as long as it is useful. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Do you want to know the principle behind it, sir? Tishi replied. He had jumped into the trap for 3 days. During these 3 days, King Nian did not question or torture him, except taking away his storage bag and sealing his meridians, but still did not agree to his request. Tishi was forced to tell him some core content. Of course, this content had nothing to do with the sect. This should be the core secret of your sect. Are you really willing to reveal it to me? There's nothing I can do. It's because you have been refusing to agree. However, we have mastered no less than 30 methods of interrogation. These 3 are more effective, but not the strongest, and I will only give you these 3. I have captured 4 of your people. If you tell me 1 more, I will release your people. 3 means 3. If you don't release them, then forget it. I won't explain the principle. You can only learn the form, but not the spirit. Even if you catch my people in the future, this trick will be useless to them. Since we can master this method, we naturally have the means to defend against it. This is the principle of spear and shield. Okay, I promise you, but we have to wait until they confess. King Nian replied. Even these 3 tricks were very important to him. for them. Interrogation was not only used on spies, but also in many other places. If it was really useful, they would make a lot of money. On the contrary, Tishi and his men were not important. The most important reason for arresting them is to arrest Tishi, and the reason for arresting Tishi is that this guy put a hat on Renhang and wanted to vent his anger on Renhang. But now King Nian is no longer prepared to give Renhang face. Although Renhang's qualifications are better than his, and his future status may be higher than his, but that's it. In terms of power, Renhang can't compare with him. The Blackwater platform headed by King Nian only listens to a few top bosses in the sect. Well, I'll list some of the information about this person just now. You can investigate according to this information. You should be able to confirm his specific identity soon. When the time comes, give him a fatal blow. You can break his psychological defenses and make him confess completely. Tishi nodded, then took out the banknotes, spread out the thick stack of records, and carefully looked at them one by one, extracting the key information, and finally forming 6 pieces of information, one of which must be the real identity of that person. Tishi did all these things without hiding them from King Nian. He did them right under his nose. King Nian observed the whole process and watched Tishi copy out information bit by bit from dozens of similar interrogation records. The number of words here is probably hundreds of thousands. This one move was enough to make King Nian admire talents. Tiansheng Sect does not lack talents in cultivation, nor does it lack technical talents such as alchemy and refining, but it is very short of talents in the intelligence industry. In fact, this is not only lacking in Tiansheng Sect, but also in other sects. This is a world of immortal cultivators after all. This industry is rarely taken seriously. Everyone is studying how to improve their cultivation and how to refine alchemy and refining. The investment in this area is very small, resulting in a very poor level of this industry. Therefore, if Tiansheng Sect can improve the level of this industry, then the spying on other sects will have a great advantage, which will definitely earn a lot of benefits for Tiansheng Sect, and King Nian will also be appreciated by the people above, and get a glimpse of the position of the Commander-in-Chief. These 6 pieces of information are not much different. Send someone to investigate and verify. You should be able to send back the news in 3 to 5 days. You underestimate us too much. There will be news within 2 days. Tishi repeatedly belittled their level, which made King Nian very uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and issued a very strict order, asking the people below to send back the news within 2 days. Tishi smiled and said nothing, watching King Nian show off his power. Tiansheng Sect is a first-class sect. There are a lot of Daogang Lingguang under his command. The real ability to do things is indeed higher than that of Tiansheng Sect. This is brought by strength. What Tiansheng Sect lacks is strength. Otherwise, they are not afraid of Tiansheng Sect at all. So why would he sacrifice like this? 3 days later, the news has not come, but someone has confessed. The first one is the one who was not allowed to sleep. He is only a purple mansion cultivator. In theory, it is okay for him to not sleep for 3 to 5 days, but in a tense state of mind, and with a strong light shining on his face, he couldn't stand it on the 3rd day. He was already strong-willed to stand it until the 6th day. How is it my method works? Tishi did not go in at the door of the interrogation room. When King Nian came out, Tishi said with a smile. The guy in the black cell also confessed. Do you want to go and see? No, this is your secret. I will leave at that time. What if you kill me to silence me? Do you think you can still run away now that you are in our hands? Yes, I definitely can. My leader will come to save me. Then you wait and see. I'll see if your leader has the ability to come to Tiansheng Sect to save people. Hey, a man must keep his word. I have done what I promised. You released my people. Release them tomorrow. I want to see them. Take him there. Yes, sir. Soon, Tishi was taken to several other cells of the city guards and met the 4 captured men. All 4 of them looked miserable. They had been tortured and were covered in blood. Boss sir, no need to say more. You can leave tomorrow, sir. You remember to send peace after you go back. Do you know how to send it? I know that's enough. If you see other adults, ask them to tell the head of the sect that I'm waiting for him here. I will accept any punishment after I go back. Yes, so you guys go back and tell King Nian that it's best not to send people to follow. It's useless and will only lead to the loss of manpower in vain, Tishi said to several disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Those people didn't look very good because they had just received King Nian's order to do something to the 4 people and find a way to dig out their nest. When the 4 heard it, they were immediately alert and knew what to do. The next day, they were taken outside Zuanyang City and the storage bags of the 4 people were returned to them. The 4 looked at each other, threw out a flying boat, and then the 4 jumped on the flying boat. It took the flying boat several days to fly out of the territory of Tiansheng Sect, and then it began to circling around a certain place for half a month, and then went to a big city for cultivating immortals, rented a cave, paid a year's fee, and went into seclusion. The people from the Blackwater platform of Tiansheng Sect had been following them, and even rented a cave next to several of their caves, preparing for a protracted war. However, it was not until a year later that they found out that this trick was useless, because someone secretly renewed the fee for their caves for 30 years. Unless they were willing to waste 30 years of time, they would not be able to find any information at all. In Sufang City, Lin Xiao stayed for half a year and then left. As for Tishi, he really wanted to slap him to death. For a few subordinates, he sacrificed himself. This was a big loss. Did he really think there were fools in a first-class force like Tiansheng Sect? When his value was squeezed dry, it would be the day of Tishi's death. But how long could Tishi hold out? 1 year or 5 years? How could Lin Xiao save him in such a short time? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Long-Term Planning. Tishi was trapped in Tiansheng Sect. It was not possible to rescue him in a short time. In terms of strength, Tiansheng Sect was a first-class force in Zhongzhou. There were not only the 9th level ancestors in the sect, but also many cultivators in the 7th and 8th levels, and even more Shengsu cultivators. If one wanted to negotiate with Tiansheng Sect openly and redeem Tishi, it would be impossible without the 7th level of cultivation, and paying a certain price. In terms of wisdom, Lin Xiao never looked down on any big sect. Perhaps they were weaker in intelligence, because they did not invest resources in this line. If they really invested resources, all kinds of talents would still emerge continuously. Therefore, it was very difficult to save people by various means in secret. At least no matter how smart you were, if you did not have a strong cultivation, it would still be in vain. 3 months later, Lin Xiao returned to Beiyu City and handed the 3 Lingming pills to Li Muxu. Beizichan and Beizihua were both in Beiyu City, so they did not have to go back to the sect to break through. Of course, this Lingming pill cannot be given casually. They must be evaluated, and the merit points to be deducted must still be deducted, otherwise there is no way to explain to the others. Lin Xiao only stayed in Beiyu City for 3 days before returning to the mountain gate. Yunanyu immediately found Lin Xiao to plead guilty. Yi Xiao made a big mistake in Zhongzhou. Although the fault lies with Tishi, Yunanyu's responsibility cannot be shirked. Okay, stop talking. This matter has nothing to do with you. The most you did was for dereliction of duty. You will be fined for a few years' salary. Tell me, how should we deal with Tishi? Master, Tishi is the director of the Zhongzhou Bureau. I can punish minor mistakes, but major mistakes require your order. You really got away with it, didn't you? I dare not, Master. These are the rules you set. Okay, I get it. What will happen to him if we follow the rules of Night Owl? Strip him of his position, never reappoint him, and fine him for 100 years. Strip him of his position, and when you rescue him, arrange for him to be an instructor for the newcomers in the sect. Don't let him go out. Also, write up Tishi's case as a lesson plan, and inform the entire Night Owl, so that everyone can learn a lesson. I don't want this to happen again. Yes, Master, I promise that this will never happen again. Yunanyu was delighted. He gave the power of punishment to Lin Xiao not to harm Tishi, but to really help him. If he made the decision, he must set an example and impose severe punishment. But what the leader did was to raise the issue high and then let it go lightly. Although he took away his position, his path was saved. Who are you going to recommend to take over the job in Zhangzhou? Arking from the sect and Zhang Qingxuan from Beiyu City are both qualified for this position. Arking, can he do it? He is too sentimental. He has wasted so much time because of Zhao Zengxi's matter. This position is not an easy one. There are more than 300 people from our sect in Zhangzhou alone, and nearly 5,000 peripheral personnel. It is extraordinary. Yes, Arking has completely walked out of the shadows, and his cultivation has improved over the years. He is already at the 10th level of Daogang, and he has enough stamina. He has been training newcomers in the sect over the years, and he has done a very good job. Okay, then let Arking go, but the matter of stabbing the god must be separated. That side is too important, and I'm not at ease for the time being. Zhang Qingxuan will let him stay in Beiyu City for a few more years, and he will be of good use when the time comes. Yes, Master, Yunanyu replied. He was also inclined to Arking in his heart. After all, the two had been together in the sect for decades, and their relationship was closer than others. You go and arrange the things. Also, how is your cultivation? You should know that our development is getting slower and slower because we have too few masters. Even I dare not leave the sect for too long. In a few decades, the sect must produce several spiritual masters. Master, my cultivation is still a little short of maturity, but it won't take a few years. I will break through faster than senior sister Bei, Yunanyu replied. After the cultivation reaches the first level, it must be polished and settled. This period is the opportunity for latecomers to overtake. There is no reason to talk about this period. It is no longer about wealth and resources, but about talent, understanding and opportunity. Some people can complete the polishing and settling in a few years, while some people are not sure to break through in decades. There are also many people who are trapped in this period for a lifetime. Yunanyu and Basixi have communicated a lot in recent years and already know how Basixi is progressing. In terms of understanding, Yunanyu feels that he is much stronger than Basixi and will surpass Basixi in a few years. Don't be too proud too soon. I have decided to set the price of Lingming Pill at 10 million merit points, of which the merit points exchanged for merits shall not be less than 6 million. Do you have so many merit points? Lin Xiao sneered. Lingming Pill is also over 10 million in the market, so he set the merit points at this price. In fact, the sect disciples did not get much advantage. However, there is no sect with such abundant Lingming pills in the market. One Lingming pill may have to compete with tens of thousands of Daogang cultivators. It is extremely dangerous to snatch it. Overall, it is still much easier than for casual cultivators and people of small forces. 10 million, so much. Master, you are biased. Nonsense, how am I biased? I will give you 10 million. Can you go out and buy me a Lingming pill? Master, this is too much. Except Basixi, who else in the sect has this merit point? Then I don't care. How to earn it is your business. There are still a lot of tasks for you to do on the task list of the sect's general affairs hall. I'm fair in this regard. In addition, let me tell you, there are enough Lingming pills now. As long as you meet the most basic requirements, you can exchange them for Lingming pills. After a few decades, when those talented disciples catch up with you, and several people fight for a Lingming pill, I will have to investigate carefully, Lin Xiao replied. It would be impossible not to put some pressure on them. Those independent cultivators outside have to save money to buy it in such a difficult situation. How can you, who have the support of the sect, be so disgusted? There are more and more talented disciples in the sect now. Although they have already distanced themselves from ordinary disciples and have long stood out, they have not practiced for a long time and cannot catch up with these old Daogang monks. But as long as they are given time, these people will catch up with these old Daogang monks. At that time, Lin Xiao will definitely be more inclined to the young disciples. After all, they have better potential. Yes, Master, Yunanyu said in a deep voice. He naturally knew about this kind of thing. When he exchanged Daojidan, he could exchange it as long as he reached the cultivation level. But now, every time Daojidan appeared, dozens of people would fight for a few. Although the competition was much smaller than that of casual cultivators, it was still much stricter than before. 3 days later, Lin Xiao convened a meeting of the senior leaders of the sect and formally set the exchange conditions for Ling Mingdan. The first entry condition was 10 million merit points, of which the merit points for merit exchange must not be less than 6 million. This merit refers to the contribution made by the disciple to the sect since he entered, including the military exploits of previous battles, the contributions made to the sect in normal times, etc. all have a reason to follow, and there are also records in the General Affairs Hall. Only when this number is reached, can the merit points be collected by means such as borrowing on credit. After the entry conditions are met, there are various priority conditions, such as qualifications. If you have the qualifications of a medium-grade spiritual route, but compete with a disciple with the qualifications of a top-grade spiritual route, you must have a greater contribution of merit or be younger, etc. In principle, disciples over 450 years old will not be exchanged. In addition, after achieving the spiritual light cultivation, one must unconditionally obey the sect's dispatch. At this time, no bargaining is allowed, unless all of Lin Xiao and his men are dead. He will take charge of the sect's power. If he does not agree to these conditions, he will have to negotiate face to face. Once these conditions are announced, only Basic in the entire Tiansheng Sect has obtained the qualification, because she is the one with the highest alchemy skills in the sect except Li Muxu. All the pills taken by the sect's Daogang cultivators are made by her, which is also a contribution to the sect. Except for Basic, no one else has reached this qualification. Even Yi Nanayu is still a little short of it, but for Yi Nanayu, it is not difficult. The difficulty is for those ordinary Daogang cultivators. In recent years, several people have reached the 10th level of Daogang cultivation. This level of cultivation has already begun to prepare for the spiritual light breakthrough. They each know how much they have contributed to the sect, and compared with the requirements, they are far behind. Especially for some hard-working cultivators, the difference is the biggest. For example, Li Mingyang, apart from performing well in various battles, rarely does sect tasks. Unless he is assigned by Lin Xiao, he chooses to stay in one place and hand over the affairs to his subordinates, and then he practices hard, so his contribution is not much. Of course, this is also due to his qualifications. His qualifications are not as good as those of these genius disciples, so he must save time for cultivation, and cannot spend too much time doing other things, so he appears to be extremely passive at this time. So when the meeting was over, Li Mingyang found Lin Xiao, and asked to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters, and detect the movements of monsters. It has been more than 200 years, since the last beast died. In the past 200 years, the number of monsters in the wilderness has skyrocketed a lot, and it is almost reaching the limit of the territory of the purple-eyed monster king. After reaching the limit, the purple-eyed demon king will either annex the territories of other demon kings to increase the scope of his territory, or invade the human territory. Generally speaking, the demon king will choose the latter. This can reduce the number of demon beasts and reduce their burden. Secondly, it can consume the power of the human race and prevent the human race from pioneering the wilderness. Therefore, it is extremely important to detect the movements of demon beasts. Knowing the time of the beast tide in advance can give the sect enough reaction time. There are countless treasures in the wilderness. If you bring back high-level demon beast materials and various spiritual medicines, minerals and other resources and hand them over to the sect, you will also get a considerable reward. This is the best way for the sect disciples to contribute to the sect. Lin Xiao naturally had no reason to refuse. In fact, it was not just Li Mingyang. Many Daogang cultivators made this request, including some Daogang 6th and 7th level cultivators. They still have a long time to break through the spiritual light, but it is not wrong to prepare early. Lin Xiao did not refuse any of these people, and agreed to their requests one by one. Soon, the Daogang monks of the Tiansheng Sect entered the wilderness one after another, causing a bloody storm in the wilderness. Chapter 366. Time is running out. The sect was generally fine, so Lin Xiao announced his retreat again. However, this time when he entered the cave, Lin Xiao seemed a little confused because he didn't know where to start. Cultivation, martial arts, and skills are the three major items. Cultivation is not mentioned. Martial arts are divided into three categories: offensive means, defensive means, and body movements. Skills are formations, refining equipment, and making talismans. Martial arts and skills are becoming more and more important, especially martial arts. Now I only have the 5-element divine light, purple light divine eyes, and red sky bow. The attack power is not enough. There is no other means of defense, except using magic tools and system shields. Once I'm targeted, or the system points are not enough, it will be very dangerous. Refining equipment and making talismans have not been upgraded to the 5th level. Lin Xiao wrote down his situation one by one and analyzed himself. Although Lin Xiao's combat effectiveness is not bad, most of it is the bonus brought by the use of the system and the god level skills. It is very sharp against ordinary cultivators of the same level, but Lin Xiao has not fought with the real genius disciples of the big sects. Lin Xiao feels that he may not have the advantage, so the practice of martial arts is extremely important. Of course, various skills are also very important. A skilled weapon refiner can tailor a magic weapon according to his own habits. This kind of weapon is the most convenient, can exert the strongest power, and can also earn a lot of money. The same is true for talisman making. When encountering a cultivator of the same level, the talisman maker has a great advantage. If he is wealthy, hundreds of talismans can be thrown at you and smash you to death. If it is a large-scale battle or melee, the advantage of the talisman maker is even greater. Only a small amount of mysterious energy is needed to stimulate the same level of spiritual talismans. In the end, the person with more spiritual talismans will retain more mysterious energy. If there is really danger, he will run faster than others. It can be said that the things listed by Lin Xiao are equally important to him. However, Lin Xiao is very short of time. Whether it is practicing martial arts, or studying refining and making talismans, it requires a lot of resources and a lot of time, but Lin Xiao does not have much time. The security of Wu State seems to be very stable, but as long as it faces the wilderness, there is actually no stable country. The Wild Monster King is always the biggest hidden danger. Now most of the original Chen State's territory is in the hands of Wu State, which makes Wu State's territory extremely narrow and long. The next beast tide occurs. Wu State actually blocked the front of the wild monster beast for Lu State, and had to fight against the monster beast with all its strength. But if the purple-eyed monster king comes in person, who in Wu State can stop him? Even the Shengsu cultivators who have just broken through may not be able to stop him. If Wu State suffers heavy losses, it will inevitably follow the old path of Chen State, and be annexed by other countries. Even the current low-lying Lu State will not mind stabbing Wu State in the back. This is Lin Xiao's sense of urgency. Wu State must have Shengsu cultivators as soon as possible, so that it can be considered truly stable. At that time, unless the wilderness attacks with all its strength and a war of genocide between the human race and the monster race breaks out, there will be no danger. But it is extremely difficult to achieve Shengsu. According to Lin Xiao's current cultivation speed, it is estimated that it will take about 200 years. By then, Lin Xiao will be less than 450 years old, which is considered a genius, but it is still too slow for Lin Xiao. Although Li Muxu is a genius, she broke through later than Lin Xiao, and it should take about the same amount of time. At that time, Li Muxu was only in her early 400s, more talented, but still too late. Martial arts first, skills second, cultivation. After struggling for 3 days, Lin Xiao optimized what he was going to do. First practice martial arts, then skills. As for cultivation, he could only cheat and use points to improve. Now, the 3 places of Zhongmen, Uyghur, and Fenghuo Island add up to at least 600 new disciples every year. If nothing unexpected happens, the loyalty of these people can reach about 60, which means that there are 30,000 to 40,000 points income every year. As for expenditure, after Lin Xiao cut most of the expenditure, the maximum annual amount is 30,000, which is enough for Lin Xiao to use. In fact, Lin Xiao still had a lot of points left. In order to get these Lingming pills, Lin Xiao spent more than 100,000 points, but he replenished them in a few years. Lin Xiao reserved so many points just to prevent a big war, otherwise he could use the points to improve his cultivation to the 12th level of Lingguang. After making the decision, Lin Xiao began to practice martial arts. He had already changed to a heaven-level offensive martial arts called Li Kang. This martial arts is not limited to swords, guns, fists, and feet, but a way of running Zuan Qi, which is extremely magical. It can be called Li Kang swordsmanship when used with swordsmanship, and Li Kang fist when used with fists. Of course, if you want to perform it like this, you need to have a good foundation in swordsmanship and fists in advance, and you have to perfectly integrate it with Li Kang, otherwise the power will be greatly reduced, and there is no need. After several years of practice, Lin Xiao has already understood the general outline of Li Kang. The next step is to combine it with swordsmanship, knife skills, and fists, and be familiar with their use, so that you can fight against the enemy at that time. The 5-element divine light is Lin Xiao's ultimate skill. He dare not use it easily. Using it once consumes 50% of his inner energy. If he faces many enemies, this is a very dangerous method. Therefore, Lin Xiao must learn the sky-splitting sword technique as soon as possible to improve his combat capability. Lin Xiao's cave residence has been expanded again. It is not a hole in the impression, but a little below the peak of the main peak, occupying a chassis of hundreds of acres. There are not only 30 acres of private spiritual fields outside, but also pavilions, small gardens, and more than 10 guest rooms. Inside the mountain, there are quiet rooms, alchemy rooms, spiritual pet rooms, scripture pavilions, small warehouses and many other buildings. After Lin Xiao left the mountain gate, this cave residence was taken care of by a special person. Lin Xiao asked the beast taming hall for a 3rd level iron-winged eagle at the beginning, but later he disliked its level, and gave it to others to take care of, and did not carry it with him. In order to practice martial arts this time, Lin Xiao built a training ground of about 50 mu by himself, and protected it with layers of 5th level formations, so that it would not easily affect the outside world. Lin Xiao's first choice was swordsmanship. Lin Xiao's swordsmanship had been instructed by Han Bo in the past, and with his own hard work, he had already achieved a certain level of accomplishment. Naturally, he had to choose the most powerful one. This swordsmanship took several years to practice. In addition to spending an hour every morning practicing the purple light divine eye, all the time was used to practice the sky-splitting swordsmanship. Finally, it was considered a great success. He was able to perfectly integrate the martial arts of sky-splitting with the swordsmanship, and exert the power of the heaven-level martial arts. After the swordsmanship, it was the archery. Lin Xiao was completely deceived by the system when he used the archery in the past. The poor reason actually made Lin Xiao believe it. Over the years, the archery was not enough for Lin Xiao to deal with everything completely, and the consumption before the 5th level was not low. The arrows were often gone after being shot. When she reached the 5th stage, she no longer needed arrows, but used Zuan Qi to stimulate, which saved a lot of money. Lin Xiao spent several more years to integrate the archery into the sky-splitting stage, and renamed it sky-splitting archery. After the archery, Lin Xiao practiced palm techniques. Swords and knives are considered as equipment, but no matter how sophisticated the equipment is, it will be damaged one day, and the melee combat effectiveness must be improved. By the time she had practiced the palm techniques, more than 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, basics she had finally polished and settled down, and had the feeling of a breakthrough. She exchanged for the Lingming pill, and began to break through. Lin Xiao personally brought Basic C to the cave residence, gave her 3 months of lessons, told her some key points about breaking through the Lingguang period, and then arranged for her to break through next to Lin Xiao's cave residence, and Lin Xiao personally protected her. Yinan Yu is similar to Basic C. He has also completed his polishing and settling down, a little earlier than Basic C. However, Yinan Yu's merits are not enough, and he still needs a few more years to accumulate. Of course, Yinan Yu has no place to break through. Xianyang Mountain is full of spiritual medicines. If Yinan Yu breaks through, he will not be able to pay for it. So he simply waits for a few more years. After Basic C breaks through, he will come to the mountain gate to break through, and Lin Xiao can also protect him. Basic C went into seclusion, and Lin Xiao once again chose to practice martial arts. This time, Lin Xiao practiced body martial arts. The last time he avoided the pursuit of 6 Shengsu monks, it fully demonstrated the role of body martial arts, so Lin Xiao wanted to go further. The body movement martial arts that Lin Xiao practiced was the heaven level Taiksu Baichen Gong, which was also a comprehensive martial arts. Low level body movement martial arts were divided into 2 types. One was known for its speed, which was used to rush on the road and escape for life. It was loud and fast, while the other was known for its exquisiteness, which emphasized the ease of operation in a small space. The Taiksu Baichen Gong had the strengths of both, otherwise it would not have been rated as a heaven level martial arts. It could be used to rush on the road and escape for life, and it could also be operated freely in a small space, to avoid the enemy's attacks, especially in group battles. It could avoid the flying black crystal cannons and the god-killing crossbows, which were extremely powerful. The Taiksu Baichen Gong was divided into 5 levels. After reaching the extreme of the 5th level, it was said that one could travel in the Taiksu, travel in the East China Sea during the day, and stay in Kangwu at night. It was not a problem to travel tens of thousands of miles a day. If the cultivation was sufficient, one could directly break through the void, and the safety factor in the void would be much higher than that of ordinary people. Of course, this is a long way off, and Lin Xiao cannot do it for the time being. What Lin Xiao has to do now is to break through the 3rd level of Taiksu Baichen Gong. This level has only one skill, called the lighting technique. This lighting technique is extraordinary, and it is also a skill that kills 1000 enemies, and injures 800 of itself. It is said that everything can be burned, and it can burn the cultivator's Zuan Qi, Zenian, soul, and even lifespan. At these costs, the speed is extremely high, and the speed is extremely terrifying. If Lin Xiao can spare no effort, even the golden body realm may not be able to catch up with Lin Xiao. Of course, after using this technique, Lin Xiao is also finished. The magic monks have a famous body movement martial arts blood shield technique, but the cost of the blood shield technique is not lower than the light burning technique, but the speed is not as fast as the light burning technique, and its grade is also low. Even the higher level blood shadow technique is only a mid-level heavenly grade. Taiksu Baichen Gong is extremely difficult to practice. It took Lin Xiao 10 years to just touch the threshold of the 3rd level. He could refine his own mysterious energy as lamp oil for the Lantern Festival. As for the lifespan of his soul, he was still far from it. On the day when Lin Xiao successfully touched the threshold, the situation at the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate changed dramatically, and Basic C had also reached the most critical moment of breakthrough. Chapter 367, Forced Breakthrough. The moment a Daogang cultivator breaks through the spiritual light, he will absorb a huge amount of Zuan Qi, causing the Zuan Qi to be turbulent, and the cultivator's own breath will also be constantly agitated, so the movement is very great. With Basic C's retreat cave as the center, within a radius of dozens of miles, Zuan Qi formed a vortex, and continued to pour into Basic C's cave. The spiritual vein of the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate has been breaking through the 5th level for many years, and after Xianyang Mountain broke through the 5th level of the spiritual vein, many spiritual herbs and medicines were also transferred there, so the Zuan Qi of the sect's spiritual vein has always been very sufficient. This time, Basic C didn't need to refine Zuan crystals additionally during her retreat, saving Basic C a large amount of Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao has been observing the image of Basic C's breakthrough. Except for Li Muxu, the breakthrough of anyone in the sect is not 100% safe, so Lin Xiao is very worried. Sure enough, after one day, the speed of absorbing Zuan Qi began to slow down, and Basic C's breath became more and more chaotic. Lin Xiao was shocked and hurried to the door of Basic C's cave. Basic C, stop breaking through, open the formation. Basic C, hurry up. Lin Xiao drew his consciousness into it and found that the cave was completely sealed by Basic C. He had to keep transmitting his voice inside, but Basic C did not respond at all, which made Lin Xiao feel more and more uneasy. However, Lin Xiao still did not dare to break in by force. Doing so would really harm Basic C. He had to wait patiently, feeling a little irritated. One by one, they all became cocky and did not listen to the master's words. An hour later, the mysterious energy once again rushed into Basix's cave. Lin Xiao knew what was going on. Basixi was taking the risk to break through by force, which made Lin Xiao even more entangled. Leng Ning had also forced his way through before, leaving irreparable injuries for this. Even if she broke through at a very young age, she basically had no hope of impacting the Shengsu in this life, unless she could get a chance to go against the will of heaven. Now Basixi also forced to break through the barrier. What will happen? Lin Xiao didn't know. If failed, Basixi might die. Even if successful, it would pay a heavy price. This is what Lin Xiao didn't want to see, but Basixi still did it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and 3 days later, a strange phenomenon of heaven appeared in the sky of the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate, and Lin Xiao was relieved. This calamity, Basixi finally survived. Master, I'm sorry, it's okay. How are you? Not long after, Basix's voice came from the cave. Lin Xiao hurriedly replied. At this time Lin Xiao couldn't blame too much. It will take some time to recuperate. You open the formation. I will send you some pills to heal your wounds. Okay, remember, retreat for 3 years first. Stabilize your realm first, otherwise it will be easy to fall back. Lin Xiao used the mysterious energy to send the pill into the cave, and then instructed Basixi to retreat. From her voice, you can tell that she is extremely weak. If she doesn't retreat to stabilize, it will be easy for her realm to fall, and it will be difficult to practice back then. Basixi agreed, and the cave returned to peace again. Soon, Yinanayu arrived and looked at Basix's cave with envy. Yinanayu, if you dare to learn from Basixi and take the risk to force your way through, even if you succeed, I will kill you. From now on, you can just farm for me. Don't even think about getting involved with Night Owl. Master, I dare not. I'm timid. You're still timid. Each of you makes me worry. How old are you? None of you is 300 years old. Even if you fail this time, you can still have a chance. After waiting for a few decades, you can at least make 2 attempts. Why are you in such a hurry? Master, it's not you who set such high requirements. How can you waste this opportunity so easily? Why are you blaming me? I dare not. How could I dare? Master, when will I go into seclusion? Have you arranged Night Owl's affairs? It's arranged. I called Zhang Qingxuan back. I'll let him handle the affairs here during the years I've been in seclusion. What about Beiyu City? The previous deputy was promoted. Zhang Qingxuan has been there for too long, and the deputy has been suppressed and unable to be promoted. This is just right. Okay, then you prepare yourself. You can go into seclusion in 3 months. Go to my cave. I'll reserve a room for you. That's not good. Stop talking nonsense. Just go if I tell you to. Lin Xiao glared. Go to his cave. The control of the formation is in his hands. If this bastard dares to learn from Basixi and force his way through the gate, Lin Xiao can quickly rush in to stop them. Yinanayu smiled and didn't dare to refuse. Lin Xiao was still very good to them, but for disciples like them, it was normal to take risks to break through. No matter how good Lin Xiao was, he would never give them a chance to break through for nothing. If they still wanted to follow in Lin Xiao's footsteps, their cultivation couldn't fall too far. Zhang Qingxuan didn't seem very happy after being transferred back to the sect from Beiyu City. Although he was promoted and given a raise, there were more things to do. There were all kinds of things waiting for him to deal with. He was busy all the time. How could he be as free and easy as he was in Beiyu City? With the preparations of the previous headmaster, there was nothing to do and no one dared to make any plans. Fortunately, he will not be in this position for long. As long as Yinanayu breaks through the spiritual light, this position will belong to Yinanayu sooner or later. Zhang Qingxuan thinks he will be sent to a certain place. Now the power of the Night Owl is mainly concentrated in 4 places. Most of the power of the Pure Yang Palace originally belonged to the Wei State. This is the first one. The second is Beiyu City, the third is Luoxinghe Islands, and the fourth is Zhongsao. Among them, Zhongsao invested the most power, and the director of the Zhongsao Bureau was the most powerful. If it weren't for the accident of Tishi, Arking had just been transferred there, and it would not be his turn to be the temporary person in charge. Lin Xiao had a conversation with Zhang Qingxun. Zhang Qingxun was a little younger and was a talent discovered after the Tiansheng Sect annexed Qingshan County, but his qualifications were more outstanding than Yunnan and others, and he was also promoted step by step after making great contributions to the sect. Lin Xiao also learned about the news of Beiyu City by the way. After learning that Li Muxu had broken through the 4th level of Lingguang, he was speechless, because for more than 20 years, Lin Xiao devoted himself to practicing martial arts, so he had no time to practice, and his cultivation progress was extremely slow. In order not to embarrass himself in front of his apprentice, Lin Xiao quickly closed himself off again, and then used the points to improve his cultivation by 2 levels, reaching the 5th level of Lingguang. Lin Xiao's requirements were not high, and he could suppress his apprentice, so he didn't need to worry about anything else. 3 months later, Yunnan also entered seclusion. At this time, the news of Basics' breakthrough had spread throughout the Wu Kingdom, and was also spreading rapidly around. The morale of the entire Wu Kingdom has been greatly improved. After all, the Wu Kingdom is still extremely united. The stronger the Tiansheng Sect is, the safer the Wu Kingdom will be. Each sect also has a stable environment to develop its strength. The Wu Kingdom has not been established for 100 years, but its strength has grown a lot compared to before. The 4 major sects of Danliang Sect have grown a lot. Although there are no more Daogang monks, there are already many Purple Mansion monks. The annexed Bei'an Cao and Xianan Cao have been completely controlled by the Wu Kingdom. Those scattered cultivators who bought Lingshan have already established themselves, and even many families have cultivated Purple Mansion monks. These forces have a strong sense of identity with the Wu Kingdom. The forces that originally surrendered have been squeezed out. Not only did their strength not become stronger, but they were weakened. The 5 states and counties that took the initiative to surrender also had a stronger sense of belonging to the Wu Kingdom. The old generation of pro-Lu Kingdom cultivators on their side gradually aged and passed away. The pro-Wu Kingdom forces were secretly supported by Tiansheng Sect and other sects. In a few decades, it is estimated that they will be assimilated. More than 2 years later, Basics came out of retreat, and Lin Xiao helped her to hold a grand ceremony, inviting people from many sects to celebrate. The momentum was so great that even Kang, Lu and Xianqi sent people to celebrate. At the same time, the people of Lu sent a message that Lu Yan passed away. Lu Yan was less than 800 years old, and he had taken a treasure that extended his life. The reason why he passed away so quickly was because he was severely injured by Lin Xiao in the previous battles. Not only did he hurt his foundation, cut off his path, but he also reduced his lifespan. Everyone knew this, but no one would mention it again. Even the Lu family did not dare to resent it. The current Wu Kingdom and the current Tiansheng Sect were not something they could be hostile to. After LV Yan's death, the LV Kingdom was leaderless, but the Kang Kingdom and the Xianqi Kingdom did not take the opportunity to do anything. It was not that they did not want to, but that they did not dare. If the Wu Kingdom found an excuse to start a war, they could not stop it at all, so they could only wait and see. The LV Kingdom was undercurrent. The LV family was split by Lin Xiao. Over the years, the strength of the LV family has weakened a lot. LV Yan died, but LV Muang did not break through the spiritual light, and his lifespan was not much. When LV Muang died again, the LV family would not be able to maintain its current status. In particular, among the 6 major families under it, there are 2 people who have broken through to the 12th level of Daogang for many years. One of them is Lin Xiao's old acquaintance Li Changqing. They still have sufficient lifespan and good qualifications. There is a great chance of breaking through the spiritual light. If they succeed, the situation of the LV family will be very bad. So this time, the people who came to congratulate the LV Kingdom all had different attitudes. The LV family came to seek refuge. If they want to continue to maintain their current status, they must obtain the support of the Tiansheng Sect. Li Changqing and others want the Tiansheng Sect not to interfere in the internal affairs of the LV Kingdom. They have the idea of replacing it. These people brought valuable gifts, which made Basics take advantage of them. As for their request, Lin Xiao did not agree to it directly. Lin Xiao could not make up his mind for a while, whether it was better for Lu State to be in chaos or to maintain stability. So Lin Xiao asked Ji Xiao to investigate the situation in Lu State and summoned all the major sects to discuss it. After all, this was a major event for the entire Wu State. Lin Xiao did not want Tiansheng Sect to be arbitrary. Only by letting all the sects participate in the major events of Wu State would they have a sense of belonging and pride in Wu State. Chapter 368 The Future of Lu State. Our attitude towards the state of Lu has always been the same. That is, the state of Lu cannot be too strong, which we have achieved. Now that Lu Yan is dead, the state of Lu is leaderless, and in terms of high-end combat power, it no longer poses any threat to us. But the state of Lu cannot be too weak either, and I don't want to hear any voices about annexing the state of Lu. We cannot annex the state of Lu. You must know that there are hundreds of countries in Nansao, and even powerful countries like Qi and Qin have never thought of unifying Nansao. If we have this idea, we will be enemies with the entire Nansao, and our Wu state does not have such a big appetite. Therefore, the state of Lu must maintain a certain strength, so that it can be our vassal and our barrier. This is currently the behavior that best suits our interests. Now that civil strife in Lu is about to break out, what should be our attitude? You have to discuss and make a decision. In Gangming City, Lin Xiao said to a group of heads and leaders that there is no idea of great unification in the world of immortal cultivation, and there has never been one. This has a very profound social cognition. In a sense, the world of immortal cultivation is all about self-interest. They must continue to grow their power and occupy the interests of others in order to grow themselves. This is an extremely unstable factor for the entire society, so Wu State will never think of unifying. Of course, this does not mean that Wu State cannot annex Lu State, but the time has not come yet. If Lin Xiao has the cultivation of Shengsu at this time, then it is normal to annex a few more small countries, because only in this way can he support Lin Xiao, a Shengsu cultivator. This time it is still a small-scale meeting, basically the original 9 major sects of Tiansheng. Only when these people agree will a larger meeting be held to make a decision. Master Lin, I don't know what the Tiansheng Sect means. Yun Long, we called you here to discuss, not to obey the Tiansheng Sect's orders. Our original Tiansheng 9 sects alliance system has not been disbanded. We have to cooperate, Lin Xiao said to Zheng Yunlang. If they listened to the Tiansheng Sect in everything, then they would feel like they were becoming a vassal of the Tiansheng Sect. If they became powerful in the future, the first thing they would rebel against would be the Tiansheng Sect, and they would not try their best to give advice. This was something Lin Xiao wanted to avoid. Master Lin is right. Then let's start the discussion. What my Danliang sect means is that we should keep the current situation unchanged. With the death of Lu Yan, the strength of the state of Lu has weakened a lot. If another force comes to power, it will inevitably cause civil unrest in the state of Lu. Everyone, don't forget that the last beast tide was more than 200 years ago. Zheng Yunlang is right. I think so too. It's better to maintain the status quo. I agree too. Li Changqing of the Li family has good qualifications. If they dominate the state of Lu, they will surely be determined to innovate. By then, the state of Lu will have a chance to rise. The state of Lu is the fat meat in our mouths. How can we let him be like this, friend Mo? Your words are too blunt. If you have something to say, just say it. There is nothing to hide. My Hanshan sect has grown from a small sect in Tiansheng to the present, by relying on the profits gained from repeated conquests. Now that some territories are not enough to supply the needs of my Hanshan sect, we have to fight. Could it be that we will annex them by our own people? Ahem Lin Xiao, am I right? No, brother Mo is right. What about you? Does anyone else want to say anything? Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed. Brother, just think about these things in your heart, okay? Why say them out loud? Are you so arrogant? Master Lin, actually I think we can do better, Master Gongsun of the Shanang sect. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No one here will be convicted for speech. Yes, I think it would be better to divide the Lu kingdom. Li Changqing has been at the 12th level of Daogang for decades, and he must be unable to wait any longer. He may not be able to get the Lingming pill, but other treasures should be able to, and his aptitude is extremely good, and the probability of him breaking through the spiritual light is very high. If he breaks through the spiritual light, and the Li family does not get the due benefits, they will definitely not accept it, and then there will be other troubles. It is better to split it up directly, and divide the Lu kingdom into several large pieces, so that the Li family can also gain some benefits. This will also prevent the Li family from unifying the Lu kingdom in the future. Master Gongsun's words seem to make some sense. The Li family wants to get the benefits now, so we will give them, but if they get the benefits, they will obey our rules. It will be difficult for them to unify the Lu kingdom in the future, and we will have to intervene at that time. Yes, well said. This will not weaken the Lu kingdom. However, I would like to mention one more thing. If there is a beast-tide war in the future, the Li family must fight. Not only the Li family, but also the others who have benefited from us must fight. Okay, let's follow this definition. How about it? Agree, no problem. Lin Xiao also agreed. Splitting the Lu kingdom and supporting the several major families of the Lu kingdom will indeed be of great benefit to the Wu kingdom. At that time, even if there is an extraordinary genius in the Lu kingdom, if you want to attack the Wu kingdom, you must first deal with the internal affairs of the Lu kingdom. After the 9 people discussed, they had already made a decision, but they had to hold a meeting of all the forces in the Wu kingdom. Lin Xiao had decided that among all the forces in the Wu kingdom, as long as there were sects and families with cultivators above the Purple Mansion cultivation level, they could participate in the Wu kingdom's meeting. The Purple Mansion is the threshold, and only those above the Dao gang have a little say. Lin Xiao did not hold a meeting immediately, but chose to hold it a year later, because the Dao fruit tree of the Tiansheng Sect was mature again, and it was time to refine the Dao Foundation pill and auction the Dao Foundation pill. Basix's forced breakthrough this time caused her to be seriously injured. Even after 3 years, she still hasn't recovered. She is luckier than Lengning. As long as she spends a few decades recuperating, she still has a chance to impact the Shengsu, but it will be more dangerous than before, and the chance is much smaller. These injuries did not affect Basix's alchemy. This time, Basixi still refined 2 furnaces of Daojidan, and the other furnace was sent to Beiyu City for Li Muxu to refine. After a few months, both of them finished refining. This time, Basix's cultivation broke through, and her soul and Zuan Qi had greatly increased, so her alchemy skills also improved a lot. 1 furnace produced 6 pills, and 1 furnace produced 7 pills, while Li Muxu produced 9 pills, reaching a 100% order rate. Although one of them was of poor quality, it was also very stable. Lin Xiao quickly made a distribution of these 22 Daojidan. The 3 that belonged to Basixi and Li Muxu were still auctioned, and all the Zuan crystals obtained were given to them except for the necessary expenses. This is also Lin Xiao's intention to support Basixi. Of the remaining 19, 5 were given to Yu Xiao, 5 were used to exchange with sect disciples immediately, and another 5 were used as the sect's foundation. The next Dao Foundation pill would be obtained 40 years later. In order to not affect the Taoist path of the disciples who were able to break through during this period, they could also be exchanged in between. Otherwise, if they were exchanged all at once, what would happen to the disciples in the past 40 years? As for the remaining 4, Lin Xiao was going to use them to support some sects within Wu State and help Wu State produce more Dao Gang monks. There were also many talented disciples in other sects, and they could not be lost in vain due to the lack of Daojidan. Only when Wu State became stronger could Tiansheng Sect be more stable, so the competitors for these 4 Daojidan were set among the other 8 sects with relatively strong strength, and the price would be lower than the auction in Gongming City. Upon hearing this news, the sects of Danliang Sect were naturally extremely happy. Over the years, many of their disciples had risked using treasures such as Lingying Jade Marrow and Zuanhuang Baoyu to break through, but the probability of success was extremely small. Among more than a dozen people who broke through, only 2 succeeded, and the rest were either dead or seriously injured. With Daojidan, their success rate would be much greater. The auction was still very successful. With the Daojidan as a trigger, Gongming City's influence was catching up with Lu Jiuo's Yujing City. The cultivators there were spreading to Gongming City. Originally, there were about 100,000 cultivators in Yujing City, but now it has dropped to about 80,000. Now that Lu Yan is dead, the number will continue to decrease. The permanent population of Gongming City has exceeded 40,000, and is still increasing. There are villages of cultivators around Beiyu City, and they have begun to cultivate spiritual veins. However, Tiansheng Sect has also issued measures for this. All the land within the territory of Tiansheng Sect is exclusive to Tiansheng Sect. Don't think that occupying Lingshan is yours. It is just lent to you by Tiansheng Sect, not permanent. You must become a vassal of Tiansheng Sect and pay a certain amount of protection fee. The fee is not high, and it is symbolic, but it must show the presence of Tiansheng Sect. If you disagree, you can move away. If other sects are willing to let you occupy the land, that is their business, and Tiansheng Sect will not care. Anyway, the Tiansheng Sect has one idea. In the territory of the Tiansheng Sect, no powerful forces are allowed to appear, and no digging of the Tiansheng Sect is allowed. If you are really capable of pioneering in the wilderness, then the Tiansheng Sect will actively support you. Before the auction, the various sects of Wu State also set a national policy for Lu State. Lu State was officially split into 7 parts, one for the 6 major families, and one for the Chunhyang Palace. The 7 forces were equal to each other, and Lu State officially became a vassal state of Wu State. The reason why this matter went so smoothly was that after Lu Yan passed away, many of the pro-war factions had fallen and passed away, and their strength could not be compared with that of decades ago. Otherwise, there would be great twists and turns. The sects of Danyang Sect also took the 4 Daojiden of Tiansheng Sect, and Tiansheng Sect harvested a large amount of Zuanjing. For example, Shanyang Sect took out the sect's savings of decades in order to win a Daojiden this time, and even had to sell some treasures. They were all risking everything. More than half of the large amount of black crystals obtained from the auction was exchanged by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao has exchanged a small half of his tens of millions of merit points, and there are tens of millions of black crystals in his storage ring. Lin Xiao issued tasks in the General Affairs Hall of the sect, the Task Hall of Gangming City, Beicheng Business House, and Beiyu City at the same time, searching for 5th level refining materials. Lin Xiao decided to upgrade the craft of refining to the 5th level. The 5th level magic tools are too expensive. The ones worth millions of black crystals are very ordinary goods, and the better ones cost more than tens of millions. If he does not master these techniques, the spiritual light monks of the Tiansheng Sect will become fat sheep in the eyes of other forces, and be cut by others. Besides, Yunanayu has already started to retreat, and he has to find something for himself to do. Now that the martial arts have been practiced, it is time to improve the various technical levels. Chapter 369, The Age of Aura. Lin Xiao scattered a huge amount of black crystals. Even though the 5th level spiritual objects were rare, they were still continuously sent to Tiansheng Sect through various channels, especially to Beiyu City, where the material distribution center was easier to obtain than other places. In addition, Li Muxu's identity helped Lin Xiao a lot. With the spiritual objects, Lin Xiao was no longer stingy. Moreover, refining tools was different from refining pills. If the alchemy technique was not good, all the materials would be scrapped, which was a huge loss. If the refining tools were scrapped, those materials could still be refined again. Although the performance and efficacy would be lost, there were still many effects and they could be refined repeatedly. Therefore, under Lin Xiao's huge losses, one magic tool after another was scrapped and continuously refined, which made Lin Xiao's refining level continue to improve. After 10 years, after Lin Xiao lost tens of millions of black crystals again, he finally raised his refining skills to the 5th level. Although it was only the lower 5th level, it was still a huge breakthrough. The next goal is the 5th level talisman making technique. Lin Xiao had practiced for many years before, and had reached the breakthrough of the 5th level lower grade, which would be easier. However, before Lin Xiao could collect materials, Yunanayu broke through. Yunanayu's breakthrough to the spiritual light seemed very easy, and there was no forced breakthrough. Yunanayu was in charge of the Night Owl, so there was no promotion ceremony. Even the vision of the breakthrough was covered up by Lin Xiao. No one inside or outside the sect knew about it except for a few senior officials. Yunanayu himself did not mind. Yunanayu only closed his door for less than half a year to stabilize his realm. After coming out of the door, he immediately took back the position of the head of the Night Owl, and then began to make a large-scale transfer of the Night Owl personnel. This is not what Lin Xiao wants to do, but he wants to bring the night owl into the spiritual light era. Yes, in the more than 30 years since Lin Xiao came back, in addition to Basix's breakthrough to the spiritual light, Basichen, Bazihe, and Yuxiangxiang on Fenghuo Island have all completed the polishing and precipitation, and are ready to break through to the spiritual light period. The Daogang monks of the second echelon, such as Bazihe and Li Mingyang, have also entered the 11th and 12th levels of Daogang. It won't be long before they are ready to break through. Even the Daogang monks of the third echelon, such as Jia Mingren and Yuan Royan, have also entered the 10th level of Daogang. They will inevitably break through in less than 100 years. Tiansheng Sect has already reached the Lingguan era. Now Lin Xiao has no shortage of Lingming pills. At least half of these people can break through. If they are willing to pay a little more and let them break through twice, 90% of them will have hope. After all, they are very young and have many opportunities to break through Lingguan. At the same time, the old Daogang monks of Yuzhou are also the same. Zhang Qingxuan and Arking have reached this point. If Taishi doesn't fall into Zuanyang City, he may be the second person to break through. After Lin Xiao's strong support, Yuzhou now has more than 30 Daogang monks in this sect. The cultivation of Daogang monks who broke through in the early years has also been steadily improved, enough to replace these old Daogang monks and take control of the overall situation. The people of Night Owl cannot break through at the gate of Tiansheng Sect. First, the mysterious energy is not enough to support so many people to break through. Second, their identities are extremely important and cannot have any flaws, otherwise they may become exposed. For this reason, Lin Xiao took out 5 Lingming pills and gave them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao soon left Wu State and went to various places to protect the high-level night owls and help them break through the spiritual light. At the same time, he also wanted to inspect the night owl team. Bazichen and Bazihe did not break through in the sect. They had to break through in Beiyu City. If the two of them really broke through the spiritual light period, then the Bei family could be truly conquered, and even the Bei Changming brothers could not stop them. At the peak of the history of the Bei family, there were only 2 spiritual light cultivators, but now they have several. This is not an ordinary backer. With Basixi in the sect, Lin Xiao can leave with peace of mind. Basix's injuries during the breakthrough will take decades to heal, so before the injury is healed, she cannot travel. Now her task is to heal her injuries and break through the alchemy. Basix's talent for alchemy is weaker than Li Muxu's, but now she has reached the level of alchemy of the 4th grade upper grade. With her cultivation, she can theoretically break through to the 5th grade, but it is still difficult to do so, because Basixi does not have enough money. In order to break through the spiritual light, she spent more than half of her wealth to exchange for the Lingming pill, and the other auxiliary spiritual medicines also cost a lot of money. Now recuperation is also a huge expense. If Lin Xiao hadn't asked her to continue to refine the Daoji pill, she would probably have gone bankrupt. At the beginning, Li Muxu lost nearly 40 million Zuan crystals to improve her alchemy skills. Basixi will only spend more Zuan crystals. Even the sect cannot support this amount of Zuan crystals. At the beginning, Lin Xiao paid for Li Muxu privately. In addition, Li Muxu herself is also wealthy, so Basixi still has a long way to go on this road. There are already 30 Daogang monks in the sect who have broken through. The 5 Daoji Dan left over from the last time have all been exchanged out. Together with the 5 from before, 10 people have broken through, and 6 have succeeded. This makes the value of Daogang monks in Tiansheng Sect lower and lower. However, the sects of Danyang Sect are very lucky. The 4 Daoji Dan that Lin Xiao supported them with last time all succeeded. Danyang Sect added a Daogang, and Tianhe Sect finally caught up, and also had 2 Daogang monks. 7 of the original 9 sects in Tianyang have already had Daogang monks, a total of 10 people. The entire Wu Kingdom has more than 40 Daogangs on the surface, which is the same as Kang Kingdom and Tianchi Kingdom. However, they have accumulated slowly over more than 1,000 years, and it took Wu Kingdom less than 300 years to reach this number. If we count from the establishment of Wu Kingdom, it is less than 100 years. The importance of Dao Fruit Tree is self-evident. Wei and Tianchi saw the scene in Wu, and looked forward to the Dao Fruit Tree. It had been almost 100 years since they got the Dao fruit tree. With their spiritual plant husbands, they could only double the time to maturity, which would still take about 100 years. Especially Wei, who had cooperated with Tiansheng Sect in recent years, and had hopes of rising. Before, they had secretly sent 5th level spiritual medicine to Tiansheng Sect. After Lin Xiao killed the Shengsu monk and established a firm foothold in Beiyu City, they started to cooperate openly. All 5th level spiritual medicines were only given to Li Muxu to make pills. For this reason, they got a lot more 5th level pills than before, and saved a lot of Zuanjing. After all, according to the previous contract, the conditions given by Tiansheng Sect were not black-hearted at all. They were completely mutually beneficial, not exploiting them. The Wei kingdom was also very united. Some old Lingguan monks with unknown paths all gave up the right to use these 5th level pills and let the young Lingguan monks take them. This made the cultivation of those Lingguan monks grow rapidly, and the saved Zuanjing also allowed them to cultivate more Daogang monks. In the past 200 years, Wei Kingdom has taken away as many as 7 Daoji pills from Gangming City. After all, Wei Kingdom's financial resources are not comparable to those of ordinary small countries and small sects. They choose the best to break through, and Daoji pills are only given to the most outstanding and youngest disciples to break through. The success rate is extremely high, and only one person failed. This result made the cooperation between Wei Kingdom and Wu Kingdom even closer. Wei Kingdom has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and has its own unique features. Although their alchemy level is not good, they still have many advantages over Wu Kingdom. After Lin Xiao's weapon refining skills improved, he originally wanted Tiansheng Sect to learn how to build warships, but he gave up after a little research. Warships involve too many things. If Lin Xiao were to build a warship alone, it would take decades, which would be too much of a loss. One Xiao sect can monopolize most of the warship business in the Xiuxin world, not only because of their superb technology, but also because they have formed an industrial chain, have a large talent pool, and are cheap. Therefore, even if a large sect has enough power to build it themselves, they will generally entrust one Xiao sect to do it. After giving up this thought, Lin Xiao upgraded the security of the sect again. The mountain gate was upgraded to the 5th grade upper grade by the system, and the rest of the sacred mountains were made by Lin Xiao himself. Especially for the chassis in the south of Chen State, Lin Xiao even built several war fortresses at all costs. These territories face the wilderness directly. Once the beast tide breaks out, they will be the first to bear the brunt. Lin Xiao is thinking about how to block the beast tide within the territory of Wu State to reduce losses. And Lin Xiao also has a hunch that the beast tide will break out soon, at least 20 to 30 years, and at most about 100 years. Since Lin Xiao took out the Lingming pill, the number of Daogang monks of Tiansheng Sect entering the wilderness has increased significantly. In the buffer zone between the wild monsters and the human race, the disciples of Tiansheng Sect hunted those monsters wantonly. It is unknown how many have been hunted in decades. However, in their reports, there are no fewer monsters in the buffer zone. As many as they kill, they will come, and they can even increase. This shows that in the depths of the wilderness, the number of monsters is also overcrowded. They are releasing pressure. The reason why they did not launch the beast tide now is probably that they are not ready yet. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Lin Xiao strengthened the security level of this area, and sent a large number of people to clear the monsters in the thousands of miles of buffer zone. The monsters don't take them seriously, but the human race doesn't. Moreover, the fur, bones, blood and inner elixir on them are all good things. They can quickly enhance the combat effectiveness of the cultivators, and are also precious resources. Seeing the Tiansheng Sect's behavior, the high-level officials of Danliang Sect probably saw something. Although they didn't say it clearly, they cooperated with the actions of the Tiansheng Sect, and sent disciples into the wilderness, to hunt monsters and find out their movements. After Lin Xiao did these things, he left the sect again. Now that Basic C was in charge, Lin Xiao was much bolder. He went to Beiyu City first, and met Li Muxu. As soon as they met, Lin Xiao was depressed again, because Li Muxu had only broken through a level 10 years after the last breakthrough, and she broke through another level. Like Lin Xiao, she was at the 5th level of Lingguang. For this reason, Lin Xiao had to secretly add a level to himself, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Chapter 370 Lin Xiao's ability to make money. Lin Xiao did not plan to leave Beiyu City in a short time after coming to it. Although Tishi was still waiting for Lin Xiao to rescue him, Lin Xiao did not want to go. Lin Xiao had already contacted Tishi again and learned about his situation. Tishi had already set off a bloody storm in Zhuanayang City with his own skills. Yes, it was a bloody storm. He used some of the knowledge taught by Lin Xiao and his own experience of more than 200 years to help Tiansheng Sect find spies in Zhuanayang City and do counter-espionage work, and the effect was quite good. In the past few decades, more than 20 spies have been dug out by him. These spies could not withstand Tishi's interrogation and were defeated one after another. This made Tiansheng Sect very fond of Tishi, so they would not kill him at all, but kept squeezing his value. Tishi naturally knew that he would die once he was worthless, so he was also delaying time as much as possible. He would never dig out those spy organizations until he could not explain. What's interesting is that the organizations that were dug out were not discouraged at all. They would send spies to Zhuanayang City again soon. After sending heads several times, their intelligence level continued to improve, which indirectly stimulated the improvement of the intelligence industry. So although Tishi asked Lin Xiao for help dozens of times, Lin Xiao ignored him. He would not take action until his life was really in danger. This time, Tishi must suffer enough. Lin Xiao settled down in Beiyu City and soon began to earn resources crazily. Beiyu City was not only short of high-level alchemists, but also of weapon refiners and talisman makers. So Lin Xiao began to refine magic tools, formations, and talismans and put them into Li Muxu's Beicheng Tower for sale. These high-level magic tools, talismans, and formations were not worried about sales, and soon they became famous in Beiyu City, and their reputation was not lower than that of Li Muxu. Master, this is your profit for the past 6 months. Please take a look. Inside the Beicheng Tower, the accountant handed a account book to Lin Xiao. Beicheng Tower had to pay Lin Xiao for selling his items, in addition to some handling fees. The payment was settled every 6 months. Now Lin Xiao had calculated his private and public accounts relatively clearly. Of course, it was difficult to calculate treasures like the Lingming pill. Lin Xiao only took about 1/3 of the merit points that his disciples exchanged for. If all the accounts had to be settled, the sect would still go bankrupt. Okay, just put it here. I'll take a look at how profitable Beicheng Tower is now. Reporting to the master, the profit of Beicheng Tower is increasing every year, and the annual profit is not less than 5 million. The sect makes about 1 million, and the rest belongs to ancestrally. Sit down and talk. Don't be nervous. I'm not checking the accounts. I'm just asking casually. What about the business? Do you have any records? Yes, we will do a joint accounting at the end of each year. The business has more income, but it is basically replaced by various spiritual objects and materials sent back to the sect. There are not many mysterious crystals, and sometimes we have to subsidize the sect. Not bad. You all have worked hard. How is the income of the disciples? Lin Xiao nodded. Tiansheng Sect has sucked a lot of blood in Beiyu City, and the continuous purchase of spiritual objects of various grades back to the sect can support the pace of development of Tiansheng Sect. Even for Danliang Sect, they often use the channels of Beicheng business to purchase from the sect, and the prices are much lower than in Wu State. The disciples' income has improved a lot. Basically, they don't slack off and can earn a little money to meet the needs of their practice. A purple mansion cultivator can earn about 10,000 to 20,000 black crystals a year in the sect, and more than 30,000 in Beiyu City. I heard that some disciples are not very satisfied with the 3-year rotation system. Is it because of this reason? This? You can say it, no one will spread it. I just want to understand the situation of the disciples, so that the master can adjust some strategies and seek benefits for you. Yes, master, the disciples are indeed not very satisfied. They earn a lot here, and have less work to do. The key is that Beiyu City is prosperous. After being accustomed to the colorful world, many people find it difficult to accept returning to the sect for hard practice. It's similar to what I thought. Then tell me, if I'll let you stay in Bayou City all the time, would you be willing? No. Why? There are less things to do, and more money to earn. Why not? Master, you don't know that, although Bayou City is good, it is not our home. Moreover, indulging in this world of pleasure will delay our cultivation. I have been on duty here for 10 years, just to earn some black crystals to go back and practice well. There are so many talented disciples in the sect now. If we don't practice hard, how can we catch up with them and follow the footsteps of the master? With the improvement of cultivation, our lifespan will also increase a lot. Then we will have plenty of time to enjoy it. You are a wise man. It's a pity that there are more disciples in the sect now, but the atmosphere is much worse. There is no longer the atmosphere of hard practice like in the past. Lin Xiao nodded. This accountant is a wise man. It's a pity that there are not many such people. However, Lin Xiao is no longer going to rectify the atmosphere in the sect. Let nature take its course. Now there are more and more higher level cultivators. Even if the source of wealth continues to grow, it is beginning to be difficult. Doing this is just right for the survival of the fittest, screening out a group of people and letting others climb up. Master, there are actually many people who are still working hard. Most of our disciples have no foundation. Everyone wants to live longer. It's just a little sigh. Okay, go down and have a rest. We will do the year-end inventory in a few years. I will attend the party then and ask someone to book a better restaurant. Lin Xiao waved his hand. This kind of thing was no longer under Lin Xiao's jurisdiction. He didn't have so much energy. He was focusing on the general direction. Lin Xiao took a look at the account book and was very satisfied with the income of the past year. Lin Xiao reduced his practice time, and most of the treasures he refined were sold, and he got back a lot of black crystals. Lin Xiao went to Li Muxu's office room. Li Muxu was also counting the income. Seeing her smiling face, she should have a good income. Muxu, your ability to make money is really great. Your reputation as an alchemist is well deserved. Master, are you out of money? Do you want me to give you some money? What a joke. How could a master like me be so miserable? Keep it. Master is richer than you think. The sect still owes me more than 30 million Zuan crystals. Master, you and I have a good ability to make money. Even in the Lingguang period, we can still meet our cultivation needs, and we have a huge surplus. If we want to exchange for magic tools, talismans, or other things, we basically don't have to consider it. But other people may not have this ability. Even for basic C, her alchemy skills will not be able to meet her personal needs unless she is upgraded to the 5th level. And it is extremely difficult to upgrade to the 5th level. So, does the master have any arrangements for the Lingguang cultivators in the sect? Li Muxu said to Lin Xiao. Many people have told Li Muxu about this. They want Lin Xiao to improve the treatment of the Lingguang cultivators, otherwise their future life will be very difficult. Most of the Lingguang cultivators do not have such a strong ability to make money, and their expenses are indeed huge. A simplest 5th level flying sword costs millions of black crystals, which takes them many years to accumulate. This is really too much for them. Muxu, I know what you mean. I'm glad you can think about the sect, but I've already decided on the treatment of Lingguang monks. You have to consider the overall situation. In the future, there will be more and more Lingguang monks in our sect. If we take too big a step now, we will inevitably be unable to succeed. Our sect still has to consider the tens of thousands of low-level monks. These people have no ability to make money. At the Lingguang level, there are so many things you can do. Even learning to refine pills and tools is much easier than for low-level disciples, and there are many ways to make money. Master, but the current Lingguang monks in the sect are restricted to death. How can they have time to make money? There's no way. The sect gives them such great treatment. It is necessary for them to stay in various places and provide shelter for low-level disciples. This is how they came here. Moreover, they have nothing to do when they stay in various places. Instead, they have time to practice and study technology, and their treatment is no worse than others. You can't compare them with Wu Muiyang and Yun Xiaoyang. They are the leaders of a faction and can mobilize the resources of the entire sect. Naturally, they are much richer. Lin Xiao replied, they are both spiritual light cultivators, but their wealth is very different. Wu Muang and Yun Xiaoang are the ancestors of the sect, above 10,000 people, so they can naturally call on the power of the entire sect. They have taken this benefit, but they also have to bear the pressure of working hard for the development of the sect. The same. The treatment of the spiritual light cultivators of Tiansheng Sect is not bad. Lin Xiao set them a basic annual salary of 200,000 black crystals a year, which is composed of multiple parts, including spiritual rice and other things. You don't have to do anything to earn 200,000 black crystals, and these spiritual light cultivators basically hold senior positions in the sect. The subsidy performance of the position is higher than the monthly salary. Generally speaking, it is about 200,000 or 300,000, so a spiritual light cultivator can basically get at least 500,000 black crystals a year. For example, Basic C, who is in charge of Gangming City, even if she does nothing, her annual income is more than 1 million, and she can refine 4th grade top grade elixirs, and she can also earn about 1 million black crystals a year. According to the current price of 5th grade elixirs, she can buy 6 elixirs a year and have 200,000 or 300,000 black crystals left. Refining 6 5th level cultivation pills a year is the limit for cultivators like Basic C. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu are special and can refine about 8 to 10. Maybe I'm used to spending lavishly. There are still many poor spiritual cultivators in Beiyu City who can only afford 1 pill a year. Muxu, you have to know that it is normal for there to be many poor people in this world. If everyone is rich, then something will really go wrong. Maybe, I don't care so much. I'm very busy recently and need to take a break. Take a break. It's just the end of year inventory recently. Give yourself a break. I know. I can't take a break. Hey, everyone says that the head is good, but you don't see the hardship of the head. Lin Xiao nodded. It's lonely at the top. Do they know how difficult it is to lead a sect? No one knows. Chapter 371. The Terrifying Night Owl. Zhangzhou, outside Dan City, in a remote valley, a figure landed in the night, and then there were a few bangs in the valley, and the man stomped his feet and replied. If Lin Xiao was here, he would know that this was the Morse code he had said when training Night Owl, but the Morse code of this world has been modified and is very consistent with the language of this world. Po, you came here in person, are you crazy? Zi Yunfei's face suddenly darkened when he saw Yinan Ayu. This guy is the general manager of Night Owl. If something happens to him, the entire Night Owl will be finished. Zi Yunfei, stop talking nonsense. If it wasn't a matter of great importance, why would I risk coming to you in person? What's the matter? The Thorn God is keeping a close eye on me now, Zi Yunfei replied. Decades ago, the Thorn God once again extended his hand to Nanzhao and sent the Shengsu monk to lead the Thorn God's distribution in Nanzhao. Zi Yunfei got the news and told Yu Xiao, who then leaked the news to Xianyu Sect, causing the Thorn God's Shengsu monk to be almost killed by the people of Xianyu Sect, and even the Nanzhao headquarters was taken down. The Thorn God was not stupid, so he naturally knew that he had been infiltrated. So for decades, the Thorn God has not relaxed his surveillance of the internal affairs, especially for those who joined later, such as Zi Yunfei, who are the focus of his surveillance. They haven't relaxed their surveillance for decades. The God of Thorns has really become more capable. I don't have time to chat with you. Okay, take this. Lingming pill. How do you have the Lingming pill? As soon as Zi Yunfei got it and opened it, he was shocked. The Lingming pill is not an easy treasure. Even for the God of Thorns, it is extremely difficult to get it. It is very valuable. The master got it. It is said that he paid a great price for it. You can handle it yourself. Find a way to whitewash it and take it openly. I see. Is there anything else? 2 things. First, about the secret realm of the Thorn God in Dan City. The master has been eyeing it for a long time. After you break through, find a way to find out the truth, and then we will come to take it. The second thing is Iron Lion. Iron Lion is trapped in Zhuanayang City. He is now captured by the Tiansheng Sect. They are helping them to clean up the spies. Can you rescue him? Haha, you think too highly of me. The first thing is easy to say. I have stayed in the secret realm for more than 100 years, and I'm very familiar with it. I have also recruited a few people in it. We can wait until the 7th level cultivator of the Thorn God leaves to take action. As for Iron Lion, I can't do anything. The Tiansheng Sect is a first-rate sect with a 9th level cultivator in charge. Even if the entire Thorn God is killed, there is nothing they can do. Eight-faced fox, you have to know about this. If we don't do it, the sect master will do it. The sect master has become more and more soft-hearted over the years, especially towards old people like us. Familiar faces are dying one by one, and new disciples are afraid of the sect master's power and dare not get close to him. So Sect Master Tishi will definitely save us. It's the same adventure. Shouldn't we disciples share the burden with the sect master? Why does the sect master always go through life and death for us? Don't you even have the courage to die for the sect master and the sect? POU, you are not qualified to say that to me. I have been lurking in the Thorn God for more than 200 years. I have been worried and scared every day. Then let me ask you, are you going to do it or not? Come up with a plan. If I think it can succeed, I will do it. Otherwise, my sacrifice will not be in vain. Lin Xiao has been whitewashed by the Thorn God and has no access to confidential information. Now I'm the only one who can do it. It's okay as long as you agree. The sect master will not worry about you in vain. I will contact Lin Xiao and give him Lingming pills. Wait a minute, the sect has so many Lingming pills now? Yes, there are quite a few. Can you give me another one? I have recruited several people in Tiansheng, one of whom has been at the 12th level of Daogang for many years. If I can support him to take the position, it will be of great help to me. I have to report to the headmaster first. Wait for my news for a year at most. Okay, say hello to the headmaster for me. Let's go. Yunanai waved his hand and quickly disappeared into the night. Zi Yunfei, the eight-faced fox, looked at Yunanai's disappearing back with a complicated expression, but still left quickly. Half a month later, Yunanai found Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had also reached the 12th level of Daogang. It would take a few years for him to break through, but it would be soon. A few years would pass quickly. Lin Xiao was now the head of a business under Tiansheng. Tiansheng suffered a huge blow in Zhangzhou, but his business never stopped. Zhangzhou was too big, and even those big sects could not control it all. Moreover, assassination is divided into two types. The first is an open assassination, such as a traitor in a sect, and a bounty will be offered openly. In contrast, the person who accepts the task is also open. The other is a secret assassination, which is what organizations like the Sting God do, and they are prohibited. Therefore, the Sting God whitewashed many people and became mercenaries who specialize in tasks for major sects. Of course, these mercenaries are not limited to assassination, but also look for protection, escort businesses, etc. Yunanai gave the Lingming pill to Lin Xiao and told him about Tishi. At that time, Lin Xiao and Bai Mianhu will cooperate to deal with Tiansheng Sect with the power of the Sting God and take the opportunity to rescue Tishi. 3 months later, Yunanai came to Zhuanayang City and met Tishi with the help of Night Owl. The two sides did not have any communication, just met once. When Tishi saw Yunanai, he was ashamed and wanted to turn the table and quit on the spot. Boss Ye, you almost forced Tishi to death, Arking said to Yunanai in a market outside Zhuanayang City. He couldn't understand why Yunanai wanted to force Tishi. You can't understand why, right? Yes, I did it on purpose. Nothing. I just don't like Tishi. We competed for the position of Night Owl boss. I won and he lost, so he plotted against me for hundreds of years, but I ignored him. But Tishi shouldn't be too dissolute and frivolous. I didn't bother him about Bazan City, but for a little personal affection, he put the head of the sect in danger and caused Night Owl to suffer losses. Finally, he fell into Tiansheng Sect for a breath of air. I can't swallow this anger if I don't teach him a lesson. When he comes back, I'll help you beat him. Make sure he stays in bed for more than a year. That's a good suggestion. It's not convenient for me to take action, so the task of beating him up will be handed over to you then. No problem. Practice well. Tishi's path to Taoism was delayed at the hands of Tiansheng Sect, and you can't be delayed again. One Lingming pill is not enough. We have 6 Daogang in Zhangzhou, and we control more than a dozen Daogang. They are also eager to break through now. Arking, you think Lingming pill is cabbage. You don't need to care about those people. When you break through the spiritual light, there will be no sound. You have to be ruthless. In this respect, you are indeed not as good as Tishi. This guy has a very black heart. Yes. Our king nodded and took over Tishi's position. He also knew how black that guy was. Those Daogang cultivators he had gathered had all been disciplined by him and were obedient. Although I hate Tishi, I still have to save him. How is the situation now? Where is his lover? Luo Yun is not dead. More than 10 years ago, Ren Han came out of seclusion and found out that Luo Yun had framed him. He was furious and wanted to take action, but was stopped by a Shengsu cultivator named King Nian, who was the one who took Tiansheng and was the deputy commander of the Blackwater platform of the Tiansheng Sect and our colleague. However, Luo Yun was divorced by Ren Han and all the benefits given to the Luo family were taken back. Luo Huoyuan died soon after. The Luo family fell apart and could not even keep Lin Xiao. Their life was extremely difficult, but it was what they deserved. Those who sell their daughters for fame and fortune do not deserve sympathy. Can we get Luo Yun away? Yes, but I advise you not to. Luo Yun is an important bargaining chip for King Nian to control Tishi and has been watched all the time. The level of the Blackwater platform has improved a lot over the years. If we act rashly, it will be dangerous. Is Tishi still so fond of Luo Yun? What kind of spell did that woman cast on Tishi? I'm not sure. It's possible that he doesn't like him anymore and is just pretending to like him so that King Nian thinks he can control him. His contact with Tishi is intermittent and I don't know what he is thinking. I see. After you break through, remember to ask Tishi to provide information. Then we can capture a few talented disciples of Tiansheng Sect and find a way to replace Tishi. Does Boss Yi have a plan? It's just a clue. I will work out the plan in the next few years. By then, I will let Beimei and Hu and Li Huo come forward. You don't need to show up and divert the attention to the God of Thorns. Yunanayu nodded. He had made hundreds of plans to rescue Tishi, but none of them had passed. The risk was too great, and it would take a long time to plan. He didn't know how to do it specifically, so he would take it one step at a time. I understand. Now I will focus on managing the territory of Tiansheng Sect, so nothing will go wrong. They are just a group of Iron Lion's disciples and they won't amount to anything. Don't underestimate them. The magical powers of high-level cultivators are not something you and I can understand. In short, don't let the sect leader take risks on this matter. We just need to get things done. Okay. How many Lingguan cultivators are there in the sect now? Will our Yixio's right to speak be affected? Not many for now. When I leave, there is only Basic C. However, Basichan, Basiao and Basihur are about to break through. I don't know if they have succeeded. The four sons of the Bei family have been in glory for hundreds of years. They won't be in glory for long. The potential of the four of them is about to be exhausted. The most popular disciples of the next generation are the sect leader's disciples. Now there are more and more talented disciples. Boss Yi can't relax. He must continue to stay strong and snatch those geniuses away. Haha, don't worry, I've been doing this, and the sect leader has agreed that we can recruit disciples from the outside world. The outer core can also accept some beginners. We will only get stronger and stronger in the future. Yunanayu laughed and said how powerful the night owl was. Even Lin Xiao was not very clear, just a vague impression, but Yunanayu was very clear that if all the power of the night owl was gathered together, it would be stronger than the current power of the Tiansheng Sect. Even attacking the Kang Kingdom and the Tianxi Kingdom would be a piece of cake. It's just that this terrifying power will always be submerged under the water and will not appear easily. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372. Good news. Yunanayu distributed Lingming pills along the way, but found that it was not enough. When the news came back, Lin Xiao generously gave Yunanayu 3 more. So far, Lin Xiao had spent 10 Lingming pills. Lin Xiao bought a top-grade jade bottle for the pill, which can keep the efficacy of Lingming pills for about 150 years. It is hard to say whether 24 people can break through Daogang in this 150 years, so Ling Ming pills are enough for this period. As for 150 years later, Lin Xiao will not look for Ling Ming pills on a large scale. If nothing unexpected happens, only a small amount will be provided, and the rest will be replaced by other treasures. The cost of Ling Ming pills is too high for Lin Xiao. The next time, the blue spirit jade will not be so easy to fool. Even the real spirit grass is not so easy to get. Lin Xiao practiced hard in Beiyu City. After 5 years, his talisman making level finally rose to the 5th level lower grade. Lin Xiao became a 5th level master who combined formation, refining, and talisman making. He was famous in Beiyu City. Lin Xiao's reputation has surpassed that of Li Muxu, the genius alchemist. Among the 4 arts of cultivating immortals, alchemy is the most important. The other 3 skills are not as good as alchemy. However, once someone combines these 3 skills, he can become a master overnight and become a treasure even among second and third rate forces. Many treasures in the world of cultivating immortals require a combination of multiple skills. For example, warships require many skills such as refining, formations, runes, etc. to refine, and some large-scale tools are also the same, requiring professional cooperation. However, if there is no one who is proficient in all of this and makes a comprehensive plan, then the efficiency will become extremely low. To put it bluntly, Lin Xiao is a comprehensive talent. Of course, no one would ask Lin Xiao, an outsider, to do such a major thing, which is equivalent to letting Lin Xiao see their secrets in vain. But Lin Xiao can still use the 3-in-1 method to refine some treasures that ordinary companies cannot refine. 5 years later, Beizichen broke through the spiritual light in Beiyu City. After Beizichen came out of retreat, Bei Changming and hundreds of clansmen waited for Beizichen on the road, wanting to ask Beizichen to leave Tiansheng Sect and become the head of the Bei family. This was the last time that the 2 brothers Bei Changming struggled. Over the past 100 years, the Bei family has been weakening. So far, no Daogang cultivator has been added, and even the number of Purple Mansion cultivators has been decreasing. The territory has been getting smaller and smaller, the income has been getting lower and lower, and the clansmen have been constantly dispersed. The entire Bei family is on the verge of collapse. Over the years, it has been relying on the financial support of Beizichen and Beizihua to prevent the Bei family from perishing. However, even so, the weakening is still weakening. The 2 brothers Bei Changming also understand their abilities. They are really unable to cope with this situation. They can't even defend Chengdu, let alone reverse the crisis. It can be foreseen that once they die, no, even without their death, the Bei family will be completely destroyed. This made them unable to sleep or eat, so they made the final decision, asking Beizichen to be the ancestor of the Bei family and take charge of the Bei family. Beizichen could use the resources and connections of the Bei family at will. This request was extremely tempting to many Lingguan cultivators. Although the Bei family was in decline, a Ling camel was bigger than a horse. The Bei family was still stronger than the average small force, not to mention that the Bei family also had a 5th level mountain gate, which was enough to tempt people. However, Beizichen still refused mercilessly, in front of everyone. Beizichen told Bei Changming that he could support the Bei family to the best of his ability, but he would never leave the sect. For Beizichen, he knew exactly what the strength and potential of the Tiansheng Sect was. If he became the ancestor of the Bei family, then he would only stop at Lingguang in this life. Following Lin Xiao, he had a very high chance of becoming a Shengsu, so he didn't care about the Bei family. This answer made Bei Changming and the others stand there in a daze. They could never have imagined that Beizichen's answer was so decisive. Could it be that the Bei family had reached this point? After returning, the 2 were sad and soon announced their abdication, handing over all the power of the Bei family to the head of the Bei family. The 2 of them practiced in seclusion in the mountain gate of the Bei family, ignoring external affairs. The head of the Bei family was supported by Beizichen and the others, which was equivalent to Beizichen completely controlling the Bei family. Of course, Beizichen was not bad to the Bei family. Although he made profits from the Bei family, he left a sip of soup for them to drink. If it weren't for Beizichen, the Bei family would have been destroyed long ago. 10 years later, good news continued to come. Yinan Yu scattered 8 Lingming pills. In addition to the one more from the 8-faced fox, a total of 7 people took Lingming pills, 4 of whom successfully broke through. Although the remaining 3 did not succeed, they did not die on the spot. At their age, they still have a chance to impact the Lingguang period. Master, the sect has sent a report speak Li Mingyang failed to break through the spiritual light and was seriously injured. Li Mingyang, how could it be him? I remember he was not so close to breaking through. Yes, Li Mingyang was greedy for merit and reckless and forced a breakthrough when his own cultivation was not yet perfect. If it weren't for the treatment of Beilaozu, he would have died. What's going on? Is someone secretly playing tricks? Lin Xiao said with a cold face. Li Mingyang has always been a disciple he has valued very much. Even though his aptitude was not good and his cultivation level improved more and more slowly, Lin Xiao never ignored him and always used him. According to Lin Xiao's estimate, Li Mingyang's breakthrough age will be older than others, but if he breaks through around 400 years old, the chances of a breakthrough are very high. Night Owl, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Integrity Hall have jointly inquired, and there should be no one. It was Li Mingyang himself. He explained that his qualifications were insufficient, and he was stuck at the bottleneck of the 12th level of Daogang. No matter how many years he polished, he could not be perfect, so he took a risk. Stupid Lin Xiao was furious. He had only polished and settled for a few years, which was only about 10 years. Didn't he have any patience at all? There was still a bottleneck. There were many people who encountered bottlenecks, but I have never seen such a reckless person who joked with his own life. Yes, Master, what should we do now? Let Basic C do his best to treat him, and the sect will provide subsidies. Afterwards, he will be transferred from Gangming City and let him go to Xianyang Mountain to recuperate. Yes, Master, send a message back to the sect and tell those Daogang monks that all those who take the risk to break through the barrier, once they fail, will all step back in the competition for Lingming Pill in the future. Lin Xiao said coldly. Did he really think his Lingming Pill was cabbage? He said he would break through the barrier, then he would break through the barrier. Well, you are so powerful, you will step back in the competition for Lingming Pill in the future, and see what you will do then. Master, don't be angry, Li Mingyang didn't mean it. After everyone left, Li Muxu brought a cup of tea to Lin Xiao and persuaded him. Li Muxu also knew who Lin Xiao trusted. I know it wasn't intentional. The root cause lies with you and me. We were too young when we broke through to the spiritual light, which made them mistakenly think that they could be the same as us. I even know that many people, in order to follow in our footsteps, reduced the time they spent practicing martial arts and learning the hundreds of arts of cultivation, and focused on cultivation. Doing so, of course, has improved their cultivation, but it has also caused an unstable foundation and insufficient background. Can you blame me for this? Master, you are so unreasonable. I don't blame you. It's because the atmosphere in our sect has become impetuous. In the past, Lin Xiao broke through to the spiritual light at the age of 300 and was hailed as the #1 genius in the southwest of Nansao. But these few people in our sect are all only 300 years old. Genius is not worth much anymore, which puts a lot of pressure on people who are not so geniuses. Then what does the master want to do? There's nothing we can do. We can't stop them from breaking through. They know the reason. They want to rush in for quick success. What can I do? Cultivation must be down to earth, one step at a time. Alas. Lin Xiao shook his head. Li Muxu's cultivation was fast, because she was really talented. There were only a few people who had the King Mu Saint body in millions of years, and Lin Xiao was just using cheats. How could people like Li Mingyang catch up if they didn't have good aptitude and didn't use cheats? It was best to take it slowly and not rush. You can't take care of others, but you have to take care of your junior sisters and brothers. Okay, I'll send them a message. We have to be steady. Yu Xiangxiang is the one who will break through the fastest now. Jia Mengren and Yuan Royan will need some more years. Beizahua has been in seclusion for 5 years. In a few more years, he will have to come out of seclusion. How will we arrange it then? Let him go to Ninki Mountain. There have been unusual movements in the wilderness in recent years. Let him monitor the wilderness. Lin Xiao nodded. Ninki Mountain was originally a 4th level spiritual mountain in the south of Chen State. It has been occupied by the Tiansheng Sect for nearly 200 years. The spiritual veins have been upgraded to the 4th level upper grade. It is the most important spiritual mountain in the west of Wu State. What about the Bei family? Now that we have taken down the Bei family, many disciples below are calling for the complete takedown of the Bei family. Let Beizichan handle this matter. He knows what to do. Muxu, why have you been concerned about the sect's affairs recently? I saw that Master is too busy, so I came to help Master solve his problems. It's okay, you don't have to worry about these things, just practice hard, and practice the martial arts I gave you, when you have time. Having the techniques without martial arts is useless. Lin Xiao shook his head. Lin Xiao had already given Li Muxu many martial arts books, all of which were above the earth level, and there were many heavenly level books. Enough time for Li Muxu to think about them. I know. I have already mastered those martial arts. The next step is to grind hard. So fast? Yes, practicing martial arts is much faster than improving cultivation. Over the years, I have found the trick to quickly improve cultivation. I'm becoming more and more familiar with the withering and flourishing art. Then how long do you think it will take to break through the Shengsu period? I'm now at the 5th level of Lingguang. I can reach the 6th level in 5 years at most. I can try to break through in about 80 to 100 years. What a fast speed, but it's still in time. Lin Xiao nodded and was extremely shocked by Li Muxu's cultivation speed. It was predicted that she would break through a level every 20 years, but now it seems that it won't take at all. However, 100 years is enough for Lin Xiao to upgrade the system again. What's in time? Nothing. You practice well. I'm going to go out for a while. As soon as Li Muxu asked, Lin Xiao immediately changed the subject and slipped away. Lin Xiao felt that it was time to prepare for the system upgrade. At least he had to plan ahead. Chapter 373, Wilderness Movement. System. Open page mode. Ding dong. Page mode has been opened. Host level. Lingguang. 6th grade. Sect name. Tiansheng Sect. 6th grade. Number of disciples. 53,223, including branches. Host rights. Point small. Summoned system real person mode to assist. Sect rights. Upgrade the level of sect organization. Set up branches. 4. Create secret realms. Disciple loyalty. 60.5. Qualified. Side quests. Disintegrate the Thorn God. Unlimited time. Include system blanks. Unlimited time. Points balance. 758,000. Lin Xiao hadn't opened the system page for a long time. When he opened it again, there was a slight difference, but there was still no change. The average loyalty of the disciples was a little lower, but the number of people had skyrocketed. There were already more than 40,000 people in the sect, and the two branches together had 7,000 to 8,000 people, and the rate of increase was not slow. It wouldn't be long before it could reach 50,000. 50,000 disciples is a threshold. Many large sects have similar numbers. They will not increase the number blindly, and will even intentionally control the number of disciples. For example, Lin Sect, Lin Xiao notes that they only have more than 30,000 disciples, but the gold content of their disciples is much higher than that of Tiansheng Sect. After years of development, the number of Lingguang monks has reached more than a dozen, and there are also a large number of vassals. Danjiang Sect controls the number of people to about 10,000. It is not that they do not want to increase, but the financial resources are so large. Adding more disciples will definitely affect the development of the sect. Therefore, there are not many monks in Wuguo. In addition to the 5 states and counties that have surrendered, there are about 300,000 people, which is not as many as the population of Beiyu City. The potential of the entire Wuguo can still be tapped. There are not many 4th and 5th level spiritual mountains. Lin Xiao looked at the system upgrade requirements again. Now the sect's Sutra Pavilion and Spiritual Medicine Garden have been upgraded. Among the 8 professions of cultivating immortal arts, only the Puppet Master and the Earth Master have not been completed. Among them, a Puppet Master has reached the 4th order lower grade. He is a young Daogang cultivator who has a talent for refining instruments. Lin Xiao arranged for him to learn the inheritance of Puppet Masters. It won't take long for him to be promoted to the 4th order upper grade. The key is the Earth Master. This profession is too niche. Lin Xiao has cultivated it for more than 100 years, but it has not succeeded. The highest level is only the second level. Even if the inheritance is given, it can't be learned. What can Lin Xiao do? However, no matter how difficult it is to be a Earth Master, there are traces to follow. Now there are so many Daogang cultivators in the sect. It will be difficult to get the Lingming pill next, so Lin Xiao plans to use the Lingming pill as bait to attract some Daogang cultivators to practice the Earth Master inheritance. The inheritance of the Earth Master is too mysterious, and it is difficult for low-level disciples to comprehend it, but it should not be very difficult for high-level cultivators. After all, those who can practice Daogang are definitely people with excellent comprehension. The most difficult thing should be the secret realm. Lin Xiao has collected some of the Skydark stones over the years, but only a few pieces. The number is not enough at all. As for other genius treasures, he has no clue. If he builds them himself, he cannot succeed without billions of Zuan crystals. The Tiansheng Sect cannot afford this source of money. Now the annual income of the Tiansheng Sect is almost 10 million, but the surplus is still less than 1 million. It has accumulated less than 100 million Zuan crystals in 100 years. How can it have this financial strength? So Lin Xiao still has to think about the assassination of the god. He has to rob the secret of the assassination of the god in Dan City in Zhongzhou. It will be much easier to upgrade at that time. As for the 10 spiritual light cultivators, it is not difficult. Now in the sect, in addition to Lin Xiao himself, there are 4 public spiritual light cultivators: Li Muxu, Bai Zixi, Bai Zichen, and Yinan Yu. There are also 4 people who have successfully broken through on Yu Xiao's side. That's 9 people. Next, Bai Ziyu, Bai Zehe, Yu Xiangxiang and others are about to break through. At most, 10 people can be gathered in a dozen years. At this time, the Tiansheng Sect was actually stronger than all the countries in the southwest of the entire South Continent. Even the Wei Kingdom, which was once known as the Strong Wei, could not compare with the Tiansheng Sect. Among the more than 100 immortal cultivation countries in the entire South Continent, only the 2 leading countries of Qi and Qin and the 7 or 8 medium-strength countries of Song were stronger than the Tiansheng Sect. The rest were all tied by the Tiansheng Sect. Moreover, the medium-strength countries of Song could not maintain their advantages for long. After Lin Xiao upgraded the system, Shangsu would soon be able to catch up. After Li Muxu broke through, it would really be second only to Qi and Qin, ranking 3rd in South Continent. Even if it was placed in Central Continent, it would be enough to look down on more than 70% of the forces. Ci Shen, it's you again. I'm really sorry. Lin Xiao felt funny when he thought of Ci Shen. The strength of this force was extremely strong, but because they took the wrong path, they were very miserable. They were disciplined by Lin Xiao all the way. From the beginning of the Purple Mansion cultivation, for more than 200 years, they had never taken advantage of Lin Xiao. Now Bai Mianhu and Li Ho have successfully infiltrated their inner circle, and have also broken through the spiritual light cultivation. They are already at the middle and higher level in the entire Thorn God, and have mastered many secrets. According to Bai Mianhu's intelligence, Thorn God has not yet found any cultivators in the 8th realm. It is unknown whether there are any, but there are 2 in the 7th realm. They have whitewashed identities outside, and may even be the elders of certain forces. Xiao is still investigating. The secret realm of Dan City is one of Thorn God's most important strongholds. The cultivators of the 7th realm often patrol. Usually there are 2 Shangsu and 5 or 6 spiritual light cultivators sitting in the position. The defense force is very strong, but with the internal response, Lin Xiao is still confident that he can take it down. Of course, he will not take action now. At least he has to wait until the conditions of the Puppet Master and the Earth Master are met. Once he grabs it, he can upgrade the system. At that time, even if Thorn God comes to retaliate, Lin Xiao does not have to be afraid. Just when Lin Xiao was thinking about how to upgrade the system, 3,000 miles south of Wu State, this area is the buffer zone between the demon race and the human race. This buffer zone is extremely large, about 3,000 miles wide and more than 100,000 miles long, involving 7 countries. This vast area is the territory that the human race and the demon race repeatedly fight for. The demon race allows groups of demon beasts to migrate here, and the human race will also send monks to hunt demon beasts in this area. For the monks, this 3,000 miles is also a relatively safe place. Going deeper, there are too many high-level demon beasts. At this time, in the buffer zone south of Wu State, 2 Dao Gang monks stood on the flying boat, looking at the densely packed figures 100 miles away, and felt their scalps numb. In front of them, dozens of monks were fleeing, and they didn't even take away the demon beasts they had just hunted. Another group of monsters has arrived. This is the 7th group in 3 months. And this group is not the kind of monsters that can be consumed. They are fire spiders, which are extremely powerful. The spider silk they spit out is not only tough, but also contains fire poison. If you are not careful, you will be poisoned. They are extremely difficult to deal with. It seems that there are no less than 3,000 of them, led by at least a 4th level fire spider king. The territory within a radius of 1,000 miles will be occupied by them. Last month, I remember a group of big-headed ants came out from the depths of the wilderness. The kind with a head as big as a fist. The head can emit an acid that can melt even a 3rd level magic weapon. That's right. The big-headed ants have never appeared in the buffer zone before. Once they appeared, there were millions of them. 7 families that originally had a foothold in the buffer zone were driven away, and more than 300 cultivators were killed or injured. The territory within a radius of more than 2,000 miles was occupied. Senior Brother Zhao joined forces with dozens of independent cultivator teams and thousands of people to encircle and suppress them, but failed. Only 200,000 or 300,000 big-headed ants were killed, and they were driven away by several land kings. The monsters are squeezing our living space. If a few more waves of monsters come, there will be no room for humans to move around in the entire buffer zone. That's about right. I don't know if the situation in Wu Kingdom, Kang Kingdom, and Qianluo Kingdom further west is similar. I don't know about further west, but at least the situation in our 3 countries is worrying. The monster tide is not far away. The cultivator said, his voice full of worry. This beast tide was even more bizarre than what was recorded. In the past, beast tides occurred very suddenly and would erupt and sweep across the country in a few months. But now, after several years, the monsters were still slow to move. This made people very worried. It's an unusual move. It's probably the work of the intelligent monsters. I wonder what they are planning. What else can they plan? Seizing territory. We seize the monsters, and the monsters will also seize ours. Lin Xiao is our foundation. Report it. We don't know what the sect is doing. The situation is so dangerous, but they haven't taken any action yet. Li Yiwen is old, and he can't sit on the position of a chief elder for many more years. He has become more and more conservative over the years, and just wants to retire peacefully. Humph, the sect leader will replace him sooner or later. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't say that casually. The chief elder is the sect leader's absolute confidant. I'm still a core disciple of the sect. What do I have to be afraid of? Forget it. You're not afraid, but I am. I'm leaving. I'll go back and organize the disciples and independent cultivators to come and wipe out these monsters first. We can't let them get too rampant. I can use the silk of the fire spirit spider to make an inner armor. The man shook his head and hurriedly drove the flying boat away. The only advantage of having more monsters in the buffer zone is that they have more targets to hunt, and capable people can earn more. On Qinglui Peak, 80,000 miles south of Wu State, the scene is very different from 200 years ago. 200 years ago, it was still a bare land, but now there are large buildings with carved railings and painted buildings, which are as luxurious as the prosperous places of the human race. At the highest point of the building, a man with bluish skin sat at a table filled with various delicacies, and there were more than a dozen servants serving him. These servants are real human beings. There are more than 300 people like them on Qinglui Peak, and more than 200 years ago, there were more than 1,000 people. More than 200 years ago, the purple-eyed Demon King broke through Qinking Valley and finally retreated safely, capturing more than 2,000 captives and a large number of books and jade slips. More than half of the more than 2,000 captives died along the way, and only about 1,000 people were left when they arrived at Qinglui Peak. After more than 200 years of consumption, even if there were offspring, there were only more than 300 people left. and it was precisely relying on the more than 1,000 people at the beginning and the human books cracked by the intelligent monsters that the purple-eyed Demon King lived a luxurious life like a human aristocrat. My king, the military advisor has arrived. The purple-eyed Demon King transformed into a human form and was enjoying the food. A servant whispered, "Ask him in." The purple-eyed Demon King responded casually, and then a half-human half-demon figure walked in from outside and bowed to the purple-eyed Demon King. Chapter 374, The Beauty of Man. The military advisor mentioned by the purple-eyed Demon King is the #1 intelligent demon beast under his command. His cultivation has reached the extreme of the 5th grade upper grade, and he can transform into a half-human. He only needs to break through to the 6th grade to completely transform into a human. However, the purple-eyed Demon King is not worried that it will betray him after breaking through the 6th grade, because the growth of the demon race depends on bloodline. If the bloodline is not good, no matter how hard you try, it is difficult to overcome this level. That's why there is a saying that fish jumps over the dragon gate. Everyone knows that fish can become dragons after jumping over the dragon gate, but who has noticed how many fish have to jump over the dragon gate before 1 or 2 succeed? Under the dragon gate, there are countless bones. Military advisor, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? The purple-eyed Demon King said casually. The last time he attacked the state of Chen, he not only captured many human captives, but also seized a lot of books and jade slips. He saw the explanation of the military advisor in a storybook and gave the title to his subordinate. My lord, according to your order, our demon army has entered the buffer zone of each country one after another, squeezing the living space of the human race. If we are given a few more years of preparation, we can wipe out the main forces of the human race in several surrounding countries in one fell swoop, and our territory can be expanded by tens of thousands of miles. The military advisor replied respectfully. He was originally a little elk demon, the lowest level demon beast in the wilderness. Because he accidentally ate a spiritual medicine, he opened his mind and became an intelligent demon beast. So he changed his identity and gradually stood out from the purple-eyed Demon King. Now he has become the leader of the intelligent demon beasts. The intelligent demon beasts among the demons do not refer to a certain type of demon beast, but a general term for demon beasts that have opened their spiritual wisdom before the 6th level and have intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. Therefore, there are more than 40 species of more than 100 intelligent demon beasts under the purple-eyed Demon King. Very good. We have prepared for decades this time. We must break through the human race's territory in one fell swoop, and then capture more human captives to be my servants, especially the human alchemists. We must capture more. I must let them refine the enlightenment pill to open the spiritual wisdom of my sons and daughters. The purple-eyed Demon King replied. It was a purple-eyed blow-light beast, a variant of the thunder beast. The intelligence of this race was higher than that of ordinary monsters, but not much higher. This made it increasingly difficult for the purple-eyed Demon King, whose intelligence was getting higher and higher, to accept the stupidity of his children and grandchildren. So after knowing that the human alchemists could refine something called the enlightenment pill, which could open the spiritual wisdom of low-level monsters, it was very tempting, and wanted to capture some alchemists to refine the enlightenment pill for it. However, the high-level alchemists of the human race were basically wealthy and rarely went to the wilderness to hunt monsters, so the purple-eyed Demon King could not capture them from the wilderness and could only plan carefully and launch a beast-tide. Yes, my king, this time we will definitely capture more humans to serve as your servants, and we will also have enlightenment pills. My king, this is the plan we have discussed, please take a look. The elk demon quickly took out a document and handed it to the purple-eyed Demon King. They had carefully planned this beast-tide for decades and prepared multiple attacks, which would definitely hit the human race hard. When so many books and jade slips were seized, the biggest gain was not the purple-eyed Demon King, but these intelligent demon beasts. Theoretically, they have intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans, but it does not mean that they have high IQs. You have to know that the gap between idiots and geniuses among humans is greater than the gap between humans and pigs and dogs, not to mention demon beasts. So before, their intelligence was only at the level of ordinary humans, even worse than that of ordinary humans. After seizing so many books, they have improved their IQs a lot by letting human captives impart knowledge. They may not reach the level of human elites, but they can definitely be compared with ordinary humans. This time, the elk demon showed its wisdom. It had been planning for decades with other intelligent monsters, and came up with this plan. The purple-eyed demon king was not as smart as the elk demon, but after taking a look at these plans, he also felt that they were very powerful and would definitely succeed. The 12 demon kings, including my tribe, are coming out in full force this time. The purple-eyed demon king muttered in his heart. In the past 200 years, his strength has become much stronger. Not only did 3 5th level demon kings emerge from his tribe, but 2 more 5th level demon kings came to join him. This gave him 13 demon kings, each of whom had a tribe of millions. In addition, there are its own people, that is, the descendants of the purple-eyed demon king. The descendants of the purple-eyed demon king have not increased much compared to 200 years ago. There are only a dozen or so, but the gold content has increased a lot, and 2 descendants have advanced to the ranks of 5th order demon kings. Now, after his descendants, there are 5 more 5th order demon kings. It is with them that the purple-eyed demon king can truly command the tens of millions of monsters in the area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Military advisor, I have another question, Your Majesty. Please speak. The human race is much more united than our demon race. Once we conquer the small countries ahead, the big human countries will come to rescue us. There may even be high-level human cultivators who are not inferior to me. How do we solve this problem? Well, Your Majesty, do you want to join forces with the other demon kings to attack humans? Yes, that's what I think. The tribes of the other demon kings are increasing, and they all need to be consumed. Let's just do it together. This, Your Majesty, absolutely not. I've read in human history books that, since a million years ago, our demon race has been at a disadvantage in the war with humans. 400,000 years ago, humans opened up the wilderness from central China 700,000 to 800,000 miles away, and our demon race has retreated again and again until now, which is enough to show that humans are stronger than our demon race. If Your Majesty joins forces with the other demon kings, I'm afraid that a real war between the 2 races will break out, and the higher level demon kings will be involved. Maybe even the supreme ones will have to join in the war, and the situation will not be good then. You are such a good military advisor. How dare you destroy the prestige of my demon race and boost the morale of the human race? My king, I dare not. I am. Don't say anything. I have decided. I don't want to win over many demon kings. 2 or 3 will be enough. I don't believe that the human race dares to easily start a war between the 2 races. Military advisor, go and contact the 2 demon kings, the triangle duck demon king, and the blue dragon lion king, and invite them to send troops together. Then we will sweep the human race together, and expand our territory. Yes, my king. The elk demon had no choice but to agree. As for this demon king, he will not discuss it with you. The demon race has never had this tradition. It is okay to disobey its will once or twice, but if you dare to disobey it in such a big event, it will dare to swallow it in one bite. In the Wu Kingdom's wild buffer zone, as more and more demon beasts migrated from the depths of the wilderness, more and more casual cultivators were attracted to hunt the demon beasts. They did not have any worries about the disciples of the sect. For them, it didn't matter where they lived, as they had no fixed place to live. If Wu State was gone, they would go to Lu State. If Lu State was gone, they would go to Tiansheng State. They would just go north. Anyway, they didn't believe that the monsters could reach the border of Qi State. As for the war between the 2 clans and the invasion of monsters, those were the concerns of high-level cultivators and sect disciples, and they had nothing to do with them, so the increase in monsters was actually a good thing for them. At this time, thousands of monsters were entrenched on a sacred mountain, and many human buildings could be vaguely seen. This was a sacred mountain that a certain scattered cultivator family had wanted to occupy in the wilderness. They had been operating for hundreds of years, but when the monsters came, they had to abandon this sacred mountain, and even most of the mortals gave up. At the foot of the mountain, hundreds of disciples of the Tiansheng Sect were attacking fiercely, and on the 3 flying boats, dozens of 3rd level black crystal cannons were firing fiercely. The beast tide did not occur, and the warships naturally could not be used easily, so the Tiansheng Sect's weapon refiners installed the black crystal cannons on the flying boats, sacrificing the speed of the flying boats to enhance the attack capability, and bombarding these monsters from a high position. Bombarding from the sky and attacking from the ground, plus a few Daogang cultivators restraining the opponent's 4th level monsters. The remaining monsters were no match, and after most of them were killed, they fled the sacred mountain one after another. Quick, 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 clean up the battlefield. Don't cut up the monsters on the spot. Drag them all to the flying boats. The monsters are coming soon. Seeing that the monsters were driven away, several Daogang monks did not dare to be careless. Now there are several intelligent monsters hidden in the buffer zone, connecting with each other and supporting each other. Once there are monks in groups, they will leave and surround and set traps for the monks. A few days ago, a group of casual cultivators were surrounded in this way, and only half of the more than 100 people escaped in the end. Therefore, this time, the Tiansheng Sect ordered the sect disciples not to form a group with casual cultivators, because those casual cultivators had no discipline at all. They were completely a mob, and did not listen to orders. The strength of the sect was also shown. This time, in addition to the 3 flying boats equipped with black crystal cannons, there was also a medium-sized flying boat used to carry the spoils, so that they could advance and retreat. Sure enough, in less than an hour, flying monsters appeared in the sky to contain them, and there were also bursts of smoke and dust on the ground in the distance. Obviously a large number of monsters appeared. Retreat. Quickly, the transport flying boats take the wounded away. The beast masters catch up with the dragon horses. We will maneuver on horseback to intercept the pursuers. The Daogang monk in command was quite like a general, commanding in an orderly manner. The flying boats that transported the captured soldiers took the wounded away first, and hundreds of dragon horses came to the crowd under the leadership of the beast masters. The disciples rode on the dragon horses, and the mobility increased greatly. They rode on the dragon horses, and their speed was no less than those monsters, and they no longer consumed their own profound energy. There were flying boats in the sky to support them, so they led the monsters to run towards their human territory, trying to lead them to the Wu Kingdom and gather superior forces to destroy them. However, there were intelligent monsters among these monsters. They stopped chasing after less than 200 miles. No matter how they lured them, they refused to move forward. The monks of the Tiansheng Sect had to give up. Chapter 375. Locusts in the Sky. In Beiyu City, Lin Xiao was still cultivating in seclusion, but there was a lot of news coming from the sect, all about the wilderness. The monsters in the wilderness were making strange movements, which made Li Yiwen very worried. Li Yiwen had been the chief elder for more than 100 years. He would retire in more than 10 years, so he tended to be conservative in character. He didn't want anything to happen at the last moment of his term, so he wanted to ask Lin Xiao to return to the sect to take charge. Only when Lin Xiao was there, he would feel at ease. Master, this is the purchase order that the sect needs this time. It doesn't look good. Are they preparing for war? On this day, Li Muxu handed a purchase order to Lin Xiao. The purchase requirements on it had skyrocketed dozens of times compared to usual. Moreover, unlike the past when only 4 or 5 level spiritual objects were accepted, now even 2 or 3 levels were required. I know. Li Yiwen has reported that the Zuan crystal will be delivered next time. Let you use it first. It's okay for me to use it first, but is there any problem in the wilderness? Yes, but it's not time yet. Don't be afraid. Master, are you waiting for Beizahua to come out of retreat? Almost. Besides, I don't want to go back so early. The sect can't rely on me for everything. I have to let them gain some experience. If I go to Zizhao and I can't contact Beizahua all of a sudden, what should I do? That's true. The war hasn't started yet. We can't be impatient. What should I do as a master? What preparations should I make? Prepare more elixirs for healing and restoring Zuan Qi. Let the people below buy a batch as well. Okay, I'll arrange people to refine the elixirs and do their best. Li Muxu nodded. She now has 2 4th level alchemists, a dozen 3rd level alchemists, and more than 30 2nd level alchemists. She has a huge alchemy team. These are all the disciples with better alchemy talent in the sect. Wugo's resources are too few, which is not conducive to their improvement, so half of them were sent here, and all the 4th level alchemists were sent here. The 4th level spiritual medicine resources in the sect were monopolized by Basixi, so they could only be sent here. Well, go and do it. It's not the first time to fight. Don't worry. Lin Xiao nodded. Although he was no longer in the sect, he was still very clear about the situation of the sect. It had not yet reached the point of an outbreak. There was a list of all the disciples in the system. Although more than 100 disciples died in the past year, it was nothing for a powerful sect with tens of thousands of people. Lin Xiao deliberately suppressed his return this time, just to see how the sect handled things, and how they dealt with the crisis in Lin Xiao's absence. After another half a year, Beizahua came out of retreat. He broke through the spiritual light more than a year ago. After the breakthrough, he spent more than a year to stabilize his realm. When Beizahua came out of retreat, Beizichan immediately went to Ninki Mountain in Wuguo to take charge. The reason why Beizichan was appointed to take charge was because Beizahua had spent all his wealth in order to break through the spiritual light, and he did not even have a 5th level magic weapon. However, Beizichan had accumulated some wealth in the past few years, and had already started to equip 5th level magic weapons. Beizahua took over Beizichan's position, and was not idle. The sect had already started preparing for war, and he had to raise resources and black crystals for the sect. In the past year, the number of kindling wine and Beiwu tea sent by the sect increased. He had to find a way to sell them all, and then send the resources needed by the sect back. Master, you are here Ziha. How is it going? Is it going well? It's going well. Beiwu City is too big. Even if we spend tens of millions of black crystals, it will not drive up the price. On the contrary, we can get a discount, Beizahua replied. In 2 years, Wu Jiuo spent 60 to 70 million black crystals in Beiwu City, but still did not drive up the price. If it were in Wu Jiuo, the price of ordinary resources would increase by at least 1/5. Now the entire Wu Kingdom is almost ready for war. Among these black crystals, the Tiansheng Sect alone occupies about half, and the rest are purchased by the Tiansheng Sect on behalf of various sects. Very good. Keep working hard. This time I will leave you in Beiwu City for the War Master. I want to go back now. Muzu will go with me by then. Beiwu City needs someone to stay master. This time the beast tide is coming fiercely. I can't do without you, Beizahua said hurriedly. He is now half dead. In order to exchange falling Ming pills, not only did he spend all his savings for many years, but he also borrowed a lot of black crystals from others. If he doesn't participate in the war to gain military merits, how can he repay his debts at that time? If he buys a 5th level magic weapon, he can equip himself. Then what do you say? What should we do with Beiwu City? Well, with the night owl watching, we shouldn't be afraid, right? HMPH, there's no room for negotiation. Just do your job well. There will be plenty after the war. Why are you so anxious? Lin Xiao curled his lips. He also knew that Beizahua was poor, but he couldn't transfer him back. Beiwu City didn't have a spiritual cultivator in charge. Lin Xiao was worried. The sect's annual millions of revenue was all here. Who knows, someone might be jealous and grab a handful and run away. Lin Xiao called the Night Owl's people again and asked about the situation in Kangguo. After asking, he learned that Kangguo and Qianluoguo, west of Wuguo, had also begun to prepare for war. However, they lacked channels in Beiwu City and could not purchase resources on a large scale, so they could only ask major merchants in China to help purchase and transport, and the cost was much higher than that of Wuguo. Now the buffer zone of the wilderness of various countries has actually become a mess. In the past 2 years, at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators have entered it to hunt monsters, especially those independent cultivators who came from various countries and were extremely active. The two were chatting when suddenly the Lingying Jade book in the storage bag moved. Lin Xiao took it out and saw that it was an urgent report from the sect saying that a large army of locusts had appeared in the savage buffer zone. The number was countless, and they asked Lin Xiao to go back and take charge of the situation. Master, Bossy sent an urgent report that a large army of locusts had appeared. Please go back and take charge of the situation. Did you receive it too? Master, Bossy said that our people found a large army of locusts in Kang, Qianluo, and even Wei. This time the locust army is coming in full force. Something is wrong. What? They have appeared in Wei? Lin Xiao didn't care at first, but when he heard Yu Xiao's report that even Weigo had a large army of locusts, he was immediately shocked. Weigo was separated from Wugo by several countries, tens of thousands of miles away. Even Weigo had a large army of locusts, so how many locusts were there? South of Wugo, in the wild buffer zone, thousands of monks were running for their lives. Behind the monks were layers of grey shadows, covering the sky and the earth, blocking the light of the sun in the sky. It was an army composed of countless locusts. Wherever the locust army went, it was a mess. All green things were eaten up. There were no plants to eat. Even monks and monsters were not spared. In just a moment, a monk could be gnawed into a piece of bones. Ancestor Bei, a group of monks from the Tiansheng Sect, saluted when they saw Beizichin coming. You're welcome. Do you know how many locusts there are now? To answer old Ancestor Bei, it's impossible to count. At present, there are at least 7 or 8 million. Most of them are first level locusts. There are fewer second level ones and extremely few third level ones. However, they reproduce too fast. One of our people ventured in to check the places that were swept by the locust army left behind densely packed eggs. It only takes a few days for those little locusts to break out of their shells. If this goes on, it will be very dangerous. The locusts in the world of immortal cultivation are not just insects, but also a kind of monster. However, compared with ordinary monsters, the value of these locusts is too low. Only a small amount of materials can be used. An ordinary first level monster is worth dozens to hundreds of black crystals, while a locust is worth a few black crystals at most. Therefore, no casual cultivators are willing to hunt these locusts. The cost effectiveness is too low. If they are really hunted on a large scale, those casual cultivators will lose money. Have you found out what these locusts are and where they came from? I remember that we haven't discovered these locust armies before. Ancestor, you must not underestimate these locusts. I have read some records of Nansao. When Song State was still on the front line of the wilderness, there was also a large-scale locust plague. These locusts eat everything. As long as there is mysterious energy and blood, it is their food. There are even records of 5th level spiritual mountains being breached. How is it possible that a 5th level spiritual mountain can be breached? Ancestor, it's true. Although these locusts are only first level monsters, there are too many of them. Hundreds of thousands of them swarm up. Even a 5th level spiritual mountain can't hold out for a day. Therefore, the world of immortal cultivation is very vigilant about locust plagues and insect plagues. Once discovered, they must be killed, no matter how great the cost. Go on, tell me what else you know. Yes, Ancestor, what I'm worried about now is the spiritual fields in the Ninki Mountain area. Now the locust army is less than 1,000 miles away from Ninki Mountain. At their current speed, they can reach Ninki Mountain in 3 days. Once they break through the defense line in the Ninki Mountain area, they will go deep into the interior of our Wu country. This area is our spiritual rice planting base. Without spiritual rice, the welfare of low-level disciples will be greatly reduced. If we purchase it on a large scale, the price will definitely skyrocket. Beizichin was shocked when he heard it. As a senior member of the sect, how could he not know the importance of such a bulk commodity as spiritual rice? Low-level disciples have low cultivation and low income. When they sit in meditation to practice, in addition to absorbing the mysterious energy emitted by the spiritual veins, they rely on the mysterious energy in the spiritual rice to supplement. Moreover, the long-term use of spiritual rice is also of great benefit to the cultivators. It can nourish the flesh and moisturize the meridians. It can be said that any sect power cannot do without the support of spiritual rice. The Tiansheng Sect consumes tens of millions of kilograms of spiritual rice every year. These spiritual rices are basically planted near Ninki Mountain. Not only the Tiansheng Sect, but also the Dandayang Sect has planted a large amount of spiritual rice to the north of Ninki Mountain. Once the Ninki Mountain defense line is lost, the spiritual rice supply of the entire Wu Kingdom will be greatly affected. I understand. You did a good job. I will record your merit. I will send a message back to the sect and ask Li Yiwen to mobilize the monks and organize the army to come to help. Now you go to gather the monks and start sniping the Locust army immediately. I will go back to Ninki Mountain to deploy. Yes, Ancestor Bebe Zichin nodded, and while he hurriedly flew back to Ninki Mountain, he immediately sent a message to Li Yiwen to mobilize the army immediately. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.